Chapter 251. Hearing this sentence, countless eyes on the field toward Yi Chun. Lei Shuwei, Ing Ching, and those Dragon Soul soldiers clenched their fists. Mr. Yi is here at last. As for whether Mr. Yi can win, they are very sure. By the way, who is the man with sunglasses and cap next to Mr. Yi? Lei Shuwei frowned. He doesn't remember that Yi Chun has such friends around him. Qi Yi Chun alone used to. How can suddenly take a person? Have you seen this man? Ing Ching shook his head when he heard Lei Shuwei's question. Chief, I haven't seen it either. It's Mr. Ye's friend. Lei Shuwei nodded and did not speak. On the top of Wood Otai, Siddiq stares at the door of Yi Chun, his eyes full of anger. Even if he comes, it's just for him to die. He, Fong Zhongxin, is a 99th Master China. The top 100 Chinese masters list is a watershed. This kind of rubbish is not qualified to fight him. Yi Chun, since you are here, come up and die. A roar shook the world. Those martial arts bureau people under the stage cheered. The voice roared. Yi Chun glanced at the crowd, outlined a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said to Luocha Katano Takeshi, who was wearing sunglasses and a cap around him, Luocha, let's go. If anyone dares to break the rules, kill them. Yes, my lord. Under the sunglasses, there's a pair of cold eyes. Who could have thought that he would be the emperor of martial arts, Kitano, who was terrified by countless forces? That is the Luocha beside Yi Chun now. They walk towards Wood Otai. When Yi Chun is still 3 meters away from Wood Otai, his feet gather chi and jump up. He landed on the stage steadily, very relaxed. Fong Zhongxin glanced at Yi Chun, would trace a suspicious color on his face, because he felt that the momentum of Yi Chun seemed to have changed dramatically. This is a breakthrough? At this time, 3 old people also flew up from the seats under the stage. Mao Zi glanced at Yi Chun and Fong Zhongxin and said, We 3 are the 3 judges of Wood Otai. Now, let me read out the rules. First, words are not finished. Yi Chun interrupted. Do not read. I will ask you 3 a question on the line. The 3 old men were stunned. Although they were not happy, they still said, What's the problem with you? Where are you all from? The 3 sneered. The challenge of Wood Otai in Jiangnan province has been controlled by Huaxia Wudao Bureau since 30 years ago. That is to say, you are all from China Martial Arts Bureau? Yi Chun Dao. An old man nodded. That's natural. Although we come from the same association as Fong Zhongxin, we will pursue the justice of Wood Otai. You can rest assured. Yi Chun smiles. It's all the people behind Fong Zhongxin. Can a referee be fair? Last time Yuan Jingfu is the best example. But even so, he recognized it. Moreover, Fong Zhongxin must die on stage today, and no one can stop it. Those 3 old people just want to continue to talk. Yi Chun has opened his mouth. Nonsense. Don't say more, just start it. You 3, popular. They have presided over many challenges of Wood Otai, and almost all of them are polite to them. Only this Yi Chun. Don't look at them at all. Arrogant. This arrogant boy is doomed to die. Fong Zhongxin laughed and said to the 3 elders, 3 elders, don't be angry. This may be the son's last words. You can go down and wait. Hearing this, the 3 elders nodded and whispered, Master Fong, whatever it is, be careful. Yes, master. Soon, the whole Wood Otai was left with Yi Chun and Fong Zhongxin. Fong Zhongxin's eyes were filled with disdain. He roughly knew Yi Chun's strength that day. It's impossible for the other party to defeat him. This time it was destined to be a crushing situation. Boy, you didn't come. Maybe you could live a few more days. But since you came today, I'm sorry. No one can survive who the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau wants to kill. With that, Fong Zhongxin's momentum kept climbing. When he reached the top, he rushed out. The wind is howling. Speed like thunder. Yi Chun stood like this, hands negative behind him, motionless. His mouth was full of playfulness and indifference. In the First World War, the banquet hall, he roughly knew that Fong Zhongxin's strength was higher than his own 2 small realms at that time. Originally, I wanted to rely on the dragon's sword to deal with this man. But now, not at all, because he also stepped into 2 realms. Under the same realm, Yi Chun is destined to be respected. When Fang Zhongxin is close to Yi Chen, he jumps up fiercely and sweeps out with one foot. This foot, the wind is loud. With the power destroying the withered and decaying, he smashed Yi Chen's head. Under one foot, the head can kick. It's bound to be bloody. He didn't want to keep his hands from the beginning. Seeing that the most terrible blow was about to fall, Yi Chen moved and his arm raised, slightly shaking. The sleeve floats, a very strong airflow, actually rushed out. Fang Zhongxin's legs seemed to have been subjected to endless resistance. He noticed something was wrong and just wanted to take it back. Yi Chen's 5 fingers had been opened and snapped on Fang Zhongxin's wrist. Not good. Fang Zhongxin turns around and wants to break free, but I found that I couldn't get rid of it. The other side's hand is like a vice. Let go. His whole body condenses the strength to rush toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's arm flicks gently. The invisible evil spirit directly breaks the strong spirit. Fang Zhongxin was stunned. For 3 days, the boy's strength was more than doubled. How could it be? You said you were going to imprison my friend? A voice of indifference rings out. From Yi Chen, Fang Zhongxin became angry. Little bastard, let go. Yi Chen mouths son of cold, arm agglomerate's true spirit. Fierce will Fang Zhongxin brandish come over. And then, the real gasp burst out. Press down. Bang. He smashed Fang Zhongxin on the ground. Simple. Rough. Who could have thought that Wudotai would have such a situation? There is no fancy martial arts, and there is not too much competition. On the one hand, crushing is extremely violent. Fang Zhongxin's face is full of blood, and his body has suffered a lot of damage. The 3 referees under the stage, as well as those people in the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau, turned black one by one. I thought that Fang Zhongxin would crush this son, but I didn't think it was the opposite. In a few seconds, Citic has not been used. Fang Zhongxin didn't wake up fucking up. The strong pain may have inspired Fang Zhongxin's fighting spirit. Fang Zhongxin roared, and his whole body was full of vigor and strength. Finally break free. At the moment, he was embarrassed to get up, full of angry eyes staring at Yi Chen. Insult. Naked insult. Chapter 252. Little bastard, you die for me. With a roar, Fang Zhongxin's hands spread out and gathered a strong momentum. Even the wind is blowing around. This is the unique skill that Master Fang got overseas and cut against the wind. It seems that he is really angry to take this out to deal with the boy. Last time he killed 3 strong men with this skill. That arrogant boy is dead. Huaxia Wudao Bureau laughed. The momentum of Fang Zhongxin on the stage condensed the peak and rushed out in an instant. I saw his hands like 2 knives cutting through the sky, pulling out a long air wave, like 2 long knives falling from the sky, pulling out the fierce air waves toward Yi Chen. They are several meters apart, but the threat of this move is thorough. The fierce air waves rushed to Yi Chen, as if cut off from life and death. Lei Shuwei frowned. At that time, the price of this martial art in overseas auction reached 2 billion yuan, which was regarded as the top martial art skill. I didn't expect that it was sold by Fang Zhongxin. The strong in general will die under this blow. A dragon's soul warrior glanced at Lei Shuwei and said excitedly, Chief, will something happen to the drill master? I don't think things are right. Lei Shuwei and Yingqing looked at each other without speaking. There was a mysterious smile on the corner of their mouth. At that time, the video of Wudotai and Jiangqing was watched by both of them, except the leader of Huaxia No. 1. In addition to the 3 of them, no one knows Yi Chen's adversity. That picture even appeared in their dreams countless times. After the dream wakes up, the whole body is sweating. Fang Zhongxin wants to kill Mr. Yi, even if he has practiced for 1,000 years. On stage, Fang Zhongxin's chopping against the wind is about to fall. Tear the air. Air burst. Terrible. His whole body is a gust of wind. Countless gravel in the attack of the palm wind. Instant into powder. We can see how terrible the power is. Seeing that he was about to chop off, his mouth showed a Sunhan smile. Chopping against the wind is regarded as a high-level martial art skill in the Chinese martial arts circle. It condenses a whole body's strength in one place and breaks out. Attack like a blade. Killing people is like cutting vegetables. After training to a great degree, You can fight with swords and cut iron like mud. Although he didn't succeed, it was easy to kill the scum in front of him. At this time, a faint voice suddenly rings out in Fang Zhongxin's ear. Did you say you were going to destroy my parents' tombstones? Yi Chen opened his mouth. No tension. Incomparably plain. It's like taking Fang Zhongxin as heir. Hearing this, Fang Zhongxin got angry, increased the strength of his hand, and roared. Grass? Don't talk nonsense to me. Words just fall. Yi Chen moved against the wind. One hand through the storm, bombard away. His palm is like covered with a thin light mask. It's really steaming. This time, Yi Chen not only started, but also directly collided with Fang Zhongxin's headwind, because all of them feel that the extremely advanced martial arts skills are rubbish in his eyes. Bang! Two powerful forces suddenly collide, and the air billows on Widow Tai. Boom! In an instant, like an earthquake, Widow Tai even had a crack, like a spider web. The wind howled. The place where the confrontation issued a roaring sound. Dust filled the sky. What's wrong with that boy? He's carrying the headwind of Master Fang. Ha ha, he's dead. I'm afraid the boy doesn't even have a complete body. Looking at the Widow Tai, which was filled with dust, all the people under the Widow Tai were shocked, with infinite emotion and ferocious smile. People who can't help themselves. Just then, the dust dispersed and gradually dispersed. There's only one figure on the field. Huaxia Wudao Bureau. There has been a carnival. Even the three referees are smiling. It's expected that Master Fang can win. Ha! Let's go to Kaiyuan Hotel in Jiangnan Province to celebrate. The voice of an old man in China's Martial Arts Bureau is getting lighter and lighter, and it stops abruptly in the end, because on the Wudao stage, the dust completely disappeared. That figure is not Fang Zhongxin, but a young man, a very cold and proud youth, Yi Chen. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened, staring at the situation in the field, for fear of missing any link. But the result is still the same. On the contrary, on the Wudao stage, another figure has fallen down and is spitting out blood. At this moment, the scream is particularly harsh. Who else is not Fang Zhongxin? The faces of those Chinese Martial Arts Bureau under the Wudao stage are more and more ugly. What a shame! The strong man of Chinese Martial Arts Bureau was defeated by a little boy. The key is to be crushed. If this matter is known by the high level, absolutely angry. Under the field, what reaction? Yi Chen does not care at all, step by step toward the spitting blood of Fang Zhongxin. Fang Zhongxin noticed something, and his weak voice sounded, You can't kill me. I'm from Huaxia Wudao Bureau. It's no use saying it. One of Yi Chen's hands has caught Fang Zhongxin's wrist. Fang Zhongxin is full of panic. Is this boy going to throw himself up again? Madman. A complete madman. Which ancient Chinese warrior would do this? The three referees were also aware of something wrong and rushed up. Yi Chen, you can't do it. According to the highest martial law of China, no one can kill the staff of Huaxia Wudao Bureau without authorization. Yi Chen glanced at the three people and sneered. Seal my nationality? Prison my friend? Destroy my parents' tombstone? Do you know what it means in my dictionary? Death penalty. The next second, Yi Chen lifted Fang Zhongxin's foot high again and swung it up, and then slammed on the ground. Bang! Blood splashes. Fang Zhongxin was killed on the spot. There's no chance of survival. The three old men had already fallen on the Widow Tai, and their eyes were full of anger when they saw the body of Fang Zhongxin. Yi Chen, do you know what you are doing? Look for death. One of the strongest breath of the old man angry voice. Red anger all over the body. Yi Chen did not waver in the slightest and said, Is it wrong for ancient warriors to kill people in Widow Tai? The old man was speechless, but still said, Widow Tai is not wrong to kill people, but you should not kill Fang Zhongxin. Fang Zhongxin's identity is special. Special? Yi Chen smiled. Even if special and how? If you offend me, that's what happens. Arrogant boy. Take it the leader of the old man can't help it any more and orders directly. Three people are even more chi toward Yi Chen. In front of Yi Chen is about to come. A figure has appeared in front of Yi Chen. Strong breast straight to three people. Be bold. Who dares to touch him? Chapter 253. This moment, the three old men of Huasha Wudao Bureau were stunned. Three people curiously look at the man in front of them. They still wear sunglasses and cap indoors. How wonderful it is. Of course they know that this man came in with Yi Chun. Guess should be a friend. It is estimated that the friend can't see down, just move, from perspective of breath. It is also an ancient warrior. The chief old man sneered and said, "Since you are an ancient warrior, you should know the consequences of offending the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. If you block this boy again, you will die." Luocha Katano, facial expression, word by word. Who dares to step forward, kill. At this time, Lei Shuwei and others also set foot on Widow Tai. Lei Shuwei stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "You Chinese Martial Arts Bureau is so unscrupulous." This is Widow Tai. Is Widow Tai guilty of killing others? Believe it or not, if I poke today's affairs at the top, what consequences do you think you have to bear at that time? The old man's face changed slightly, but he thought of the leader's explanation. If Fang Zhongxin is defeated, Yichen can't walk out of Widow Tai, no matter what means are used. The old man looked at Lei Shuwei and said, "If you want to poke this matter up, you can be casual, but Yichen has violated the supreme law of Huasha Wudao Bureau, so you must confess your guilt." Lei Shuwei just wanted to open his mouth. Yichen ordered, "You go down, Mr. Yi." Ing Qing and Lei Shuwei's eyes are full of surprise. They don't understand why Yichen wants them to go down. I said, "You go down. This matter is a personal enmity between me and Huasha Wudao Bureau. It does not involve the dragon spirit." Lei Shuwei and Ing Qing looked at each other and could only get off Widow Tai. They dare not go against Yi Chen's will. Of course, the most important thing is that they believe Yi Chen will not have an accident. The three old men thought Yi Chen was very sensible and nodded with satisfaction. Now that you know that no one else should be involved in this matter, you'd better put your hands on it. An old man said quite arrogantly. There is no doubt in the tone. Yi Chen leaned against the pillar on the side of Widow Tai, drew out a packet of cigarettes from his pocket, shook it, held in his mouth, and then lit it. There was a cloud of smoke. Three eyebrows wrinkled. Do not know how Yi Chen this time still a mood to smoke. Is there pressure in your heart? All of a sudden, Yi Chen raised his head and said, "According to your martial arts, what kind of consequences do I have to bear if I kill Fang Zhongxin?" The one who killed me came out laughing. "Oh." Yi Chen has no more afterwards. After a few seconds, the old man stood up and said, "Boy, since you are conscious, just kneel down and let us take it away. Chinese Martial Arts Bureau has euthanasia, at least to protect you from suffering." Although he said that, no matter whether Yi Chen Tong agreed or not, he would try to kill Yi Chen on Widow Tai. Only because of the leader's order, Yi Chen can't walk out of Widow Tai alive. Oh, the answer is still not salty. Sleeping trough. Those three old men of Chinese Martial Arts Bureau were furious. What the hell attitude? Boy, since you don't cooperate, it's no wonder that we are. Today, you and Fang Zhongxin died together on Widow Tai. We also give him an account. The old man sneered at him. Just about to do something, Yi Chen put out the cigarette in his hand, took out his mobile phone, pressed the recording key, and said, "Well, since we are in Wudai, we will follow the rules of Widow Tai. The three of you are not responsible for the life and death of the two of us. How about it?" When the old man heard this, he was happy. If he killed Yi Chen in this way, the dragon soul could not say anything. It's the best solution. The key is that the three of them are in the top 100 of the Chinese martial road list. Their strength is far better than Fang Zhongxin. It is a piece of cake to deal with them. Good. I like your character. The contradiction between the armed forces should be solved by force. The head of the old man Shuang Lang Dao. Let's get started. Yi Chen light way. The voice does not have the slightest wave. The next second, the three old men rushed out. The cold opportunity to kill Yi Chen. At this time, a shadow flickers. The man with sunglasses is still in front of Yi Chen. Get out of the way. An old man roared. It's a slap to the other side. Relying on the leaf chin of the pillar, the Mao sun suddenly tiny am I. The cold voice rings out. Luo Cha, one does not stay. Yes, my lord. The three old men just want to laugh when they hear Yi Chen's absurd orders. The man with sunglasses has rushed over. The strong wind is rolling. The palm is holding a short knife. The knife tears the air. The sound of whistling in their ears. Their faces change. This speed. This breath. Top strong. From their reaction, Luo Cha has arrived. The roar of sword wind brings out a series of virtual shadows, covering the sky and the earth, making it difficult to identify which one is the real existence. The three old men quickly retreat, at the same time gather the strongest strike toward Luo Cha. Palm shadow all over the sky, driving the gust of wind. Constantly on the boom came the burst of dull roar. Bang, bang. The airwaves are overflowing, spreading in all directions, driving the dust flying. At most, the three old men are about 80 or 90 Chinese masters. And Luo Cha, in terms of strength, is at least the top 30 in the list of Chinese masters. This gap is like a natural moat, more like a gap. Three more and more hard, more and more scared. Tear. A cold light appeared on one of the old man's neck. The blood is dying. Suddenly fell in the pool of blood. The old man's eyes were wide, and his expression before he died was a picture of panic. Luo Cha is like a killing machine. It doesn't stop at all. It goes to the remaining two people again. Seeing that the situation was not right, the two old men ran to the Wudao stage one after another. They have confirmed that this guy with sunglasses is definitely one of the top 50 masters in China. How to fight? Where to go? Luo Cha roared and the white light flashed. Once again, a knife quickly swept over an old man's neck and scratched the skin, bringing a burst of pain. The old man subconsciously covered his neck, but found that he couldn't cover it all. He separated his head and body. How overbearing. The three powerful Chinese martial arts bureau. Only one person left. That left the old man's eyes are full of horror. This Yi Chen's friend in the end is what demon? It's killing without blinking an eye. The key block can't be blocked. It's so fucking crazy. He just want to say something. Luo Cha stepped on the old man's chest. The old man flew out on the spot and hit the ground severely, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The bones in his chest are almost broken, extremely painful. The old man resisted the pain and stood up. A strong wind came down. The sunglasses man came up again. The key, the cold knife, is not going to give him a way to survive. He can only concentrate his strength in his hands and turn his fist into claw. It seems that he is buckled to the neck of the man with sunglasses, but you can't touch it. Dao Qi has already appeared in his chest. The cold light flashed, and the knife was inserted into his chest. Blood burst, but the old man's 5 fingers just took off the man's sunglasses. Without sunglasses, he finally saw the face of each other before he died. But the next second, the old man's eyes shrink to the extreme. Pupil is full of fear and surprise. This face, he's very familiar. It turns out that he is the first master of that island country, Kitano, the helmsman of Wu Huang society. Famous top strongman. How could it be? How can such a strong person treat Yi Chen so respectfully? He Yi Chen, he da how can. Chapter 254. 3 old Chinese martial arts bureau were killed. The whole process is just a dozen seconds. It's also weird. What strength does this need? Is the man wearing sunglasses the top 50 of China? If it is true, how can such a person appear in Jiangnan province? How can you stand by Yi Chen without hesitation? Wuduotai is full of oblique meaning, because the back of the Luo Cha is facing the group of Chinese martial arts and Taoism bureau. They cannot see the Luo Cha who takes off the sunglasses. Luo Cha mouth corner outlines a sneer, 5 fingers a grasp, sunglasses back to his hand, more in front of the eyes. He went step by step towards Yi Chen. When came to Yi Chen, suddenly half kneel, respectfully said, "Adult, fortunately not to insult life." Yi Chen nodded and said, "Get up." This very simple dialogue, but on the martial arts platform of everyone has a great impact. They feel the world is crazy. What Baiyu said was more like a hammer to break their hearts apart. This kind of strong man knelt down in front of Yi Chen. What attitude is this? Isn't it that the strong pay great attention to dignity? It is the individual can see the power of sunglasses men far beyond Yichun. But he did kneel down. Hissing dash, people should take a breath of cool air. At this moment, everything was so scary. Is this top strength just a beat of Yichun? What's the matter with the world? Those who were in the Chinese martial arts and Taoism bureau stepped back one step after another and did not know what to do for a while. There is no head in the group. The 3 old people who died on the stage were the 3 most important of the people sent by the Chinese military and Taoism bureau this time. But it was so dead. There is no sign. Everyone seems to see the anger of the high level of the Chinese martial arts and Taoism bureau. It's changed. It's changed completely. At this moment, Lai Shuai and Ing Qing have frowned on this side, and their position just saw the face of Luo Cha taking off the sunglasses. Although it was only a moment, but that familiar feeling let them know this person must have seen. They even suspected going to Bainoma. But how could Baiyu, the top-ranking strongman of the Wu Emperor Society, be willing to become the beater of Yichun? They can only suppress the doubts in their hearts if they can't think about everything. However, Lai Shuai has a sad look in his eyebrows. He stared at the bodies on the stage. This time, for people died in the Chinese martial arts and Taoism bureau, and the identity of the 4 was not too low. Yichun really offended and died of the martial arts and Taoism bureau Huaxia. With the style of Chinese martial arts and Taoism bureau, Yichun will not be better. But no matter how, Dragon Soul will spare no effort to stand on the side of Yichun. Later, call number 1. There's only one that could have saved Yichun. He murmured. On the Wood Otai, Yi Qingdian was going to leave, and suddenly a man of the Chinese martial arts and Taoism bureau said, "Yichun, you have made a big disaster." Yichun stopped, and his cold eyes glanced at those who were in the Chinese martial arts and Taoism bureau, saying, "If you are upset, you can stand up and join us. I will give you 5 seconds." There was silence around the field. Soon, 5 seconds had passed. No one came out. Who was the key to stand out? There are 2 extremely terrible evil gods on the Wood Otai. It's killing to go up. Yichun sneered, "Step on." The whole body jumped up and went out. "Luo Cha, let's go." Hearing this, not only Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau, but also Lei Shuwei, they also silently wrote down their names. The name of Luo Cha is destined to spread in the Chinese martial arts and Taoism. But they searched the top 100 of the Chinese master list, and they didn't find a person named Luo Cha. At the same time, the Kunlun Mountains are deep. Dozens of strong Wu family members are sitting on their legs and practicing patiently. They are waiting. Although the old man in the robe promised to sit in the Qin family, and even accept Qin Jingyang as an apprentice, he did not get on the road for the first time, but to take Qin Jingyang to the house. No one knows what's going on inside. They just hear the laughter coming from the day after day. Not only that, the house overflows with a strong breakthrough breath. Qin Jingyang's father Qin Kun trembled with his hands. He knew that it was absolutely not a loss to exchange all of them with the things of Qin family. Not many times. Creak. One sound. The door opens. Qin Jingyang and the old man of Champao came out at the same time. Qin Jingyang is not the same as before and has a great momentum. Strength to the extreme. Qin Kun quickly stood up and said excitedly, "Jingyang Yu." Qin Jingyang's mouth showed a proud smile. "Dad, Master taught me the cultivation method. I found that the ancient martial arts that have been cultivated from childhood to large are fucking bullshit. These days, my cultivation has been breaking through. I feel that I am full strength. Now I can even challenge the top 100 of the Chinese master list." Qin Kun took a breath of cool air, excited. "Really?" Qin Jingyang nodded and looked at the old man in the robe beside him and respectfully said, "Thanks to the master's guidance." The old man in the robe had no expression and said, "You are very talented, but the way of cultivation is not right. I just corrected it for you." Qin Kun was ecstatic in his heart and asked, "Adult, are you ready to leave for the Qin family in Jiangnan province?" The old man in the robe looked in a direction. His eyes slightly narrowed and said, "You arrange to plane the day after tomorrow, because before this, I will take Jingyang to a place. In any case, I will also make sure that there are any other problems with what you Qin family gave me. Yes, my lord. Qin Kun is very happy in his heart. Who is their opponent from now on? Mingzue Villa. Yi Chen naturally cannot let Luo Cha live in the villa. Directly let him contact Wuxiangming. There are still several vacant rooms in Wu Mingming's residence. But it is not a long-time plan. Yi Chen called Nanjiang Wang. Let him think of ways to make up the villa next to. Although that family lived for a long time. But as long as the money is in place, it will leave. Now this world either has the strength or the money. Yi Chen entered the villa, found a white suitcase, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Just want to speak. A shadow appeared in front of him. The eyes are very beautiful and beautiful. They have gods. They are beautiful and have their noses fixed. The pair of vortices are on the cheek. Summer is snow. If it's snow, you're back? Yi Chen's mouth showed a smile. A few days later, he found that Xia Ruoshi was more beautiffu. Xia Ruoshi lightly nodded his head and said with a smile, "Originally, I came back a few days ago. Grandma had a little bit of a small matter, which delayed me. I heard my dad say, 'You've been tossing a lot these days?'" Although Xia Hongye only expressed a few feelings, did not say anything specific, but Xia. Ruoshi also noticed that there was a big event in Jiangnan province, and this event is likely to be led by Yi Chen. Chapter 255. However, she also does not need to investigate. As long as Yi Chen did not have an accident, Xia Ruoshi poured 2 cups of juice from the juicer in the kitchen. 1 cup was handed to Yi Chen and asked, "During this period of time, my grandmother has said a lot of good things about you. If I talk about you every day, my ears will have cocoons." Yi Chen drank the juice in 1 gulp. "This can only show that grandma's eyes know beads. It's easy for you to say that your grandmother is crying. People who don't know think it's really your grandmother." Summer of snow, beautiful eyes, white Yi Chen. All of a sudden, she thought of something and continued, "Tell you one thing. When my grandmother's home is over there, someone asked why grandma's condition suddenly got better. My mother accidentally said that she missed her mouth. If someone bothers you to treat something these days, you don't have to look at my face." She didn't want to give Yi Chen any trouble because of herself. Yi Chen nods. He is a doctor, but not everyone can cure him. Everything depends on the mood. "Well, I'm going to take a bath first. I've been on my way all day. I should get some sleep. Do you want to come with me?" Summer of snow, beautiful eyes flow, joking way. Yi Chen just want to say what Xia Ruoyi, then twist the buttocks toward the 2nd floor. The bathtub seems too small. Think about it or forget it. Language down, came the summer if snow giggle. Yi Chen helplessly shakes his head. Summer, if snow this wench how the sun yees this move to learn? He didn't think much about it and went straight back to his room, holding the black stone in the palm of his hand. He has a thorough insight into all the samsara graveyards. The 3rd tombstone is still silent. Isn't your own realm enough? And what does Chen Qingsong mean by saying that he is their turnover man? Is it difficult for this group of people to unconditionally make him stronger? What is it to fight against? Yi Chen's head feels confused, no longer think about it, and enters the state of cultivation. In an instant, the innumerable aura of reincarnation cemetery rushed to Yi Chen's whole body. The red light on his body twinkled, and a silk dragon roared and trembled the whole reincarnation cemetery. Capital city, Huaxia Wudao General Administration. Bang! A man with a Chinese face clapped on the stone table in front of him. Stone table is made of spirit stone, hard and incomparable. But under the palm of the Chinese character face man, there are many fine lines like spider web. The man with Chinese character face is Zheng Renjue, who makes countless forces in China feel frightened and covers half of the martial arts world with one hand. The 7th in the list of Chinese masters, 2 times higher than Jianfeng. The more top the list of Chinese masters, the greater the gap between them. Zheng Renjue's cold eyes gazed at the people in front of him and said angrily, "Not only is Fang Zhongxin dead, even the 3 referees sent by our Chinese Martial Arts Bureau died in Wuduotai. That boy can't have this kind of strength." His voice was full of majesty. "Master Zheng, it's not Yi Chen who did it. What we didn't expect was that there was a top strong man around him named Luo Cha. Look at the way he does it. it will never be lower than the existence of the top 50 masters in China. Hearing this sentence, Zheng Renju's mouth sun shrinks. Luo Cha? There is no such person in Huaxia. Do you have photos or portraits? I can roughly distinguish the top 50 Chinese masters. The man pulled out a picture in a hurry. The man in the photo is wearing a cap and sunglasses, almost covered up. Zheng Renju directly threw the photo on the table. Although this person has covered his face, from the perspective of the main body shape, he should not be on the list of Chinese masters. Check it for me. What's more, you can kill Fang Zhongxin. No escape. Bring these two scum to me in 3 days. He wanted to see who was so arrogant that he dared not take the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province seriously. In fact, he looked down on Zheng Renju. If he catches them, they will not die. Master Zheng, things are not so simple. The boy stands behind the whole dragon soul. Not only that, he has a recording file in his hand. A long time ago, there was a rule in China that no one or any force could investigate the life and death result of Wudotai Challenge according to the destiny of heaven. Zheng Renju clenched his fist, and his evil spirit broke out. What I want is a result, not a refutation. Anyway, it's up to you to handle it. I allow you to take some experts from Huaxia Wudao Bureau. I just want Yi Chun and that Luo Cha to kneel in front of me. Otherwise, if this matter spreads out, where will our Chinese Martial Arts Bureau face? Though several Chinese Martial Arts Bureau staff can do nothing but nod, yes, yes, yes. Although Huaxia Wudao Bureau closed all news after Wudotai, it still reached some people's ears. A courtyard in the capital. A thin man came in a hurry. Before he knocked on the door opened as soon as Jiang Jianfeng was really angry. His eyes looked at the man and said faintly, "Can't you tell me what happened to that evil species? By the way, what was the result of him and Fang Zhongxin Wudotai? Although Fang Zhongxin's strength is not strong, it is not the evil that can be hostile to him if he can step into the top 100 of the list of Chinese masters. He seems to be used to it. Every time the thin man appears, it must mean that Jiangnan province will become a day." The thin man nodded. His eyes were full of fear. He organized his words and said, "Mr. Jiang, the result of Wudotai, the devil has won." "Yeah." Jiang Jianfeng stood up, his eyes surprised and shocked. "If it is reasonable to kill Tang Ao in Jiangnan province, Fang Zhongxin's defeat is really unexpected. And won by that bastard? How could it be?" The thin man thought for a few seconds and said, "Mr. Jiang, that evil not only won, but also killed Fang Zhongxin on the Wudao stage." "What?" "Mr. Jiang, please listen to me. It's not over yet," the thin man said. Jiang Jianfeng's eyebrows congealed with the character of Sichuan and stopped talking. The man continued. "Not only did Fang Zhongxin die, but the 3 referees of Huaxia Wudao Bureau all died on the Wudao stage. This time, not only in Jiangnan province, but also in Beijing." Jiang Jianfeng couldn't help it any longer. He held out his hand and grasped the man's wrist. His murder broke out. He said, "Can you guarantee the truth of the matter?" "Sure." "It's no small matter that 4 strong men of Chinese Martial Arts Bureau have an accident in Wudotai. Even if Yi Chun is a god of heaven, he can't do such a terrible thing." The man nodded fiercely and said, "But the other 3 judges are not killed by that evil kind, but a man named Luo Cha. This person is very mysterious. The strength is unfathomable. If we talk about the list of Chinese masters, it must be above me. Even I feel that this person can break out and make it into the top 30 of the Chinese masters list. The key point is that Luo Cha has great respect for that evil kind of attitude. It's like Yi Chen's servant." Chapter 256. Words fall, Jiang Jianfeng's heart set off a storm. Over the past few years, his heart, which has not fluctuated, is surging because of a young boy. The key is still a wave higher than a wave. What kind of respect does a top strong person have for that evil? You're kidding, but the man in front of him can't cheat him. It seems that there are a lot of secrets in that son of a bitch. Give me a plane to go to Jiangnan province. I want to know what kind of villain of Jiang family is. The skinny man was stunned and said in surprise, "Mr. Jiang, are you going to see that villain? Didn't the old man say that he would sever relations with that family forever?" Zhang Jianfeng sneered. I'm just curious about what kind of talent Perron can produce with a rebellious talent and a mole, and if that guy doesn't please me, kill it. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yichen opens his eyes and spits out a mouthful of turbid gas. He tried several times to break through the 6th layer of the aerodynamic environment, but failed. However, it is also right to think about it. Today, we have broken through 2 small realms in succession. If we break through again, it will be really against the sky. He should be content. The only regret, the 3rd tombstone, still not moving. He managed some of the information left by Chun Qingcong, a great part which was vague, but his martial arts skills were extremely clear. Burning Sky Palm, one of the top martial arts skills. The sky-burning palm is like a sea of fire. It overlaps with each other and has infinite power. After training, it will explode out of the sky and kill thousands of people by leaps and bounds. Chun Qingcong can't have any rubbish on him. His martial arts skills are bound to be top-notch. Yichen, according to the above-line operation, true qi, slightly agglomerate, the whole body evil spirit condenses. Suddenly, a flame burst out of the palm. It's so weak, it's almost invisible. He could even feel a burning sensation from the palm of his hand. His eyes twinkled to kill the opportunity. Towards the door suddenly burst out. Bang! The fire in the hand explodes. The whole gate smashes. Not only that, but also the flames around. This door is the existence of Yilingtian reinforced with special materials. It's broken directly. This shows the power of this palm. Lying trough. Looking around the spread of fire, Yichen arm is shocked. The wind. It goes out in an instant. Yichen breathed out a breath of turbid qi. It seems that he has created a training room for himself. He just wanted to test his power. But he didn't release all his strength. He turned into such a situation. Burning the sky palm, it really deserves its reputation. Just then, the door of the next room opened and Xia Ruoxue, who was wearing silk pajamas, came out. Silk pajamas are as thin as fiber, which can't block Xia Ruoxue's proud figure. Even with each step, the chest trembled slightly, and the turbulent situation made people breathless. What's more, there is a vacuum under pajamas. There are 2 small grapes. Xia Ruoxue rubbed her eyes and looked at Yi Chen's door vaguely. She was surprised and said, Yi Chen, what are you doing? Ready to blow up the villa? I suddenly regret. Living in you should deal with it quickly, or you'll be in trouble when Sonny comes back. Finished saying, her head is sober a few minutes. Follow Yi Chen's sight to look down, instantly discovered what? Pretty face Scarlet. Turn toward the house and go. That's it. The door closed. Yichen wakes up, takes a look at the broken gate, but shakes his head. He calls Yilingtian directly and asks Yilingtian to send someone to repair it, in order not to disturb Xia Ruoxue. Yichen is ready to go downstairs to practice. As soon as I closed my eyes, the doorbell rang. He frowned and got up to open the door. When the door opened, he saw a young man. Beside the youth stood 2 ancient warriors with good breath. Can have this kind of expert to do bodyguard. The background should be pretty good. Who are you looking for? Yichen Lightway. There was no movement in the tone. You are Yichen? The man obviously didn't expect Yichen to be so young. He looked only about 20 years old. Yichen did not speak, obviously waiting for the other side words. Xia Ruoxue's grandmother was cured by you? Yes. Yichen Dao. He has already guessed the origin of the youth should be just what Xia Ruoxue said. Since you are Yichen, come with me. My grandfather needs your treatment. The tone of the other party seemed to be filled with no doubt, not so much a request as an order. Yichen Mao's son twinkles a silk displeasure. Spit out a word only. Roll. The next second, the door slammed shut. Cut off everything. The youth obviously didn't expect Yichen to refuse. He didn't even reveal his identity. Why did the other party refuse? What reason does he have to refuse? Yichen in the room has not sat down. The doorbell rings again. He originally did not intend to pay attention to, but think of Xia Ruoxue as resting above. He opened the door again. The young man even said, Yichen, there are some things you may not understand. I might as well tell you that I am from the Han family in Beijing. This time, You're also the leader of the Han family in Beijing. You don't have the right to refuse. Once you are cured, I promise you'll enjoy your glory and wealth forever. What's more, I might as well tell you that my Han family holds an important position in the Wudao Bureau of Huaxia. I heard that you are also from the martial arts circle. If you want to live well, I advise you to come with me. In his opinion, the appearance of their own identity, Yichen must understand how important this matter is. Maybe even kneel and lick yourself. Chinese Martial Arts Bureau? Yichen is young. Mao sensed some surprise. His mother and the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau feud. This Han family younger generation unexpectedly did not know? Let yourself save others? No way. He didn't know that Huaxia Wudao Bureau blocked all news, even inside. Except for a few high-level people who know what's going on today, the rest of us don't know. Hearing Yichen's surprise, the youth nodded and a breath came out. The car is waiting outside. Let's go. What if I don't go? Yi Chen's eyes are cold. The young man was stunned, and the threat on his face was dignified. If you can't go, you can't do it. Take it away. The words fell. The two people around the youth moved, but they did not move. They felt a very terrible air wave toward them. The next second, they're flying out. The air is spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, the youth obviously did not respond. Why don't you go to hell? Words are not said export. Each in a foot kick out. For the last time, get out of here. If it wasn't because you didn't want to stain your blood at the door, maybe you would have been a corpse. His voice was as cold as bone marrow. Youth's body hit the ground a roll. Some embarrassed, his fiery eyes shot to Yichun. Just want to speak. A beautiful shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It's a woman about 30. Sister, this little scum? Before the words were finished, the woman slapped the young man on the cheek. Chapter 257. Don't be rude to Mr. Yi. Elder sister, what kind of attitude do you have? You call this little bastard. The young man's eyes widened. Just wanted to speak. Pa! Another slap in the face. Then the woman looked at the old man who was following him and said, Lao Yong, send this boy to the car. If he dares to have any disrespect, he can directly palm his mouth. Yes, miss. Soon, only women and Yichen are left at the door of the villa. The woman laughed, quite graceful, and even bowed to Yichen and said, Mr. Yi, my name is Han Yen. It was my brother Han Ming just now. I apologize for what he has done. If those people in the capital circle know that Han Yen should be so humble in front of a boy, absolutely startled off his chin. I see. Yichen just want to close the door. Han Yen then stretched out his hand. Mr. Yi, please listen to me for a moment. I know that Mr. Ye's medical practice is very effective. He not only pulled Zhu Ren out of the gate of death, but also helped countless old people who were helpless by doctors in the whole world. If anyone can wake up the master Han family, only Mr. Yi will be the only one. Obviously, this investigation of Han Yen is very clear. Not only did he know that he had rescued Xia, Ruoshua's grandmother, but also that he had rescued Zhu Ren in Jiangqing. Seeing Yichen not talking, Han Yao continued with a smile. Mr. Yi, you can make any conditions, and my Han family in Beijing will definitely satisfy you. I only hope that Mr. Yi can see the sincerity of our Han family once. No matter what the result is, the Han family will thank you. Han Yen finished, looking forward to Yichen. She thought Yichen would move, but she didn't expect that Yichen said coldly, In this world, people die every day. Everyone is equal before life and death. It's the same with you, Han. Also, in my Yichen's eyes, save who is my choice. I will not waste energy to save irrelevant people. No, Han Yan's face is pale, even a little angry. He and Han Ming, two people, one sing white face, the other sing red face, thought it would be effective, but did not expect. This Yichen does not eat this at all. Mr. Yi, would it be too cold-blooded for you to see the dead like this? What's more, the Han family status in the martial arts circle of China. If you save it, you may have protection. Bang! Yichen closes the door directly, leaving only a cold word. I, Yichen, have acted all my life without the protection of any forces. Besides, If you Han family dare to ring the doorbell again to disturb my rest, I promise I will let you bury here forever." Han Yen looked at the cold door and fell into meditation. She thought about the numerous possibilities of coming to Jiangnan province this time. I didn't expect to be rejected so mercilessly. He Yichin is crazy. Dare to refuse the Han family. In the villa, Xia Ruoxia may have heard the news, changed a suit of clothes, and walked down. The beautiful eyes looked at Yichun and asked, "Has the Han family come to find you?" Yichun nods. First, he didn't see any sincerity of the Han family. He only saw the domineering. He couldn't save him. Second, the Han family and the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau have contact. He is more impossible to save. Third, the Han family in the capital is not comparable to the Wudao family in Jiangnan province, but any force is not qualified to let Yichin condescend. Why did he save it? Xia Ruoxu had poured Yichin a glass of water and said, "It seems that you have refused. It's okay. Although the Han family has a big business, I've heard that the Han family is extremely greedy. If you do it once, they will get more. However, if the Han family retaliates, it is also a troublesome matter. But according to your way of doing things, you won't be afraid of them, will you?" Summer of Snow's beautiful eyes have a different look. She woke up not because of the doorbell, but because of a phone call. This phone call is when her friends seem to be asking her about Yichun. Xia Ruoxia doesn't ask about it, but finds out that she is not here. Yichun killed Tang Ao, president of Wudao Association in Jiangnan province. Not only that, but also with Fang Zhongxin of Huaxia Wudao Bureau. Her friend inquired about the result of Wudao Tai. "Chun, it seems that Yi has won." Xia Ruoxu's beautiful eyes are more and more colorful. She stares at Yichin deeply. Her perfect face is full of surprise and shock she wants to see through Yichun. This once worthless youth has slowly stood in the center of the storm. Countless impossibilities were made possible by him. Perhaps before long, Yichin will no longer be the first person in Jiangqing, but the first person in Jiangnan province. Could it be that at that time, her happiness can strive for itself? There's been no news or phone call from Qin family. IT should still be in Kunlun Mountain. Did not invite out that expert in case Qin family suddenly came back? This is her biggest worry. At present, only Yichun can stop the Qin family in the whole Jiangnan province. Her only hope now is that the strong man in Kunlun Mountain has rejected the Qin family. In this way, Yichen's strength is still possible. But what if the Qin family succeeded? Where should she go? What are you thinking? Yichen waved his hand in front of Xia Ruoxu, and he said several words, but Xia Ruoxu was like a mind wandering, without any reaction. Xia Ruoxu responded and said with a smile, "No, it's nothing. I thought again just now. Why hasn't Sun come back? I'm going to learn some dishes from her today. Why don't I have a try today? I should be no worse than you," Yichen said earnestly. The reason why he said this is because in part of the information given to him by Chen Qingcong, there happened to be several rare delicacies in ancient times. These materials are not complicated. He should be able to get them. The key is that these rare delicacies are cultivated with aura and supplemented by medicinal materials. Once taken, they will bring great benefits to the body. Are you sure? Summer of Snow beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Sure. Well, Son, Ian, I want to see what you can do. First of all, we can't order takeout in advance. That's necessary. When Xia Ruoxu and Yichun are chatting happily, a phone call comes. Xia Ruoxu took out her mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID, and her smile suddenly solidified. "Qin Zhengyang, do you want to be so clever?" Yichun felt that Xia Ruoxu's face was not right and asked, "What's the matter?" Xia Ruoxu shakes his head. "Harassing the phone is just, by the way, I go to my room to get something, which is a specialty I brought to you from other places. Wait for me below." Yichun nods, although feels Summer Snow some strange, but also did not think much. Soon, Xia Ruoxu came to the room and locked the bedroom doors and windows. The answer key was then pressed. "Xia Ruoxu, I have good news for you. Our Qin family will come back the day after tomorrow. I hope you can meet my Qin family in the best condition that day." "Of course," and my master Qin Jingyang. Maybe from the day after tomorrow, the situation in Jiangnan province will change completely. The Qin family is the only one in Jiangnan province. My Qin family. It's the sky of Jiangnan province. Chapter 258. Xia Ruoxue heard Qin Jingyang's words. Her eyes slightly shrunk. From the words, she knew two things. First, the Qin family is finally coming back from Kunlun Mountain. Secondly, the master of Kunlun Mountain was invited back by the Qin family. Damn it! There was a trace of anger and alarm in her eyes. If the master Qin family is really the same as the legend, the whole Jiangnan province will have a great change. More importantly, their engagement will be difficult to resist. She thought of Yi Chun for the first time. At present situation, can Yi Chun have a way? Yi Chun can kill Tang Ao. At least his martial arts strength is not weak. The biggest problem of Yi Chun is that he has no power of his own. Tianjin Group is at most an enterprise and a tool to make money. It is impossible to compare with so many powerful people in Qin family. The key is that behind the Qin family, there is a strong man in Kunlun Mountain. Xia Ruoxue has never felt so irritable. She forced herself to calm down, but found it impossible. The voice of Yi Chen's urging has been heard downstairs. Xia Ruoxue bit red lips, opened the trunk, took out an amulet from it, and then went downstairs to Yi Chun. Here you are. I asked for it specially for you. Xia Ruoxue swept the haze in her heart and pretended that nothing was like that. Yi Chun Zheng, looking at the amulet, mouth outline a smile. Eyes are gentle. What amulet is needed for his current strength? What's more, this amulet has no aura and merit light, and has no great effect. Of course, Yi Chun didn't tear apart and put the amulet on his body. Rushu, is this the specialty you brought me? These days, the specialty products are so interested? Yi Chun said with a smile. Xia Ruoxue was some absent-minded. You wear good, very suitable. I have something to go out. When Xia Ruoxue is ready to leave, Yi Chun reaches out his hand and directly pulls Xia Ruoxue's white jade hand. Pull back gently. Summer of snow directly fell into Yi Chen's arms. How do I feel you're hiding something from me? Can't cheat the fierce snow leaf in the eyes. Come on, whatever it is, I'll stand up to it when the sky falls. Hearing this sentence, Xia Ruoxue Jiao's body was stunned. What did she think of and try to say, Yi Chun, how strong are you now? Yi Chun did not expect that the other side would be this answer. He pondered for a few seconds. Have you heard of the Chinese master list? Yes. It's said to be the strongest ancient warrior in China. Xia Ruoxue's eyes twinkle with light. At present, if I want to talk about the ranking, I should be in the 99th, because I killed the ranking of Feng Zhongxin. But I'm not sure about the actual strength. Why did you suddenly think of asking this? Hear this answer. Summer is like snow. The eye is a bit dim. But soon, the dimness disappeared, replaced by a smile. I'll ask casually. Just now someone asked me about what I'm a little curious. Well, I'll go back to the summer house and get something. Yi Chun released his hand and didn't think much. After Xia Ruoxue left, he still dialed Yi Lingqian's phone and asked if there were any problems in the Xia family recently. Naturally, there was no such thing. Yi Chun or feel something wrong. He took out a tortoiseshell and copper money from the Samsara cemetery, put it on the coffee table. Close your eyes and pinch your fingers quickly. The next second, the copper money on the tea table turned automatically, faster and faster. The tortoiseshell is also affected by some kind of magnetic force, constantly changing its orientation. Countless golden lights shuttle between these objects. This is a skill he learned from the old man, although he can't survey his own destiny. But the investigation of Xia Ruoxue's fate is more than enough. For 10 seconds, everything stops. Yi Chun opened his eyes. His eyes shot a fine light. 5 fingers clapped on the tea table. Tortoise shells and copper coins did not move. His eyes were fixed on the coffee table. The omen of great misfortune. Bloody disaster. Yi Chun looks a little ugly. The old man had let him first step into Jiangqing. Is to prevent the bloody disaster of Xia Ruoxue. This bloody disaster is enough to make her die, and the only breaker is him. The way of heaven can't be controlled. He always thought that this day would come very late, but he never thought it would be in the near future. However, according to the divinatory symbols, it should not be today. Even so, Yichen did not dare to take it lightly and directly called Luocha. Xiaoruoshua's photo was sent to him, and then he ordered, "Even if you die, you can't let her have anything wrong." "Yes, my lord." The strength of Luocha almost crushed most of the strong martial arts in Jiangnan province. With his protection, Xiaoruoshua is naturally the safest. This is not enough. In the next few days, I will try my best to stay with Xiaoruoshua. When Yichen falls into meditation, Lei Shui's phone calls. "Mr. Yi, someone wants to see you." "Mr. Yi, do you have time to go to Beijing?" "That person should be at your address right away," Lei Shui said seriously. He didn't think Yichen would refuse. After all, it was a great opportunity for Yichen. "Thank you for helping me. I may be busy recently and can't leave Jiangnan province." Yichen Dao. Hearing this answer, Lei Shui was stunned. Yichen refused? Or refused the invitation to the capital? Is this crazy? Is Yichen going to be the first person in ancient times? Lei Shui knows Yichen's arrogance, and he also knows that Yichen has arrogant capital. But there's no need to be like that in front of that one. That's saving him. Chapter 259. If there's no strong man in the dispute between Wudao Bureau and Yichen, Yichen will be in great danger. Even if Yichen's strength again strong, even if he stand behind that mysterious Luocha, it's no use. At the moment, Lei Shui has a headache. He wanted to say Yichen, but he didn't dare to say it. "Mr. Yi, the opportunity is very rare. When you go to the capital, some people dare not touch you for the time being. Please think deeply." Lei Shui advised. Of course, Yichen still refused. "At present, I really don't have time. I have to be in Jiangnan province. If I set foot on the capital some other day, I will personally make amends to that person." This is Yichen's attitude. If you choose in front of Huaxia and Xiaoruoshua, Yichen will not hesitate to choose Xiaoruoshua. Alas, Lei Shui didn't know what to say, so he hung up the phone. 5 minutes later, the phone rang again. "It's Lei Shui." Lei Shui said directly, "Although it is impossible to go to the capital city, I still want to meet with that person today. He has some questions to ask himself. Besides, the car of that person originally wanted to take you back to the capital. Now it seems that there is only a compromise. You can come to the base, should you? There's a machine here that can talk to that person, Mr. Yi. Please don't refuse this, or the one will really get angry." Lei Shui said, "The atmosphere dare not breathe. Mr. Yi, dare to do anything." "Good." Fortunately, Yichen finally agreed to come down. "Hang up the phone." Yichen changed a suit of clothes. Just went downstairs, the doorbell rang. Yichen thought it was a special car of Huaxia, but he didn't expect that he was still Han's brother and sister. But this time, there were a few more people around them. It seems that the lesson is not enough. Yichen's eyes are full of cold. Han Yen said, "Yichen, I just want you to do it once, no matter what the price. We always want to have a good relationship with you. Why don't you want to?" Han Ming also said, "Yichen, we didn't want to have a bad relationship with you, but even if you don't want to go today, you have to go. You can't help it." The words have not finished. A car directly slowly into the villa. Several people in the Han family didn't think so when they saw the car and the license plate. Several people's faces completely changed, pale to the extreme. How did this license plate appear in Jiangnan province? Sleeping trough. The first reaction of Han's brother and sister is a fake car. It's not killing me. Just then the door opened, and a strong young man came directly to Yichen and said, "Mr. Yi, please get on the bus. The man is already waiting for you." Good. Yichen ignored those people and got on the car directly. This time, the Han family and the rest of the people are confused. License plates can be fake. Can the driver cheat? At this moment, several people only felt that there was a cold sweat behind them. They just offended Yichen. No doubt they were looking for death. Jiangnan province, a quiet place. Yichen was taken to a meeting room. The conference room has a circular screen with 7 or 8 special instruments in operation. Lei Shuwei is also in it. Instead of projecting more than one signal on the screen directly, the old man's hair is a little gray. He is wearing a suit. He looks tough, but he is a little tired. When he saw Yi-chun, the old man's eyes twinkled with light. The air is quiet. The old man finally opened his mouth. Yi-chun, perhaps the 2 words are the most frequently heard names in this period of time. You are a very interesting young man. After disappearing for 5 years, you are like a changed person. Your 5-year disappearance is like a mystery. I sometimes think, where and what kind of person can cultivate a person who is desperate into such a powerful person in 5 short years? Don't get me wrong. I don't have the idea of exploring your secret. It's just emotion. Yi-chun never spoke. At the end of the day, Yi-chun couldn't help it. He said, "If you come to me, you shouldn't say these things. If you have any questions in your mind, just tell me. I won't be choking." The old man was stunned and burst into laughter. "Well, I like your character a little bit. In that case, I'll stop talking nonsense. I'll ask you something. First, is it related to you?" Yi-chun did not have the slightest hesitation. Yes. Second, is Kitano still alive? Is the Luo Cha you are accompanying in Wudo-tai today Kitano Wu? Speaking of this question, the old man was obviously a little excited. Or it's incredible. He needs a positive answer. Yes, Yi-chun still said. Hearing this answer, the old man took a breath of cool air. Really not calm. Chapter 260. How can the old man calm down? Kitano actually came to China. The key is to be turned away by Yi-chun. He didn't look at Kitano's martial arts strength, but Kitano's influence. Kitano is almost a belief of countless people in that country. In the eyes of those people, the status is even higher than that of the prime minister of that country. Now, these countless people's beliefs actually come to China to be a young man. No one will believe it. His body trembled a little, but soon recovered a trace of seriousness. Seriously said, "Luo Cha is really Kitano? How can it be? His strength and style are impossible to work for the Chinese people." Yi-chun sat down and shrugged. "This is a fact. As for why, I can't tell you. Everyone should have their own secrets, shouldn't they?" Hearing this, the old man nodded and said, Good. I also want to ask, will Kitano listen to you? I let him die, and he must die." Yi-chun's words startled humanity. As soon as the words came out, the old man was stunned, and immediately his face was beaming. There have been some irresistible contradictions between China and that country recently. At present, if Huaxia wants to take the initiative, Kitano is the key person. Yi-chun, can Kitano be borrowed from China? The old man made no secret of it. No problem. The old man's heart of joy. "Just want to talk," Yi-chun continued. "But I have conditions." Yi-chun knows this is his best chance. The story of Yunhu Villa, the mystery of parents' life and death, and the whereabouts of the capital dragon lord. He may not know, but one must know. That's the old man in the video. He holds the top power of China in his hand, and there is no hiding any secret. The old man seemed to have guessed something and said, "You want to know something about Yunhu Villa?" Yi-chun nodded, and her eyes were extremely dignified. "I not only want to know what happened in Yunhu Mountain Villa, but also know where the Dragon Lord is in Beijing." The cold killing machine is released. Even through the video, Zhong Nanhai's old man is also one of Zhang. After hesitating for a few seconds, the old man sighed and opened his mouth. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I promised one person that I couldn't disclose the incident that year. It seems that it only happened in a small river city. But I can tell you, it involves 3 top families in China. Any one of these 3 families is not what you can shake now. Even I have to fear. They represent the 3 strongest forces in China. Beyond doubt, indisputability. If these 3 families are angry, China will usher in an earthquake. Even in front of these 3 families, you dare not show any disrespect to the huge Chinese martial arts bureau that you are facing now. If you think I'm a top power, that's a big mistake. The real top power of China is the 3 families. The voice of the old man sounded like thunder in his ears. Yi Chen's body also rolled at the meaning of Tao Tian Sha. An invisible anger suddenly formed. As if aware of Yi Chen's anger, the old man said, "Yi Chen, although I can't tell you everything about Yunhu Villa in those years, there's one thing that is worth your promise to me just now." "What?" Yi Chen said in a deep voice. The old man's eyes congealed, stood up, hands taking advantage of the table in front of him, word by word. "Your parents are not dead." Bang! Yi Chen's heart seems to be hit by a shell. The whole person was so excited. His eyes were red, and his veins were bulging. Although all the information he is investigating now shows that there was something wrong with the death of his parents, and he may even be alive, he can't calm down when he hears the affirmative tone of the old man in the video. "Where are they?" Yi Chen excited way. These words are almost he roared out. The old man shook his head. "I don't know about it. Even I can't touch the affairs of those 3 families. But you should know soon that someone has come to Jiangnan province to look for you." The old man was afraid that Yi Chen would continue to ask questions that should not be asked again. After looking at the time, he said, "I am going to fly to M country. There is a meeting. Today's video is here. I will let special personnel come to contact you about Kitano. And here are 2 suggestions. Warsaw, Warsaw. Second, don't touch the 3 families before you have plump wings." "Language down," the screen interrupted. Yi Chen directly left the Dragon Soul base, did not let Xiao Deng send. He chose to walk back. He called Yi Lingtian at the first time. "You have to investigate the top 3 families in Beijing at all costs." Yi Lingtian soon arranged the data to Yi Chen. However, to his disappointment, there are no such 3 families in the data. He was sure that one of them must be the family behind his mother. The Jiang family. Jiang Jianfeng is the only clue. The second one should be the family of the Dragon Master, who doesn't even know his surname. As for the last family, it was more mysterious. He couldn't figure out which link of Yunhu Villa would involve this family. 3 top Chinese families? Ha ha. If you change ordinary people, you may think you are unattainable. But in my Yi Chen's eyes, this China and even a whole Earth is not as small as dust. Reincarnation Cemetery is his biggest dependence. On the occasion of Yi Chen's meditation, a powerful roar rushed over. A black Hummer was rushing towards him. Instead of slowing down, the speed is accelerating. It's over 200 yards. Yi Chen Mao's son sends out a trace of cold, evil spirit towering. Obviously, some people can't sit still. In the blink of an eye, the Hummer has rushed to Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen is about to hit Yi Chen. Yi Chen's knees are bent and his feet are full of qi. Jump. All of a sudden, body directly from the ground 5 meters high. At the moment of Hummer rushing out, Yi Chen's figure falls and falls on the top of Humvee. 5 fingers are like steel bars to the roof. Zizizi. Sparks twinkle directly through the roof steel plate. Hold your figure. But this is far from over. Yi Chen Mao's son is congealing, and an armed true gas bombing, fierce pull, direct tear. There are 5 people in the car. The breath is not weak. One of them even gives Yi Chen a sense of threat. 5 people obviously did not expect Yi Chen to be so domineering. No longer hesitated. The killing broke out. Yi Chen snorted coldly and shot a blade of wind in his hand and cut it directly on the driver's neck. Driver killed on the spot. Blood is gradually stained on the glass window. At the same time, the Hummer lost control and hit a mountain wall. The remaining 4 strong men in the car realized something was wrong and rushed out of Humvee and went directly to Yi Chen. Bang! With a loud noise, I saw that the Hummer had hit the mountain wall, and the fire broke out. And above the ground, the 4 strong have steadily landed in front of Yi Chen. The cold killing began to spread. Yi Chen originally wanted to give you a happy. Since you refused, it is not right. Next you'll enjoy the torture. A cold and cold language with a rolling force to penetrate. Chapter 261. Yi Chen stares at the 4 people in front of him with interest. The breath fluctuation of these 4 people is extremely strong, and one of them is the most terrible old man in Zhongshan suit. Only from a momentum point of view, the strength of the old Zhongshan suit is far stronger than the others. However, Yichen didn't have too much fear. The dragon, sword, and burning sky palm were enough to deal with the people in front of him. If I guess correctly, you were sent by the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau? Yichen Lightway, the old man in Zhongshan costume, snorted. How is it? Not how it is. Just know that we are here to take your life today. Many people tried to kill me, but in the end they all died. Yichen sneered. Very well. Yichen, today I will let you understand what is a gap. A younger generation dare to be so presumptuous. I really think you are the heaven of China. I tell you, there's a heaven out there. There's someone out there. With that, the old man nodded to the others. Do it. The old man of Zhongshan's suit roared. In a moment, 4 figures shot out like shells. In the blink of an eye, they had appeared in front of Yichen. Chop! Only heard one of the old man roar, in the hands of that bright long knife held high. Cut toward Yichen. Very fast. Tearing the air, the blade sends out the chill in the sunlight, refracts a frightening light. The whole scene is wrapped up with killing intention. Under the strong wind, it falls straight down from the sky and sweeps across the air. It brings a sharp whistling sound and comes directly with the momentum of 1,000 jin. Yichen Mao son of congealing, poor is serious a few minutes. This Tao is a good martial art. The key is to kill. It seems that the people of Huashi Wudao Bureau really don't want to keep him. At the foot of Yichen, Canglong's phantom body will surge, and the body will go to one side directly. Escape this sharp knife. At the same time, without any pause, he broke the strong wind and went straight to the hand holding the knife. Puff A directly clasped that person's wrist. The old man was stunned. He didn't expect to fight back in the face of the attack of 4 people. As soon as he turned around, he swept over with his right leg. This kick can blow anyone's head. His mouth showed a gloomy smile. Boy, you do not have that Rosa. I see how you live. See this foot with rolling strong wind. Will hit Yichen. Yichen calmly extended his hand. Blocked directly in front of you. Looking for death. Bang! When his foot touched Yichen's arm, click. A sound, incomparably clear and crisp. The old man's smile solidified. A strong pain came. In one blow, his leg broke. Now it's my turn. A cold voice sounded in his ear. The force of Yichen's 5 fingers suddenly broke out, and the old man's arm was torn on the spot. At the same time, the long knife also fell down and was held in the palm of Yichen's hand. Yichen Mao's sun twinkles to kill a machine. The true spirit is twinkling in the palm. The long knife in the hand shoots out directly. Hiss! With a sound, the long knife directly penetrated the old man's heart, and even more violently, it nailed the old man directly on the mountain wall. Shocking, like death's judgment. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 looked solemn and did not dare to have any carelessness. This boy is much more difficult to deal with than they imagined. 2 of them were angry and clapped one after another. The momentum of the 2 men rose again in an instant, and suddenly rushed forward with a burst of dust under their feet, more than twice as fast as before. Just like a sword, it turns into a streamer and rushes towards Yichen. The key 2 palms actually condense the virtual shadow. Palm shadow all over the sky. In an instant, Yichen appears to be in danger. There's almost no way out. The old man in Zhongshan's suit didn't start. He carried his hands behind him and looked at Yichen with interest. His 2 companions are brothers themselves. They unite to coagulate their hands and are extremely strong. Few people can defeat these 2 people with their own strength. Yichen looks at 2 people carrying the shadow of the palm and comes. The corner of the mouth shows a play. Since you are here, I will show you the world as well. Let's show you what the real palm technique is. Burn the sky palm. The sky burning palm is like a sea of fire. It overlaps with each other and has infinite power. After training, it will explode out of the sky and kill thousands of people by leaps and bounds. Yichen gathers all the true chi of Dantian in one palm. A sense of endless heat came. His hand is suddenly gushing out flame shadow. Between the waves, the light flashes, the wind roars, the flames roar. A red virtual palm was so blasted out. A wave of energy ripples from the contact like a wave burst and open, where the trees and boulders exhausted into powder. This palm seems to tear the space and bring out a red sky. The roar was deafening, as if the whole earth were breaking apart. Burning the sky palm toward the shadow of the sky, the most overbearing. All the people's eyes are staring round, showing an unbelievable look. What the hell is this? This is a vision of top martial arts. The key is that the vision is terrible. Fire. How could there be such a terrible flame? There is no such fantastic existence in ancient martial arts. The disdain of the old man's eyes disappears completely. Instead, it was startled. It's fear. Is this rubbish that those guys in Huasha Wudao Bureau say? This son relies on Luocha to win? Rely on a fart. Who can defeat the strength of this palm? Flames all over the sky, without warning, directly toward the bodies of the two old men. It's like burning out in the fire. This is the power of burning sky palm. Yichen also totally did not think that this move should be so terrible and frightening. He was happy in his heart, and just wanted to say something. Suddenly, his body was filled with blood, and his mouth overflowed with a trace of blood. This burning sky palm has the power to bite back. The key is that the elixir field in his body is empty. Although this palm is strong, it is far from enough for us to show our own cultivation and genuine qi. We can see the terror of the burning sky palm. Yichen quickly took out 3 pills and took them all at once. 2 qi-accumulating pills and 1 healing blood pill. The entrance of pills makes you feel better. The old man in Zhongshan clothes noticed something wrong and suppressed his inner fright. Now, the most important thing is to leave now. We must report this matter to Huasha Wudao General Bureau. This kid has a big secret, maybe even a practitioner. Just as he was about to leave secretly, a cold voice sounded in his ear. If you want to go, have you asked my opinion? The old man's pace of Zhongshan suit is stagnant, and he only feels cool on his back. When will this boy appear behind him? Chapter 262. The old man in Zhongshan costume snorted. Do you still want to keep me? Yi Chen's expression sunlung. You are wrong. I don't want to keep you. I want to kill you. The old man's face changed a lot. Yi Chen has a fist. The old man's wrist suddenly shakes, and a short knife appears in his hand. The blade changes horizontally and blocks the position in front of his chest. Bang! Yi Chen's fist blows, and the short knife above spreads out a dull voice. The strong momentum of the waves rolling, Yi Chen and the old man of Zhongshan's suit step back one after another. Want to kill me, dream? The old man steadied his body and turned the dagger, driving a gust of wind and wiping it directly towards Yi Chen's neck. He dare not stay at all. Otherwise, if you leave a gap, you will be in danger. Yi Chen Mao's son is dignified. Dan Tian's true qi is few left. He has to be quick. The next second, a dragon sword appeared in his hand. This scene left the old man stunned. Such a long sword, the boy can't hide it. It's like it's out of thin air. What did the old man think of and exclaimed, "The thing that stores things." You have something to store. There was a storm in his heart. At the same time, the murder is revealed. If he gets the things from Yi Chen, he will definitely become the top strong man in China. As for the boy, he is not worthy of it. At the moment, the old man is full of domineering spirit. The saber technique is wide open and closed, with ups and downs. The tiger and tiger generate wind. The shadow of the sword is all over the sky, and the cold is pressing. Where the knife passed, the stones are flying, and the trees were all cut straight. The whole ground looks like a mess. Boy, die for me. All your things are mine. Ha ha. With a knife, the old man condensed the whole body's strength and cut it horizontally. Before the blade arrives, the cold comes first, and the murderous spirit is fully displayed. At this moment, the sword's meaning seems to be infinitely elongated, bringing out bursts of virtual shadows, covering the sky and the earth, and its momentum is like a rainbow. Yi Chen Mao's sunpan cold, cut dragon sword tear air, resist and go, bang! The sword suddenly collides. The air waves are shocking. Click. With a sound, the knife in the old man's hand of Zhongshan's suit was broken directly. He stares at the sword in Yi Chen's hand. It was found to be a spirit sword. Sleeping trough. What is the origin of this boy? He has so many treasures. The old man didn't pay attention to one punch, and the green veins on his hands were clearly visible. His strength was like a blade sweeping out. The fists roared. They let out a deep whistling sound, tearing the air and rushing away. Go to hell. Just then, a black light flickered. The old man felt cold all over his body. Suddenly, he saw something. A dart engraved with blood plumb broke through the air. He nosed the dart. This is not the thing of Ling Feng in Xuemei Hall. How can the key appear in Yi Chen's hand? Can't help but he hesitates. He wants to dodge, but it's too late. Gee! The dart pierced his neck, broke the main artery, and blood gushed. His pupils dilated, and he fell into a pool of blood. After all this, Yi Chen exhaled a puff of turbid air, and his back was wet through. Otherwise, it's not good for you. The key is that he didn't know that the full burst of burning sky palm would produce such great power. To own body in the elixir field is also extremely attrition. I knew I'd leave this burning palm to the old man in Zhongshan's suit. It seems that the sky burning palm can only be used at the most critical moment. Each in 5 fingers a grasp, the true spirit condenses. The mobile phone of the old man in Zhongshan costume appears in his hand. He opened the call log and made the most recent call. Capital City, Huaxiaowudao General Administration. Zheng Renju is checking some information about Yi Chen. He found something wrong. At that time, the affair of Yunhu Villa actually involved some amazing things. Why should the one who is above the key deal with a small family in Jiangqing? Are you willing to destroy the Yi family? Just as he was deep in thought, the phone rang on his desk. He glanced. It was Qian's number. Obviously, Yi Chen should be solved. He sneered. Yi Chen, you should not be the person who is arrogant to move the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. Some people and some forces cannot be determined by their strength, but it's a pity to die so young. This may be the cruelty of Chinese martial arts. He pressed the hands-free button and said, Mr. Qian, remember to clean up the body. This boy is the soul of the dragon at any rate. It will be a bit troublesome to be caught. There was no sound on the other end of the phone. Old Qian. Zheng Renju's brow slightly wrinkled. Just wanted to speak. The telephone transmitted a cold voice. Don't shout, they're all dead. I don't know who you are, and I don't care who you are. I don't want you to disturb me again. Otherwise, I'll find you and screw your head with my own hands. Words fall. The phone hung up. Zheng Renju's anger burns in his heart. Threat. A naked threat. He is a top strong man of the 7th in the list of Chinese masters. He was threatened by a stinky boy who didn't grow up all the time. Sleeping trough. What the hell is this? Bang! Zheng Renju slapped on the table, and the phone was smashed directly. Yi Chen made a call to Lei Shuwei. After all, this place is closest to the base. Let him deal with the body. Let Xiao Dang take him back by the way. After such a long journey, he was almost calm, knowing that the most important thing at present is to strengthen his own strength. With the Samsara Cemetery, what about the 3 top families? If Yunhu Villa is really related to these 3 families, he's going to kill the capital. Anyone involved in this matter, whoever it is, must die. There was a trace of evil spirit in his body, which rose up in the sky, just like a virtual shadow of a blood dragon around him, until the sound of the dragon chant. Seeing this picture, Yi Chen is slightly stunned. It seems that he has unconsciously condensed the evil spirit. The key attribute of Sha Ing is actually the blood dragon. That's not bad. The old man said that his way was not a traditional way from the beginning, but to kill the way. Killing Tao can break all kinds of Tao, but it can also destroy the heart of Tao. Sha Ing agglomerates to form what kind of killing way? If it is evil spirits, it is really a road of no return. Now, the blood dragon should be pretty good. At this time, Yi Chen found that the stone in the pocket was surging, as if to break the bag and rush out. Yi Chen stretched out his hand and held the stone. Almost instantaneously, everything about the reincarnation cemetery appeared in front of him, and the shadow of the blood dragon on his body rushed in directly and hit a tombstone. There's a crack in the tombstone, a faint flicker of light. Yi Chen is short of breath. The The third tombstone appears. The ancient writing is like a knife carving in the tombstone. This time, no name, only one word. I was born in slaughter and withered in death. On the day I come back to the world, those who oppose me will die. Chapter 263. Only this sentence unexpectedly let Yichin feel all over the cold, as if a pair of eyes from the depths of death tightly staring at themselves. Luo Yuntian once said that there are only two ways to activate the tombstone. First, as long as his strength is enough, those ancient great powers can feel that he is qualified, and they can naturally arouse them. Second, some things he did were recognized by these people, but at the moment, obviously not because of cultivation and strength, but because of his blood dragon virtual shadow and his way of killing. It's just that the light of the tombstone is too shallow to arouse. We have to wait. Well, at least he had a thought in his mind. Chen Qingsong's powerful. He has already felt, this is related to the killing tombstone, how terrible the existence behind. Yichin doesn't think about it anymore. There's a car coming. He withdrew his ideas and returned to reality. Mr. Yi. Lei Shuwei walked down from the car. When he saw this remnant, his eyes shrunk slightly. Mr. Yi, someone is chasing you? There was some anger in his heart. Yi Qinggang and Huaxia No. 1 finished the video. They were chased and killed, and he was mainly responsible. It's just some clowns. I'll leave it to you. With that, Yichin got on Xiao Deng's car and went directly to the city of Jiangnan province. After Yichin left, Lei Shuwei noticed the bodies above. It's shocking. He opened the corpse of the old man in Zhongshan's suit and saw the other party's face in an instant. When he saw this face, Lei Shuwei's eyes were full of panic. This guy is the old Qian of Huashi Wudao Bureau. He also looked at several other corpses. His status in the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau was not too low. The key four people joined hands and were killed by Yi Qinqi. Under this, Yi Chun and Huaxia Wudao Bureau are doomed to die. Lei Shuwei took out the phone and broadcast out. Contact Huaxia Wudao Bureau. I want to ask them what is the charge of assassinating the commander-in-chief of Dragon Soul. This kind of despicable means Chinese Martial Arts Bureau does not hold water at all. Although No. 1 does not allow the Dragon Soul to interfere in the conflict between the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau and Yi Chun, it is not bad to make a fuss about it. At least we can buy time for Yi Chun. When Yi Chun was in the car, he received a call from Sun Yi. In recent days, the work of Tianjin Group in Jiangnan Province has been thoroughly launched, and a new round of pre-sale products is about to begin. This time, in addition to Jiangnan Province, several first-tier cities will open up. Capital City, Magic City, Deep City, Sichuan City, and so on. Of course, the capital city and Jiangnan Province are the most important because of the busy work. Sun Yi has to work overtime for a long time. Let him and Xia Ruoxua not wait for her to go home. Yichin naturally did not have too big opinion. When he returned to the villa, found that Xia Ruoxua was not in. Do you eat dinner by yourself? He had planned to make some rare dishes for them, but now it seems that he will have to wait for a few days. At this time, Yichen's mobile phone rang, which surprised him with Xia Ruoshua's WeChat. I bought 2 tickets for the movie. Are you free in an hour? Yichen looked strange. Watch a movie? Xia Ruoshua. Which one is this? She invited him to see a movie? This is not Xia Ruoshua's style at all. If he is invited to a dinner party, it can be understood. Isn't watching a movie something ordinary couples do? When Yichen doubts, Xia Ruoshua sends a word, just to fulfill a little wish of mine. Yichen thought for a while, and naturally did not refuse. Half an hour later, Genie Film City, Jiangnan Province. A beautiful image appeared at the gate of the cinema. There are a lot of people in the cinema at this time point, but almost all people's eyes are focused on the beautiful image. Chenying is Xia Ruoshua. Xia Ruoshua is obviously dressed up a little bit. Waterfall like long hair tilted down. The light refraction is dazzling and compliant. The upper body is wearing a tight chiffon with bare shoulders. The white and red skin is embedded in the beautiful shoulders. Chiffon can't wrap the graceful and proud chest. The mountains and hills are undulating, and the graceful appearance is graceful. With a small waist, the curve is balanced and the figure is good. It can be described as devil. Her lower body is wearing a pair of light blue casual jeans, set off her tall and slender figure, a pair of black casual shoes. The whole person appears charming and elegant, elegant body. Her eyes are as cold as a spring on the snow mountain, with an ethereal and aloof temperament. It was as if nothing could get into her eyes. There have been dozens of male students who claim to have good family background to greet each other actively, which shows their identity. But Xia Rishu's response is indifference. That kind of temperament makes countless young men and girls around feel inferior, and no one dares to step forward. Some boys even want to see who this beautiful girl is waiting for, even if they are late for the movie. Summer of snow, that beautiful eyes looking at the direction of the entrance, as if waiting for something. Not long ago, a casual clothes Yichin appeared at the cinema door. He was just about to make a call to Xia Ruoxue when a graceful voice came to him. Yichin, here. It's summer snow. Follow the voice to look. Summer of snow is shaking jade hand, eyes such as water. When he saw Xia Ruoxue's dress, he was really surprised. This is too beautiful. Yichin is sure that this is the most beautiful side he has ever seen Xia Ruoxue. Summer of Snow see Yichin in a daze, smile, then walked over. A hand directly held Yichin's hand. Check in. Let's go in. Good. Yichin and Xia Ruoxue walked towards the ticket gate. This scene deeply stimulated the hearts of men who had a trace of fantasy. Sleeping trough. I finally found a goddess and had a boyfriend. Can't bear it. Although the boy is good-looking, he is obviously not as handsome as I am. No reason. I don't accept it. Is a flower on the cow dung like this? Outside, who could have thought that Xia Rishu, a beautiful woman who refused to accept people from thousands of miles away, would be so enthusiastic to a boy? They are angry, but what's the use? Laser Hall 2. It's a romantic comedy on the air. However, Yichin is not in the mood of watching the movie at all. He looks over his head and looks at Xia Ruoxue, who sometimes laughs and is moved. He could feel Xia Ruoxue's hand holding him tightly. It's like being afraid to break free. What's wrong with this girl? It's like a different person today. It seems to be aware of Yichin's gaze. Xia Ruoxue turns his head and looks at the beautiful eyes. What's the matter? Don't I look good today? Yichin shook his head. Very good looking. But your behavior is more strange, although this is very normal for ordinary girls, but it is really abnormal on you. Chapter 264. Xia Ruoxue's eyes fell on the screen, and the men and women in the film were kissing in snow. Yichin, I am just a normal girl, regardless of my family and everything I have. I will also want love. I want to see movies. I also like to eat roadside stall things, which is my heart has always thought. I envy Sunny, really envy. I sometimes really do not want to be born in summer. Really do not want to. Today, I suddenly want to feel how ordinary girls fall in love. I say to watch movies, to go to the night market, to have a person who likes to accompany me. I want to try this feeling, even if only one day. Would you like to be my boyfriend, even this day? Summer Ruoshua's eyes flicker a glimmer of light. Do not know whether it's tears or her beautiful eyes and stars. She has no choice. Qin Zhenjiang and the most powerful man in Kunlun Mountain are going back to Jiangnan Province. Maybe in a moment, Jiangnan Province is going to change. She hopes to finish what she thinks before. She wants to experience something that she does with Yichin, and even gives her most important things to Yichin. Yichin is her only way out and choice. As for Qin Zhenjiang, he is not worthy. This day, she wants to enjoy the present without thinking about anything. That's afraid it's her last day. Yichin, would you like it? The clear voice of Summer Ruo Snow rang. Although Yichin did not know what happened, he nodded. Of course. The words fall. Xia Ruosh leaned forward and kissed her red lips. The four lips blend like this. Yichin can feel the heavy breath of Summer Ruoshu Snow and uneasy little hands. He held her lips in his arms through her long hair and brought her close to herself, touched the tip of the tongue, and wrapped it. Xia Ruoshu opens his eyes and is kissed by Yichin. His knees are soft, and she feels like a wave of waves and constantly scours the back ridge. A kiss that is short, deep, and thorough. It was a kiss in the real sense of Charlotte, to remove those accidents and accidents. Of course, Those unexpected kisses belong to Yi-chun. Perhaps hear the cough behind. Two people wake up. Xia Ruoxue blush. Pretend to continue to watch the film. As for the Leaf-chin, cold eyes stare at the voice behind the one. How do people get the eyes of Yi-chun? The man turned pale in the face of the spot. After a film, Xia Ruoxue and Yi-chin went to the night market to see the Lantern Festival in Jiangnan Province. Then he rented a boat and came to the Autumn Lake in Jiangnan Province. The water in Autumn Lake is very light. In the past, when stars are full of stars, many lovers will come here play to see the stars in the sky and the stars reflected on the lake. Two round star, brilliant. But because of the haze and the cloudy sky, no matter the sky and the lake are not stars, naturally no one comes to play. The whole Autumn Lake has only one boat. Xia Ruoxue is standing at the bow, and I don't know what to think about. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Yi-chin Dao. Xia Ruoxue shook his head, and her eyes were lost. I heard online that when stars were growing in the sky, the boat swam to the center of Autumn Lake, and there are stars on both sides. It is beautiful. Unfortunately, the Duke of Heaven is not beautiful. Yi-chin looked at the sky, and there were no stars. The way was, "It's okay. I'll come here with you next time." Xia Ruoxue murmured, "I don't know if there's any next time." It seems to have noticed the loss of Summer Ruoxue. The eyes of the Leaf-chun, what I think. If snow, since you want to see stars, I will take you to see. Xia Ruoxue was shocked. What? Before she came back, Yi-chin stepped on her feet and went straight to the water. The scene of the frightened Summer Ruoxue pale. But she was shocked to find that Yi-chin was so quietly suspended in the water. There is no wave. Step on the water? Xia Ruo's snow under the consciousness covered the mouth. She knew that the strong men in the martial arts and Taoism could walk on the water, but she didn't expect that Yi-chin was so relaxed. It's like taking control of the lake. Yi-chun hand behind. Step out step by step. From Summer Ruoxue foot 3 meters. He closed his eyes and a rune came out his hand. This was given to him by the old man. It was originally used as water to escape, but now he has enough strength to step on the water and become chicken ribs. The fingers of Yi-chin are pinched and the rune is burning. A little bit of a ray is meant to ripple on the water. The scene is spectacular. Yi-chin reached out his hand and said, "If snow, you come." Xia Ruoxue pointed to himself. "Me? But I don't know Gu Wu." "It's okay. Just come here. It won't fall." Yi-chin Dao. The next second, Xia Ruoxue stretched out a foot and stepped on the water. I thought it would sink, but I found myself stepping on the ice. This... She couldn't describe the shock in her heart with words. This is water, not ice, but she just stepped on it like a dream. The smooth surface of the lake reflects the whole sky without stars. But there are boys and girls like the lake, just like a mortal. Yi-chin, step out. Pull the hand of summer or snow. Do you like it? Xia Ruoxue nodded and looked at Yi-chin in surprise. How did you do it? It's amazing. Standing in the water and looking at the lake. I'll never forget this moment. Yi-chin slightly with deep meaning to see if snow's summer light way. This is not enough. Can't let you unforgettable. Although I don't know why you are so strange today. It doesn't matter. If you want to see the stars, I'll give you stars all my life. Yi-chin's voice fell, and 10 spirit stones appeared in his hand. These spirit stones were collected by him during this period of time and are extremely precious. In Kunlun Void, many practitioners will burn crystal stones to release aura, thus speeding up the cultivation. Yi-chin outlines a confident smile at the corner of his mouth and throws the spirit stone fiercely into the sky. At the same time, 10 fingers condense a very strong, genuine chi. A ray of light in the palm of your hand. 10 fingers burning the sky. 10 rays of light shot out and fell on the spirit stone above the sky. In an instant, the spirit stone exploded and opened, as bright as fireworks and embellishment in the sky, into stars all over the sky, innumerable auras surging, the withered vegetation around unexpectedly revived. One side is full of stars. The lake is still full of stars. Because the spirit of the lake is surging, thousands of koi in the lake have jumped out of the lake. The water splashed all over the place, rippling and rippling. Ask the world girl, which one cannot be intoxicated in this scene. It's a wonder. At the moment of Xia Ruoxue, body shaking, eyes are full of moving tears. She thought the best present she received this year was the tears of the stars, but did not expect the situation this scene can be called the world's best gift. Key moment. All this belongs to her Xia Ruoxue. Chapter 265. Xia Ruoxue's heart is like a deer. She has never been so excited since childhood. Even the happy will faint. Yichen, thank you. I will never forget this scene in my life. Yichen, smile. You next time, if you still want to see, just call me on the line. Xia Ruoxue thought of what, but still heavily nodded. At the moment, Yi Lingtian and Luo Cha are standing on the bank of Choding Lake, and their expressions are strange. Who could have thought that the hunter who killed Tang Ao and made countless forces in the whole south of the Yangtze River be in the mood to date a woman? It is even more willing to use such precious spirit stone to create a gorgeous. It's too expensive. If they are known by the forces in Jiangnan province and the capital, they will be shocked. In ancient times, there was King Yuang of Zhou dynasty who laughed at the beauty of Bo Hongyan and the princes of the Beacon Fire drama. Today, there is Yi Chun who laughs for Bo Hongyan, and Ling Shi makes the sky. Although the leader of the temple is powerful, I forget one thing. He is only in his 20s. Shouldn't he be so old? However, at such an age, he has reached this strength. If he grows up again, will he become the first one in the list of Chinese masters? Let's go. Yi Lingtian's mouth showed a glimmer of expectant smile, then lowered the cap, and Luo Cha disappeared in the dark. In the lake, Yi Chun and Xia Ruoxue returned to the boat, and they enjoy the time. At the moment, his original intention is to kill. Yi Chun saw Xia Ruoxue smile more than 100 times today. Under this kind of dimple, all the beautiful things can only serve as foil. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xia Ruoxue took Yi Chen's hand and looked at the time. It's 9 o'clock. Let's go back, and today's crazy is almost. Good. The two returned to the villa and took a bath in their respective rooms. Don't know why. Yi Chen always feels something is wrong. He let Yi Lingtian investigate all the Xia family. There is no difference. Is it because of the Qin family? The Qin family is in Kunlun Mountain. He has not come back yet. He has always asked Long Hun to pay attention to the airports, motor trains, toll gates, and stations in Jiangnan province. Once the Qin family comes back, he must know the news at the first time. And he not only needs to know the news, but also slaughters the Qin family. The existence of Qin family is a threat. But now the Qin family is not in Jiangnan province, so it is impossible to affect Ruoxue's mood. Forget it. I don't want to. Xia Ruoxue's bloody disaster is these days. Anyway, I'll try to stay with her these days. Soldiers will block. Water comes and earth covers. No matter what bureau, it is broken. After the bath, Yi Chen returned to the room and sat cross-legged. As soon as he entered the cultivation state, he found that the door of the room suddenly opened. Xia Ruoxue stood at the door. Her hair had just dried, but her hair tip was still stained with a trace of water. Perhaps because of the high temperature in the bathroom, her face is red and her eyes are a little flattering. Such a scene, Yi Chen can't help swallowing saliva. Yi Chun, have you finished the bath? Xia Ruoxue asked. Finished. Yi Chen has guessed something. Xia Ruoxue nodded and pretended to be very calm. I said, this day we are all lovers, so you don't mind if I come in. Yi Chen shakes his head. Do not mind. Good. Summer Snow closed the door, direct reverse lock. The whole house is smelling of hormones. Xia Ruoxue looked at the quilt and opened it directly. Her long white legs stepped in. The atmosphere was dignified. The key Yi Chen still has some way to feel the summer, if snow. What is this girl going to do? At the moment when her eyes look at each other, Xia Ruoxue opened her mouth. Tonight, I am yours. You're mine, too. That's it. The next second, Summer, if Snow's red lips directly kiss up, is directly push Yi Chen on the bed. This makes Yi Chen a little confused. Push backward? Although Xia Ruoxue's iceberg character has melted a lot, it has not been pushed backward at all. But he is also very clear. Xia Ruoxue is like his own, He also likes her. This is a matter of mutual affection in itself. But this sudden progress is a little fast. Yi Chun, from today on, I am your woman. Summer, if snow-cold voice drill into Yi Chen's ear. With a heavy gasp, her clothes were directly removed by her. Flat under the abdomen, can't help but let Yi Chen pharyngeal saliva. Xia Ruoshua's figure is actually very good. Maybe it's the reason why she keeps fit all the year round, without a trace of fat. The devil's body, plus the angel's face, which man can control it. Yi Chen's clothes were also removed. The two men were completely frank with each other. Xia Ruoshua swept a glance at the lower part of Yi Chen. Slightly frightened, his face was even more shy and red. Although it was strong just now, I was still afraid at the last step. But she didn't regret it. She does like Yi Chen. This kind of feeling is very delicate, like, leave Yi Chen, the world will become boring general. As for Qin Zhengyang and her engagement, she did not care. At this moment, she does not care about the anger of the Qin family, and regardless of everything, just want to be entangled with the man in front of her. Yi Chen turned over and pressed Xia Ruoshua under his body. The lips are in every part of her skin. Xia Ruoshua as a virgin, how to accept Jiao body soft down. There is not a trace of strength. Summer of Snow smile, I don't know why. She feels this is her happiest moment. At least today, she is no longer the daughter of Xia family. She is Yi Chen's woman. Today, at least, she can decide her own destiny. There is no turning back. At the same time, Jiangqing High-Speed Railway Station. A girl about 13 years old appeared at the gate of the high-speed railway station. She wore a light green shirt, a melon seed face. Although young but delicate, a pair of clear eyes staring around. It's full of curiosity. Her hair was a little messy, and she frowned when she saw several girls about the same age passing by her with school bags on their backs. Why are people outside Kunlun so weak? You don't even have a quenching environment? I don't know where that guy is. The old guy said he came to Jiangcheng. Why doesn't Jiangqing have a breath? What the hell? The girl frowned and walked out of the station. Every few hundred meters, he pinched his fingers and made some strange gestures. Well, it's so difficult to find someone else, which has delayed my practice time. Chapter 266. The girl took out a picture and waved to a middle-aged man who was coming toward him and said, Yes, it's you? Come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. The middle-aged man with glasses was a little confused, but seeing that the other side was a child, and now it was night, he might have lost his way and didn't care too much. He said curiously, Little sister, are you lost? The girl shook her head, pointed to the person in the picture, and asked, Have you seen this guy in the picture? If Yi Chen is here, he will surely find that the youth in this photo is him. The middle-aged man took a look at the man in the photo and shook his head. I'm not a local either. Ask other people. Girl eyed some lost. Suddenly, she noticed what? The body instantly into a shadow. Disappeared in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man only felt a strong wind sweeping. And then the little girl in front of him disappeared. He looked around. Not even a shadow. The middle-aged man took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and said, Is a hallucination? It seems that I have been overworked these days. The next morning, Yi Chen just opened his eyes, subconsciously want to embrace the summer snow around him. But I found my side empty. He put on his clothes and washed them. As soon as he got downstairs, he found that Xia Ruoshu and Sun Yi were already having breakfast. Sun Yi glanced at Yi Chen and said, You boy can sleep. It's almost 9 o'clock. I usually get up so early. Today I sleep like a pig. I've called you several times. No matter what, we have to make the final preparations today. Shen Haihua and I attach great importance to this press conference. In view of our hard work, you, the big boss behind the scenes, should give more year-end awards. Sunny joked. Yi Chen nodded. Should the whole Tianjin group can give you? Sun Ibai glanced at Yi Chen, took the bag, and was ready to go out. The 11 o'clock press conference, the end of this conference, I should be able to rest for a few days. Then I will make you something delicious. Sun Yi disappeared in the villa. Only Xia Ruoshu and Yi Chen are left in the restaurant. Yichen drew out the chair beside Xiaoruoxu and said, "Now shall I be told what happened? Yesterday you said you were my woman. Summer of snow, pretty face of red. Just want to talk." Yichen's mobile phone rang up. It's a text message. "Mr. Yi, I have received news that the Qin family is on the way back to Jiangnan province." Seeing the news, Yichen was stunned. Immediately, looking at Xiaoruoxu, "You should have known that Qin family is coming back." Summer of Snow Zheng originally did not know how to say export, but did not expect this matter or by Yichen to know. "What you worry about is your engagement with Qin Jingyang." Yichen continues. The tone is full of indifference. After a few seconds, Xiaoruoxu opened his mouth and said, "Yichen, thank you for everything you gave me yesterday. I don't regret it. But I hope you don't meddle in the affairs of the Qin family, because this time not only the Qin family has come back, but also the strong man of Kunlun Mountain." Hear this sentence. Yichen Mao's son congealing. It seems that the Qin family is so unscrupulous, relying on the Kunlun Mountain. If he guessed correctly, the strong man of Kunlun Mountain is likely to be a kind of person with him. It may even be the kind of existence expelled by Kunlun Su. But even so, he was not afraid. Yichen held Xiaoruoxu's hand and said word by word, "Since you are my Yichen's woman, no one in this world is qualified to move you. The day when the Qin family comes back is a time where he destroys the family. Will you believe me?" Xiaoruoxu's beautiful eyes stare at Yichen tightly. After a few seconds, she nods. Yes. "Well, you stay in the villa these 2 days and leave the rest to me." Yichen said earnestly, "Good." Xiaoruoxu did not refute what. She knew that as a woman, she would have to believe her man without hesitation at some time. The key is that the man in front of him, from Jiangqing to Jiangnan province, has never failed. Yichen stood up and went directly to the balcony on the second floor and made the first call to Luocha. 24 hours. Stay at the villa. If the irrelevant personnel break in, they will be killed. "Yes, my lord." Yichen broadcast a second call. "The Qin family is coming back. Yi Lingtian, what is your strength and what is the power of the Dark Hall?" "Don't worry, master. What you're referring to is a battlefield of the Dark Hall." "Good." Yichen wanted to make a third call, but thought for a long time or gave up. This phone should not be used for the time being. He didn't know if the man the old man was talking about was still alive. When he came out of Kunlun, the old man only threw out a word. "When you get outside, remember that you are my disciple and no one is qualified to move you. If they don't have eyes and you can't handle it, make this call. He'll help you out. If this call doesn't work, it means that the person is dead. You have no chance with him. Remember, this call can only be broadcast once, and don't try until it's a matter of life and death." Put the mobile phone into the pocket. Yichen closed his eyes and held the black stone in his hand. The reincarnation graveyard suddenly appears in front of us, and the light of the third tombstone is more and more prosperous. But it still hasn't reached the stage of arousal. The sword of cutting dragon appears in Yichen's palm. Looking at the sky, he shot out his cold killing machine and said, "The strong man from Kunlun Mountain? I hope you don't let me down." Wandair Airport, Jiangnan Province. A private plane landed slowly. Originally, there were very few people at Wandair Airport, but this time it was surrounded by a lot of people. What's strange is that these people are not ordinary star chasers. Each person has a strong martial spirit, or it's a superior posture. Any of them alone, almost all of them are great figures in Jiangnan Province. These people have long received the news of Qin family's return. What's more, I know that the Qin family has come back with Kunlun Mountain. How can the strong, who can make the Qin family move from place to place, use the strength of the whole family to invite? How can they be weak? The existence of this strong man will inevitably change the situation in Jiangnan Province. Even split the shadow of Yichen the hunter. These days, the various martial arts families in Jiangnan Province are in a state of panic. I'm afraid that if I offend the hunter carelessly, I will be destroyed directly. The Kiwu family and Tang family were killed by this boy. Who can stop him? If it goes on like this, the hunter seems to be the first person in Jiangnan Province. And this time the Qin family comes back, It must be to change the existence of this situation. They are all human beings. If they don't stand in line now, when will they wait? Chapter 267. The plane came to a complete stop in anticipation. The door of the engine room opened, and an old man in a robe came out first. The old man's eyes are very small, but every step there is a strong momentum. Not only that, the master of the Qin family and Qin Jingyang, the martial arts genius of the Qin family, are carefully following behind. I'm afraid of offending the old man. All of them are short of breath. Naturally, they knew that the robed old man was the top strong man that Qin family had gone all the way to invite. Although I don't know the strength of the old man, the Qin family is so flattering and respectful. Must be terrible. The robed old man got off the plane, glanced at everyone, and said to Qin Jingyang, "Apprentice, it seems that your Qin family has some prestige in Jiangnan province. So many people have come to meet you, and there are some strong ones among them." Qin Jingyang laughed and even said, "Master, maybe you understand me wrong. I don't have such details in Qin family yet. These people are all to witness Shifu's demeanor. See me? I'm just a common name. How can people in Jiangnan know?" Qin Jingyang said mysteriously, "Yes, I'll find out later. By the way, Master, I heard that recently a hunter was born in Jiangnan province. He killed the 2 Wudao families in Jiangnan province at a young age. His method was extremely cruel. People in Jiangnan province are in a state of panic." The old man in the robe said with a white eyebrow, "Is there such a thing? Hunter, still do not move to kill the door? Generally, such arrogant people can't live long." Qin Jingyang, Mao's son a turn, continue, "Master, if this boy deal with my Qin family, how to do?" The robed old man stopped and snorted. "Don't worry with me. This son has already turned into a blood mist before he enters the gate of Qin family." Hearing this reply, Qin Jingyang was overjoyed. This is what he is waiting for. During this period, he heard some things about Jiangnan province intermittently, and naturally knew that Shuamei Hall did not kill Yichun. The key is that Yichun grew too fast during the absence of Qin family. It was almost too late for his light to be covered. If Yichun is really as terrible as a legend, it is too difficult for the Qin family to deal with it. Only with the help of the master. With this reply, he was like eating a reassuring pill. A group of people got off the plane. Soon, the owner of the Wudao family rushed up and took out a precious gift from his arms. "It is the wish of our Fong family that the Grand Master came to Jiangnan province. The master is extraordinary. My Su family has heard a lot about you. A green cloud pill for the master. Master, I set up an elegant seat in Dingyuan restaurant to help the master and the Qin family get rid of the dust. Please give me a look." A precious gift was handed over to the old man in the robe, and they were all accepted by the servants of the Qin family. The old man in robes did not speak, and he naturally knew why the group did so. It's all about standing in line and taking shelter. Humble weak, always. Qin Jingyang thought it was almost the same, so he said in a loud voice, "You don't have to eat. My Qin family has set up a banquet for my teacher in Nanqing Villa. If you don't mind, you can go there together and see the grace of your teacher." Those people were surprised and envied when they heard that Qin Jingyang had become the apprentice of the robed old man. In this way, the first throne of Qin family in Jiangnan province is completely stable. At this time, a little girl happened to pass the exit, and he was followed by a middle-aged man with the same martial spirit. The middle-aged man is Meng Yuanchang, the master of the Meng family in Jiangqing. When Chu Shuran was dealing with the Meng family, Yichun accidentally saved his life. Last night, the little girl found that Meng Yuanchang had the smell of Yichun, so she found it directly and threatened Meng Yuanchang to take her to see Yichun. Meng Yuanchang didn't want to pay attention to it all, but when he saw the strength of the little girl, he was really alive. This young girl in her 20s is even more terrifying than the existence of her practice for decades. What's the matter with Jiangqing? There are so many demons all at once. Meng Yuanchang knew that the people in Qin's family were the top powerful people in Jiangnan province. He was afraid that the little girl behind him would cause trouble, so he took the little girl to another direction. Unexpectedly, The little girl didn't intend to leave at all. Instead, she looked at the old man in the road with interest and murmured, "I finally met one who could fight. No, I'm going to play with him." Meng Yuan Chang's face was pale with fear, and he even said, "Auntie, please, don't make trouble. Maybe you will see Master Yi soon." The little girl thought about it and put away her desire to fight. "Forget it. It's important to find Yi Chun and lead the way. I can't see Yi Chun today. I'll let you feel my cotton-killing fist." Meng Yuan Chang. Villa. Yi Chun practices cross-legged on the sofa, while Xia Ruoxue looks at the magazine. Xia Ruoxue plans to go out several times and is rejected by Yi Chun. At present, in addition to the cultivation of Yi Chun, the most important thing is to protect Xia Ruoxue. Never leave, because he found that the evil spirit on Xia Ruoxue's forehead was getting stronger and stronger, extremely unfavorable. As for the Qin family, he did not intend to come to the door in person. He believed that the Qin family would raise their face and fan him. What he needs to do now is to make an impact on his accomplishments. Maybe he will step into a small state, and the third tombstone will be able to completely arouse him. This is his biggest card. At present, the only variable is a strong man in Kunlun Mountain, the Qin family. If the strength of the other side is comparable to that of him, there will be no worries. If the strength far exceeds him, it is doomed to be a bitter battle. Ding! Yi Chen's mobile phone rings. The message of the dragon soul. "Mr. Yi, the Qin family has got off the plane." Subsequently, Xia Ruoxue's mobile phone also rang. When she saw the name on the mobile phone, her face changed slightly. She just wanted to reach out and pick it up. A strong momentum swept over her. The mobile phone was firmly grasped by Yi Chun. Yi Chun glanced at the name and outlined a smile at the corner of his mouth. Press the answer key. A evil spirit voice came. "Xia Ruoxue, you should be clear about the original agreement. When Qin Zhengyang comes back, it is the time of our engagement. I want to—" Words are not finished, was Yi Chen interrupted. "Qin Zhengyang may let you down if Snow is my woman now." The other on the phone heard the voice, a zheng, and then a burst of anger penetrated. "Yi Chun, pa!" There was a loud noise from the other on the phone, and it hung up completely. Yi Chen's eyes twinkled with a trace of cold. The battle has begun. Chapter 268. Panshan Highway. A Bentley business car, heading for Nanqing Villa. Inside the car, Qin Zhengyang heard Yi Chen's words, directly pinched the mobile phone, and rushed to the top with a burst of anger. Xia Ruoxue is his woman. This boy has no qualification to move. What's more, Yi Chen's meaning is obvious. Something must have happened between him and Xia Ruoxue. Damn it! When I think of my fiancé, I was beat by others. His eyes twinkle with a very penetrating and gloomy look. Xia Ruoxue, a bitch, dare to fight against me? Good, good. You think you can get away from me? Dream. No one can stand opposite to me. Now I will not only marry you, but also humiliate you in front of all the people in Jiangnan province. Qin Zhengyang was furious and roared. The old man in the robe sitting opposite seemed to notice something and said, "Disciple, what makes you so angry? It might help to be a teacher." Qin Zhengyang thought for a moment, or shook his head and said, "Nothing. I just heard that the hunter was extremely arrogant. It's just a little irritated. It's not a shame for any man. What's more, if the master knows, he will certainly look down on his Qin family. Even a woman cannot guard. Still want to guard the country?" The old man in robe took a deep look at Qin Zhengyang. "Don't worry. I will let him die without a burial place if he dares to enter the Qin family." What did he think of? He said to Qin Zhengyang, "Apprentice, when I heard you came back in Kunlun Mountain, the first thing you did was to get married. When do you bring that girl to my teacher today? I can also divine the marriage for you." After hearing this, Qin Zhengyang's face was not right, but he still said, "What the master said is that when we arrive at the Nanqing Villa, I will send someone to invite him." Well, the robe old man no longer spoke, closed his eyes, and his whole body was filled with a trace of aura. Everything around the Bentley seems to be under control. This is the power that is controlled by the real strong. Half an hour later, Nanqing Villa, a room. Qin Zhengyang secretly found 6 masters of the Qin family. The strength of these 6 people is almost in the top 10 of Qin family. Qin Zhengyang's eyes were cold and ordered, "If I'm not wrong, Xia Ruoxia should be in that boy's villa. The 6 of you will go to find out. If the boy is not there, take Xia Ruoxia back to the villa directly. If the boy is there, you will take the opportunity to test the strength of the other party. The rumors from the outside world may not be taken seriously, but you should see for real." "Yes, Qin Xiao." Mingcue Villa. Luo Cha, wearing a cap and sunglasses, sits in pavilion outside the villa. This is a public place of Mingcue Villa area, which is only a few tens of meters away from Yi Chen's villa, and just can see everything around. He has been sitting outside for 6 hours. It doesn't move like a mountain. Who could have thought that the existence of the dominant side in that country should have taken up such a job here? He has no choice. A drop of blood essence has been controlled by the other party. Yi Chen wants to kill himself easily and surely. What's more, behind Yi Chen stand the extremely terrible strong man Chen Qingcang. Maybe it's not necessarily a bad thing to stay with Yi Chen. All of a sudden, Luo Cha found something. The eyes suddenly shrink. The cold killing machine released. In the sight, 6 people are heading for a villa. The key to the 6 people are surging with a strong breath. Martial arts strong. No longer think. Luo Cha's step light. The body is like the shell general rushed out. Speed to the limit. In the twinkling of an eye, they came to the 6 masters of the Qin family. The 6 strong men of the Qin family obviously didn't expect that there would be such a strange-looking man in front of them. Because the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau blocked all news, the Qin family was not qualified to know the performance of Luo Cha in Wudo Tai. Luo Cha stared at the 6 people in front of him coldly and said faintly, "I only say one word. No one is allowed to get close to the villa. Anyone who violates it will be killed. In a word, Luo Cha will release the cold killing machine, which makes people palpitating. You seem to be that little animal's dog. If the animal offended Qin Xiao, he must die." Hear these words. Luo Cha's hand appeared a short knife. The dagger is extremely sharp and has a cold light. The 6 felt something wrong and looked at each other without hesitation. The next second, 6 people toward Luo Cha rushed past. Speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of the fist and the shadow of the palm are all over the world, just like a huge net covering the Luo Cha. Endless killing opportunity. If you change it into a general warrior, you will be scared to death. However, Luo Cha was not afraid at all. A sneer was outlined at the corner of his mouth, and his legs burst out. The whole person jumped 3 meters in height. Then he turned his right foot and swept directly towards a huge net condensed by the move. Tear. His right foot directly tears a fist shadow and the palm print. It is more stable to hit 2 of them. Bang! The wind swept the sky. The 2 people only felt that they were hit by a bulldozer and overturned. Hit the lawn not far away. Even if the lawn, for them to slow down a bit of strength, the whole body bone is still broken. 2 people can no longer restrain. Spit out a mouthful of blood, completely fainted. This scene made the rest of the people stunned. Who could have thought that in the face of 6 strong men attacking at the same time, this guy not only did not get hurt, but also defeated the others? What the hell is this? It's your turn. Before the other 4 react, Luo Cha disappears. The next second, in the crowd, like a storm swept away, we're a mess. Qin Jiaqiang's death injury. There's no power to fight. Luo Cha is as easy to deal with him as an elephant crushing an ant. The key to such a strong person, put in any place, will become a guest of honor. How in Yi Chen here? But become a gatekeeper like existence. Before those people could react, the door of the villa opened. Yi Chen glanced at several people who were almost seriously injured on the ground. With a trace of coldness in his eyes, he came to one of them and asked, "If I didn't guess wrong, Qin Jingyang asked you to come." The man closed his mouth and didn't want to speak. Unexpectedly, Luo Cha stepped on his finger. 5 fingers linked to the heart. The powerful pain almost made him ferocious. Answer the adult's question. Otherwise, I'll make you miserable. The man did not care about everything and kept nodding. Yes, yes. Qin Shao asked us to take Miss Xia away. We are also ordered to act, and please forgive me. Yichen glanced at the remaining several people and said to Luo Cha, in addition to this person, all people will deal with it. Yes, my lord. Chapter 269. Luo Cha went to the rest of the people, and Yichen squatted down and took out a pill. He said to the master of the Qin family, take this pill, and then help me bring a sentence to Qin Jingyang. The man looked at the pills handed over by Yichen, knowing that it was not a good thing, but he had no choice at the moment. He just wanted to open his mouth to speak. The pill in Yichen's hand shot out directly, drilling into his mouth. The smell of medicine overflowed, and he felt as if his body was burning. Then Yichen said coldly, tell Qin Jingyang to enjoy the last few hours. Later, I will go to Nanqing Villa to claim my life in person. Language falls. That person was thrown out by Yichen directly. The man hit the ground heavily and felt that the bones of his whole body were falling apart. However, he could only use the skill to support his body go outside. Yichen Mao's son, Tiny Amai, stayed outside for a while, just about to return to the villa. Behind came a voice. Two figures came towards him. Yichen, now the whole Jiangnan province is telling you about the battle between you and the Qin family. I think it's time for you to need Xuemei Hall. Yichen stopped and didn't turn around. He knew the two people standing behind him. One of them is Lu Hanzhuang, and the other is Ling Feng, the helmsman of the Jiangnan branch of Xuemei Hall. I said no need. Yichen Dao, Ling Feng said with a smile. You should also know that the Qin family invited the Kunlun Mountain. You can't be the enemy with your strength. Now, the Qin family is not what it used to be. It has become the first family in Jiangnan province. It can even be said that it is the real top martial arts force in Jiangnan province. How can you fight against it alone? As long as you promise to become the killer of my Blood Plum Hall, I will certainly support the strong from the Blood Plum Hall headquarters and help you. No doubt, the move is to send charcoal to Shuling. If the boy has a little brain, he can't refuse. Ling Feng saw Yichen didn't speak. He thought the other party was moved. He continued, even if you don't think about yourself, you should also consider Xiaoruoxue. The details of Xuemei Hall in China are not something that a Qin family can resist. Even if you don't need your hand, Xuemei Hall can help you erase the Qin family. This condition is very rich. I believe you don't have much time to think about it now. Ling Feng thought Yichen would compromise, but he didn't expect Yichen to turn around and leave. Luo Cha, if these two people do not leave, they will be treated the same way. Ling Feng and Lu Hanzhuang changed their expressions. The eyes of two people are full of panic. Did not expect in this kind of dead end. Yichen still refused. Is he not going to live today without Xuemei Hall? Ling Feng just intends to go forward. A figure in front of him. It's Luo Cha, although wearing sunglasses, but that strong sense of killing and cold. Even let Ling Feng feel a trace of fear. Yichen has such a master. They arrived a few minutes late, and didn't see the Luo Cha move. But this does not affect their perception of the strength of Luo Cha. If you don't leave, don't blame me for my ruthlessness. Ling Feng and Lu Hanzhuang look at each other and go directly to the outside. At the same time, Nanqing Villa. Qin Jingyang's door is knocked. He Mao's son, Wen Qi, connect busy way. Come in. The next second, a figure stumbled in. Young master. Qin Jingyang stood up and saw the man in front of him. His eyes were full of anger. Something's wrong. He didn't care if the man was hurt or not. He just put a button on his neck. Say it. What the hell happened? Are you alone? Where are the others? Qin Jingyang's voice is cold to the extreme. The man's face was pale and scared to the extreme. He could only hoarse his voice and said, "There's an expert around that guy. The rest of the people have been killed. He even let me come back and let me bring you a word." Bang! Qin Jingyang directly threw the man out heavily. What did he say? The man hesitated for a few seconds, but still said honestly, he let you enjoy the last few hours. Later, he will go to Nanqing Villa for his life in person. With that, the man felt the heat coming from his body. His body expanded like a balloon. Qin Jingyang's face changed, just ready to go outside. Man explodes suddenly. A stream of blood ran through the house. Qin Jingyang's body was overturned on the spot. The room is full of blood. Shocking. Qin Jingyang's face is also full of blood. He had never been so embarrassed since childhood. His face was full of anger, gritted his teeth, and said, "Yi Chun, either you or I die today." After a roar, Qin Jingyang calmed down and dialed a phone call. "Bring me all the parents of that bitch to Nanqing Villa. I'd like to know how that bitch would choose in front of her parents and the scumbag." Half an hour later, Mingzue Villa. Summer snow. Why not walk around Villa? Yichen looked at the time and sent a short message to Yi Lingtian. "How are you getting ready?" Soon he received Yi Lingtian's message that had arrived at the periphery of Nanqing Villa and waited for the order of the hall master. Good. Yichen stands up and comes to Xia Ruoshua's side and embraces her bewaist. "I'll go out for a while, and Luo Cha will protect you for the next period of time." Xia Ruoshua, of course, knows what Yichen is going to do. She just wants to talk when her mobile phone rings. It's Xiamu calling. "Mom, what's the matter?" Summer of Snow thought that the phone would come to the mother's voice, but did not expect an evil spirit of the male voice sounded. "Xia Ruoshua, if you don't show up in Nanqing Villa in an hour, I swear I will cut off your parents' heads and send them to you as a gift." "Ha ha ha." Xia Ruoshua's face was filled with a trace of anger and said in a loud voice, "Qin Jingyang, you are a mean and shameless villain." Qin Jingyang did not respond at all, but continued, "Despicable? I'm afraid you haven't seen my meaner side. Also, tell Yichen that boy. Later, it will be my master's reception banquet. If he dares to come, I'm very welcome to Qin family." Soon, the phone hung up. Some of the eyes of the Snow do not want to know what. At present, she has no choice. The fate of her parents is in her hands. She made up her mind, looked at Yi Chun, and said firmly, "Yi Chun, can you take me to Nanqing Villa? I'm afraid of my parents." Although from childhood to adulthood, her parents have been forcing her, but she is very clear that her parents really love her. Some of the decisions are just forced. If her parents have an accident now, if she doesn't stand up, she may have a shadow all her life. Chapter 270. Yichen naturally heard the content of the phone and nodded. "Okay, then you and I go to Nanqing Villa." Dark Hall and Luocha, these two forces exist at the same time. Want to protect the safety of Xia Ruoshua should not be difficult. If she wants to go, go. Jiangnan Huajing 5-star Hotel, top floor presidential suite. Jiang Jianfeng stood in front of the French window, his eyes slightly narrowed, looking at the scenery of Jiangnan province. Behind him was a man kneeling, telling something about Jiangnan province, compared with the capital. The scenery of Jiangnan is beautiful and generous, but it lacks a trace of charm. Jiangnan province may be big enough in many people's eyes, but when they set foot on the capital, they will find that Jiangnan province is too small. No matter people or things. For a long time, the people behind have finished the matter. Jiang Jianfeng also turned around and said faintly, "Do you mean that the evil kind is more dangerous and less auspicious?" The man kneeling on the ground nodded. "Mr. Jiang, the Qin family may not be afraid of it, but the strong man down the Kunlun Mountain is not so simple. I went to the airport today to have a look. Although the other side didn't make a move, I could feel the breath surging on the other side. Very strong. Even if Yi Chun has that Luocha, there is no possibility of living at all." Jiang Jianfeng's mouth showed a trace of radiance. "I remember you said similar words a few days ago, but that evil kind is not still alive, well?" The man was stunned, and there was something wrong with his face, but he still said, "I didn't find out the details of the evil species several times ago. Now it should be almost. Moreover, I have received news that the evil species has left Mingzue Villa and is heading for Nanqing Villa." Jiang Jianfeng nodded and sat on the sofa with 2 spirit stones in his palm. The spirit stone revolves. The whole hotel room overflows extremely strong aura. For a long time, he said, "You also set out to go to Nanqing Mountain Villa. If this evil species dies, it may be fate. If this evil species survives by luck, you will bring him to me in person." I'd like to see how a waste of Fangen can get to this point today. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Nanqing Villa. The guests are full. Most people come here for a glimpse of Kunlun Mountain Master. What's more, everyone knows very well that today's hunter may also come to Nanqing Villa. If Yi Chun, the hunter, comes, how likely will he win? I think 1 point. According to the strength of Yi Chun, the Qin family may not be able to compete, but if you add the Kunlun Mountain strong man, it is not necessarily. Indeed, I felt an extreme danger from the old man in the robe. This kind of danger is far more terrible than Tang Ao and Yi Chun, the hunter. Don't say that. I don't think Yi Chun will step into Nanqing Mountain Villa. Maybe he left Jiangnan province long ago. After all, the situation in Jiangnan province has changed completely after the Qin family came back. The martial and Taoist circles in Jiangnan province, which was originally tripartite, may have become respected by the Qin family. There was constant whispering in the room. Not far away, there was a middle-aged man and a girl. It's Ling Feng and Lu Hanzhan. The two never showed their true faces. Naturally, no one would doubt their appearance. Lu Hanzhuang looked at Ling Feng and said in a low voice, "Dad, what did you bring me here? I still have a task today." Ling Feng looked at the long-robed old man in Qin Jingyang not far away and said faintly, "For Xuemei Hall, the most important task is this matter. Yi Chen refused us. I want to see if the son can leave Nanqing Villa alive." Lu Hanzhuang looked pale and thought of something. He asked, "Dad, I still owe Yi Chen a favor. After all, he saved me at the beginning. If Yi Chen was really in danger, would you like to do something?" Ling Feng shook his head. "It's useless for me to make a move. It's not as simple as you think. The old man in long robe, I feel that if we only talk about strength, at least the top 20 of Chinese masters list, his breath is too dangerous. What's more, I've already smelled the faint bloody air in the air. It's estimated that some people will die in Nanqing Villa before long." Just then, there was a roar from the crowd. Ling Feng and Lu Hanzhuang found what the eyes toward direction to shoot. Soon, they noticed a car slowly entering Nanqing Villa. No one dares to stop it. A few seconds later, the car stopped, the door opened, and a young figure came out. Young people have short black hair and strong sword eyebrows. They have sharp black eyes, thin lips, and sharp edges. They are tall but not rugged. They are like eagles in the night. They are aloof and lonely, but they are full of vigor and pressure. They are proud of the strength of the world. Such a station alone seems to be a field of its own, looking at the whole Jiangnan province. Besides Yi Chun, who will there be? Yi Chen swept a glance at all people, a smile, directly stretched out his hand to help Xiao Rushu down. The appearance of the two people darkened the whole audience instantly, or shocked the audience. Those guests, or the great figures in Jiangnan province, were all breathing fast. They think Yi Chen may come, but did not think that Yi Chen not only came, but also brought Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Ruoxue is Qin Jingyang's fiancée. Yi Chen in front of so many people, pulling the hand of Xiao Ruoxue. The key two people are close to the extreme. This is not to embarrass and humiliate the Qin family on purpose. It's hard to see the extreme in Qin's face. Everyone's eyes are on Qin Jingyang's table. Sure enough, Qin Jingyang and the Qin family around him were all livid. Some of them even shivered. If they were not for the old man sitting in the robe, they would have started to beat the table. The old man in the robe noticed something wrong. He took a look at Yi Chen and Xiao Ruoxue and then looked at Qin Jingyang. If I didn't guess wrong, then the boy is a hunter. I don't know why. The robe old man found a sense of familiarity in Yi Chen. He didn't think much. Qin Jingyang nodded. "Master, that boy is a hunter who makes Jiangnan province restless, Yi Chen." The old man in the robe thought deeply and then said, "It seems that this boy is coming to trouble the Qin family. But since he is in trouble with the Qin family, why should he bring a woman who has no accomplishments? Does this not mean that he adds trouble to himself?" Qin Jingyang didn't speak. He was staring at the two people with 10 fingers clasping their hearts. His anger seemed to go straight to the top of his head. Who could have thought that this boy should be so unscrupulous? Do you really think he's gone? At this time, Qin father opened his mouth. Adults do not know that girls my Qin family did not pass through the wife. Chapter 271. Qin's fathers already felt the surrounding discussion. This matter also cannot hide. Might as well confess. Hearing this, the old man's eyes were more interested. He looked at Qin Jingyang and said, As my disciple, you can't even keep a woman. Master, Qin Jingyang is very frustrated in his heart. He really wants to kill Yichen now. The robed old man waved his hand and said, I don't need any reason. Originally, I wanted to help you kill this son, but now it seems that you should do your best. If I kill him for you, it can solve the problem, but it can't solve the fact that your heart is damaged. Only if you kill yourself can you benefit a lot. What's more, during this period of time, you practiced with me, and I also taught you some rare martial arts skills. It's time for me to see the results. Qin Jingyang stood up and said seriously, Yes, master, I will behead him myself. Just as Qin Jingyang was about to leave, the robo man said, Wait a minute. Then there was a sound of breaking the sky. Qin Jingyang stretched out his hand and opened it directly. He soon found a pill lying in the palm of his hand. This pill can help you improve your strength. I hope you don't let me down. Yes, master. Qin Jingyang clenched the pill and walked towards Yichen and Xia Ruoxue. The air was as heavy as it could be. The killing machine has been brewing to the extreme. Fight, it's on the trigger. Qin Jingyang stopped. His cold eyes looked directly at Xia Ruoxue and said, Bitch, do you forget the lesson I gave you at the beginning? I warned you. You are my Qin Jingyang's woman. No one is qualified to move. No one is qualified to move. I'm going to give you one last chance to let go of that guy's hand, marry me, and let me divorce you in front of everyone in Jiangnan province. Or your parents' lives will be lost. Your life will not be saved. Don't think that if this boy stands behind you, my Qin family can't do anything about it. Today, I will let you two dogmen and women feel what is small. The last word, almost Qin Jingyang roared out. After Qin Jingyang finished, he directly swallowed the pills given to him by the elder. He wants to crush Yichen. He wants to show his talent and strength in front of the master. Yichen looked at Xia Ruoxue and said, Do you want to marry Qin Jingyang? Summer of Snow bite red lips without hesitation. Do not marry. Yichen looked at Xia Ruoxue. Well, I cut him off. The next second, Yichen in situ into a shadow, directly rushed out. The powerful air wave swept across the whole Nanqing villa, as if a strong wind blowing. Qin Jingyang's medicine broke out, and his strength continued to rise, which made him enjoy the ultimate. Looking at Yichen, he roared and his fists burst out. The fist actually overflowed a trace of light air flow. Bursts of air explosions sounded so terrible. Bang! The two fists intersected, making a low voice like thunder. Qin Jingyang only felt a strong attack, and then the whole body retreated several steps. It's a mess. He found that he could not resist the power of this boy's fist even after taking pills. Qin Jingyang's eyes are full of panic. He knows Yichen is very strong, but he doesn't know how strong he is. How could it be? You are not my opponent, and you are not worthy to be my opponent. Yichen's faint voice rings out. Disdain to the sky. The guests around were completely confused. Qin Jingyang is regarded as the top genius in Jiangnan province. He can't resist Yichen's fist, but think carefully. Also calculate normal. After all, Yichen killed Tang Ao at the beginning. Tang Ao and Qin Jingyang's strength always have some gap. Qin Jingyang takes a look at the robo man, bites his teeth, and strides out step by step towards Yichen. At this time, Qin's father directly threw a spear at Qin Jingyang. Jingyang, use this gun to deal with this boy. Qin Jingyang takes the spear with one hand. The figure twinkles. A shot pierces the air, just like the one Yichen's life. Yichen looks at the long gun attack. The corner of the mouth shows a trace of indifference. In the last second, the killing of the body broke out. A step, the arm's real chi flow up, but also stretched out a finger. The finger spilled a light blood gas. Directly point out. Put a gun in front of me. One finger is enough. Get out. Yichen's fury resounds through the whole villa. Click. When he touched the gun, He could not feel the force of the gun. The spear's broken. Qin Jingyang's hand holding the spear is even more painful. He found a blood hole in the palm of his hand. My own bone is broken. No, it's not just broken. Even the bones are broken. Qin Jingyang spouted a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth. The whole person flew upside down and hit the wall. The earth shook a little bit. Yi Chen's eyes are cold, 5 fingers into claws toward Qin Jingyang's neck button. As I said, I'll come and ask for your life myself. This scene, in everyone's mind, burst open. No one would have thought that things would be so crushing. It's not that Qin Jingyang is too weak, but Yi Chen is too strong. 1 punch, 1 finger. Even let Qin Jingyang suffer a heavy blow. The crowd couldn't help holding their breath. Instead of looking at Qin Jingyang, they looked at the robed old man. The apprentice is so embarrassed that with Yi Chen's strength, it is impossible for Qin family to be able to defeat him. If the strong man of Kunlun Mountain doesn't fight again, Qin Jingyang will die. When a line of sight falls in the direction of the robed old man, they find that there is no figure in the position. The next second, an old voice sounded in the whole Nanqing villa. Dare to touch my disciples. Look for death. The sound is like shaking. The sound wave is sweeping, and the earth is shaking. Those who are strong in martial arts can feel their own qi and blood surging up. A strong pressure enveloped the whole villa. Some people with low strength even spit out a mouthful of blood. Xia Ruoxue also feels a little uncomfortable, but Luo Cha soon blocks in front of Xia Ruoxue. Step out. The power of sound wave disappears. Miss Xia, I'm surprised. Xia Ruoxue's face is pale, a face worried to see Yi Chen. Did not care about the return way. I'm okay, because at the moment, a dark shadow is rushing towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen discovered the appearance of Lin Mo Mountain at the first time. He didn't dare to take it lightly. He retreated, and at the same time, his true qi condensed and wrapped his whole body. Little bastard, you are just a pneumatic environment. Do you really think you are the heaven of Jiangnan province? Look for death. Lin Mo Shan's eyes are cold, with a thick killing machine gnashing his teeth. When the fists attack, Yi Chen instantly feels a strong pressure from the cross. Like a storm, an extreme breath of death enveloped him in it. In an instant, his face changed greatly. He looked at the blow that was about to fall. He didn't care about everything. He hit the same punch. Chapter 272. The other party is too fast. Yi Chen can't even use his martial art skills. Boom! When the huge crash sound came, Yi Chen only felt an overwhelming trend sweeping over him, and his body stepped back 8 steps directly behind him. Hold on. The blood is surging up. It's hard. Only this fist. Yi Chen found that the strength of this man is not only far beyond himself, but also far beyond Luo Cha. Damn it. It's a real match. Lin Mo Shan doesn't give Yi Chen a chance to think. The strong wind makes a big rush towards Yi Chen again. I have practiced for decades. If I can't even move a little boy, it will make countless people laugh at me. This time, Lin Mo Shan clapped. Open and close. The palm is covered with a layer of white halo. Storming. All routes of Yi Chen are blocked. He doesn't plan to give Yi Chen a living. There is not a trace of reincarnation on his face. Now it's up to you. In the face of this kind of top strong, he can break through into battle. The only way to fight against each other is to burn the sky palm. Yi Chen gathers all the true qi of Dantian in one palm. A sense of endless heat came. His hand is suddenly gushing out flame shadow. Between the waves, the light flashes, the wind roars, the flames roar. A red virtual palm was so blasted out. A strong burst of energy. It's like a giant beast crashing towards Lin Mo Mountain. The earth trembles. The tables of those guests were smashed. Lin Mo Shan has no intention to stop his hand. He is full of genuine qi and blows out a fake palm. The virtual palm was torn on the spot, and the air burst. When the sound of violent collision came, Lin Mo Shan only felt that his eyes were dark and his internal organs were shocked. His chest was stuffy, his throat was sweet, and his mouth was filled with blood. His whole body flew out. Seeing this scene, Qin Jingyang on the ground flashed a trace of fright in his eyes and took a deep breath. look at Yi Chen again, as if standing in front of them is the god of death, a god of death crawling out of hell. Is the gap between them like a natural moat? He thought he had become the apprentice of that man, and he could even become the first person in China after many years. But now it seems that Yi Chen will not die. I'm afraid that the first person in China, and I have no chance. At the thought of it, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Not only Qin Jingyang, but also all the people in Nanqi Mountain Villa, including Ling Feng and Lu Hanzhuang, have their eyes fixed on this young man born in the sky. All of them were shocked by him. They opened their mouths wide and could not make a sound. This hunter is too terrible. The power of one hand has even lifted the powerful man of Kunlun Mountain. Sleeping trough. When did this kind of person against the heaven appear in China? They even think that this time standing in line with Qin family is the most wrong choice in their life. Indirectly offended Yi Chen. Just then, Lin Mo Shan suddenly laughed and said, "If I guess correctly, this is the top martial art in Kunlun. Although I don't know how you master this skill, but this is no longer important, because in the future this is my martial arts." Ha ha. And in fact, this palm has consumed all the true chi of your elixir field. Now you're the bow of a strong crossbow. There is no doubt that you will die. It's impossible for aerodynamic environment to do such a trick. Now it's time for you to die. His eyes were burning with fear. If he gets this kind of martial art skill, his strength will be increased more than 5 times. Yi Chen Mao's son extremely serious. Indeed, the burning sky palm is strong, but it is too overbearing. He thought he could kill Lin Mo Mountain with one hand. But I didn't expect that it just hit Lin Mo Mountain. Next trouble. Lin Mo Shan's mouth showed a trace of contempt, a cold hum, a direct blow toward Yi Chen, momentum like a rainbow. Give up who? How can you block me? At the same time, there was a roar from the mouth. Fist for a moment, as if through time, infinite expansion, rolling the air, issued a beast-like roar. Boom! Just then, Luo Cha rushed out, block in front of Yi Chen's body, direct a palm to run. In an instant, the fist collided with Lin Mo Mountain, and a huge explosion sound came, and Luo Cha suddenly retreated. However, Lin Mo Shan's body was suddenly shaken, and then he stood firm again, turned around, and the second fist hit Luo Cha. I didn't expect that there was a strong man around you. It's just that the strength of this strong man is not as good as mine. Bang! It's a fierce bombardment again. It's incomparable. Lin Mo Shan retreated a step, but Luo Cha actually stepped back 5 steps. Not only that, Luo Cha's mouth has spilled blood. Viscera have been shocked. Even though injured, he still blocked in front of Yi Chen. Because if Yi Chen has an accident, he will surely die. Lin Mo Shan stopped his steps and looked suspicious. You don't want to die? There's a big gap between you and this little beast. Why protect this boy? Luo Cha Mao Sun cold. You're not qualified to insult adults, die. My lord, Lin Mo Shan looks more and more strange. He really didn't understand that a strong man was willing to be the servant of this boy. Before he could figure out, Luo Cha had already rushed out. With the atmosphere of tyranny, like a hungry beast, opened his mouth and went straight to Lin Mo Mountain, looking for death. Lin Mo Shan angrily denounces. The figure disappears, turns to the gale, appears in front of Luo Cha again. Click. Crisp sound of fracture. Naked eyes can see that the arm of Luo Cha was blown off, blood flying like rain. But Lin Mo Mountain is as stable as Mount Tai. In fact, his realm is only 2 small realms beyond Luo Cha. But his martial arts skills from Kunlun, Su do not know how much stronger than Luo Cha. It's very easy to deal with him. Then Lin Mo Shan raised his foot and kicked directly on Luo Cha's chest. Bang! Luo Cha, who has been seriously injured, flies out, hit the wall heavily, break a wall. This war directly crush. The war situation reversed. Lin Mo Shan raised his head and looked coldly at Yi Chen in front of him, revealing a sneer. The hunter, but so, what are you fighting me with now? If I don't show up in Jiangnan province, maybe you'll become the first person in Jiangnan province. Even with your talent, it's not impossible to win in Huaxia 10 years later. but it's a pity that you met me. What I like most is killing genius. A genius like you. Quiet, absolutely quiet. Under the stage, only the sound of other people swallowing can be heard. Everyone's eyes widened and looked at the old man, who was born like the god of war. Although they don't know how strong the top Chinese are. But Lin Mo Shan is definitely qualified to be in the top 20 of the master list, even the 10th in the list of Chinese masters. Chapter 273. Lin Mo Mountain releases a strong breath, almost covering everything. Everyone thinks that in the face of such a strong man, what kind of fight does Yi Chen take? A mountain is higher than a mountain. Seeing this scene, Lu Hanzhuang in the distance trembled and said to Ling Feng, "Dad, is there really no way out?" Ling Feng shook his head, his face full of regret. If Yi Chen had agreed to his request, he might have had a chance to move to the capital to rescue soldiers. Now it's impossible. This time, Yi Chen is doomed to die. This may be the price of arrogance. No one in Jiangnan province can stop Lin Mo Mountain. No one. At this moment, Lin Mo Shan's hand suddenly appeared a short sword. The cold light flickered and said to Yi Chen, "Finally, I'll give you a last word. Just one sentence. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might even consider giving you a few more minutes to live." It seems that his words of life and death have come to an end. Everyone thought Yi Chen might kneel down and beg for mercy, but he didn't. Yi Chen stares at Lin Mo Shan. The sword of cutting dragon appears in his hand, and his cold eyes twinkle with cold killing intention. "Let me kneel? You are not qualified." The next second, Yi Chen rushes out, cuts the dragon's sword to tear the air. The sound of whistling directly draws out a corroding radiant. Take Lin Mo Shan's neck. Lin Mo Shan didn't mean to dodge at all. He touched the dagger in his hand. Click. Strange things happen. Lin Mo Shan's dagger is broken. Not only that, Yi Chen's sword in his hand actually crossed the chest of Lin Mo Mountain. Tear the clothes. There's a cut. Blood oozes out, although there was no serious injury. Who could have thought that Yi Chen, who was already the bow of a strong crossbow, could even break out such a killing opportunity? What the hell is this? Only Xia Ruoxuan noticed that Yi Chen had 3 silver needles in his arm. Yi Chen is not only a practitioner, it's the god of medicine. The world of cultivation is magic. The human body is more magical. To stimulate acupoints with silver needles, short-term recovery of dantian, why not? Although it will overdraft some of the body, but it is nothing to him. At the moment of the mountain, the sword is broken again, as if it were broken by the mountain. This is his best chance. Everyone did not expect Yi Chen to suddenly run away. Lin Mo Shan has been defeated in succession. The key is that he has never seen Yi Chen's sword technique. Like a tight wall, he already has a certain in his heart. Young and so powerful, coupled with Yi Chen's true qi, this boy must come from Kunlun Su. He didn't care about everything. He stretched out his hand fiercely and directly held the sword of cutting dragon. Even if there is genuine qi to protect his hand, the sword of chopping dragon still cuts through the true qi, making his palm full of blood. Lin Mo Shan's face was full of anger. He roared, preferring to get hurt and smash it out. Bang! The two separated and retreated 5 steps in succession. Smoke rolling, dust all over the sky, wind howling this moment. The scene is very quiet. The silver needle on Yi Chen's body has been shaken open by the air wave. Damn it! A feeling of weakness hit me. Extremely uncomfortable. Xia Ruoxu noticed something and quickly helped Yi Chen carry. "Yi Chen, I'll take you away." "Want to go dream." The next second, the angry Lin Mo Mountain will be swept by bursts of strength. His palm energy quickly condensed in the moment of display, condensed into a thorn. One stabbed into the human body. You will die. This one, like the wind, like a shower, no one's dodging. Let everyone unexpected is that Xia Ruoxu unexpectedly, without hesitation, in front of Yi Chen's body. Grass. Yi Chen now set off bursts of anger. Is the old man's bloody disaster to Xia Ruoxu now? Xia Ruoxu is not in trouble for other reasons at all, but because of him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's face is extremely ferocious. He will never let Xia Ruoxu have an accident. He felt the samsara cemetery. The tombstone full of death may have been influenced by Yi Chen's anger and turned out to be golden. On the tombstone is surging cold blood, like the god of slaughter crawling out of hell. At the moment, Yi Chen's eyes are red. Just want to move the tombstone. A cold and tender voice rings out. Wow, the fight didn't call me. Hear this voice. Yi Chen Mao's son suddenly stared big. He suddenly turned his head and saw a little girl with 2 braids coming towards him. The girl's speed is very fast. In the blink of an eye came to Yi Chen's front. Looking at Lin and Mo Shan, the girl laughed and rolled up her sleeves. Her expression was extremely excited. It's you, old man. When I was at the airport, I thought you were not very happy. Just right. I haven't had a fight for a long time. Warm up. With that, the girl's legs slightly bent, like a tiger hunting general, put out a fighting posture. Bang! What shocked everyone? The girl rushed out. The ground even split a few holes. This scene let many people flash a trace of horror on their faces. The deep cracks on the ground let these people take a breath of cool air, and their weight can be judged in an instant. How could a little girl break out of this power? You're kidding. This kind of little girl is still studying in primary school or junior high school, but there is such a fact. Most of us are old faces. They have practiced for most of their lives, but they can't even rival a little girl. Lin Emo Yamamoto was still a little contemptuous. When he saw the momentum of the little girl, his face changed. Master, mountain climbing palm. Lin and Mo Shan a light roar, directly toward the little girl's Tianling guy to shoot. One move will kill you. The 2 palms drive the air to give out a dull roar, like the roar of the wind and thunder. Suddenly, set off a gust of wind, as of the essence of the general energy toward the little girl straight forward. The little girl kept saying, "Oh, old man, you have something. It's good. Let you try my invincible Fei-Fei fist." Language down. The girl became serious, in front of unexpectedly out of thin air 10 fists. Weird to the extreme. The fist and fist overlapped. In an instant, 10 punches were added into one. At the moment when Lin and Mo Shan rushed his body, his strength suddenly burst out. Bang! In an instant, the 2 forces intersect and explode, make a deep, heavy roar. The old man thought that the little girl would be killed by him on the spot, but he didn't expect that a strong momentum penetrated his arm. Even more, he rushed to his internal organs. His pupils are dilated. His face was astonished to the extreme. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Looking at the little girl who rushed again in a twinkling of an eye, Lin Mozhan put away his despised heart, and the murder broke out and met him again with a roaring momentum. Chapter 274. The little girl looked at Lin and Mo Mountain Rush, stretched out a lazy waist, lost way. Originally thought as a master, now seems is a spicy chicken. A word let Lin and Mo Shan blush and neck thick. Hard to say a word. Can only use angry eyes to look at the little girl. Find death. He was said to be a little boy with spicy chicken. It's a shame. Naked shame. He was worried that he would be honest with a little girl. Now he is totally ignored. Change a fist into claw. 5 fingers to the little girl's chest buckle. He's going to penetrate the girl's body. Dig out her heart. Let her know what is inferiority. What is elder generation? The arrogant people usually die early. The little girl gave a white look at Lin and Mo Mountain and sighed. You are spicy chicken. Don't believe it. Just now you want to move that kid? He's my man. You're not qualified to move. But old man, if you can bear my 3 moves, I will not take the hand. Next second, the little girl's figure suddenly disappeared. Like a storm, Lin and Mo Shan's face changed greatly, and he lost the direction of attack. Looking around anxiously, I was afraid that the little girl would come out of nowhere and attack him. Old man, my aunt is here. A cold voice sounded. Lin and Mo Mountain fierce claw-dead buckle to the source of sound, but found how to grab. Before he came back, a pink fist cut through the air and came through it. The first move. Lin and Mo Mountain eyes a shrink, embarrassed to return, but found that it is impossible. A scream. The whole person was away with the tide of the flood back. It took more than a dozen steps to stop, almost fell, and sat on the ground. This moment, Everyone was stunned, thought that Linamo Mountain was the strongest person in Jiangnan province. Now, I was born a little girl. It is standing by the side of Yichun. The key is that the girl is too violent. Exclamation sound is a piece. All people stare at the scene of sudden surprise. Linamo Shan just settled down. A crisp voice sounded again. Old man, the second move. Huh. Linamo Mountain has no counterattack power and is repulsed again. This time his arm was almost numb. Who the hell knows will kill a Chun bite gold? No, it's a little fart. The third move. Linamo Shan just wanted to stand up. The little girl had stood in front of him. Take a picture of it. Linamo Mountain is really flustered this time. Pupil enlarged, the incomparable fear. He subconsciously extended his hand to block. Just here, click. At one point, his bones broke without hesitation. Not only that, he was high, and the whole man flew back to the air and was severely hit on the wall of South Chin Mountain Villa. Wall is broken. Linamo Mountain tried his best to climb up, but he never stood up again. Body convulsion. Mouth, big mouth spit out blood. Even a howl of tearing heart and lung. Who can think? He just stepped out of Kunlun Mountain. Thought his strength was enough to crush everything, but did not expect this little girl unexpectedly became the only breaker. He would lose to a little girl. Poop. He felt insulted, could not bear any more, and spit out a breath of blood. Heart of Tao breaks. Life is not like death. Even if he can survive, he is a waste. At this moment, the whole South Chin Mountain Villa fell into silence. Who can think of the terrible mountain of Limus was crushed to death by a little girl? Even if the little girl started to practice from her mother, she could not be so exaggerated. Lying groove. All people cannot help but suck a breath of cool, as if the thick summer suddenly entered winter, the heart of cold, with one S hair standing on end. Qin Jingyang, who has already sat up, shivers. He thought of what, hurriedly stood up, bent to the little girl, and said, I don't know the elder driver, right, Qin? Before the words were finished, the little girl looked at Qin Jingyang with her indifference. What are you doing? Play with me. Qin Jingyang's voice stopped suddenly. Yes, what the predecessor said was. Qin Jingyang shouted his predecessor, but his mouth was convulsed. I really hate to press the girl on the ground and beat it, but he doesn't have that strength at all. Little girl didn't plan to manage Qin Zhenjiang at all. Came to Yichun, smiled and said, Give you a chance. Praise me. Yichun white a little girl. Light spit out a word. Roll. All people heard Yichun speak to this elder with this tone of voice, but take a breath. Yichun is not dying. This man just killed Lin Mo Shan. This young elder's anger is not what Yichun can bear. Maybe he killed Yichun in anger. But let everyone unexpected things happen. The little girl rise up, mouth a sad way. Yichun, you bullied me again. What? Is the younger generation not angry? At this moment, all the people on the field are confused. Even Lu Hanzhuang and Ling Feng are almost petrified, and their eyes suddenly shrink to the extreme. The key is that they found that this little elder is actually playing coquettish with Yi Chen, even seemed to be very afraid of Yi Chen's meaning. Such a strong man should look at Yi Chen's face. There was a touch of complexity in everyone's eyes. They are very clear. From the day on, Jiangnan province may be Yi Chen's world. Yi Chen, I came to you this time to... The little girl just wanted to talk. She was interrupted by Yi Chen. I'll talk about it later. I have something to deal with now. Yi Chen's tone is full of no doubt. But the little girl has no anger and stands quietly beside Xia Ruoxue. She is looking up at Xia Ruoxue's delicate face. The sight moved down and slowly fell on Xia Ruoxue's chest. Then he took a leisurely look at himself and said, Sister, how many are your 3 in circles? Xia Ruoxue. Yi Chen took 2 pills, and the true chi of the elixir field condensed a few minutes. At least it won't be that awkward. He walked toward Qin Jingyang. His steps were light, but like the steps of death. His eyes are red, and his whole body is full of bloody evil spirits. Like the devil from hell. This moment, Qin Jingyang's panic. Without Lin and Mo Shan, what does a Qin family take to fight Yi Chun? No qualification at all. You don't come here. Qin Jingyang stepped back a few steps, only to find that he stepped on the ground empty and fell on the ground directly. I don't like threats. I really don't like them, although your presence is no threat to me. But you damn it, die too. Yi Chen's voice is like the soul song of death. Qin Jingyang did not care about everything and knelt down directly in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, please spare my life. I promise I will never trouble Rishu again. I can swear now. No need. Language down, Yi Chen 5 fingers directly buckled Qin Jingyang's neck. A strong sense of suffocation swept over him. He subconsciously wanted to resist. Yi Chen's eyes were cold and his strength broke out. Click. With a sound, the neck was broken on the spot. Not only you're going to die, but all the people of the Qin family. The cold voice rings through the whole Nanqing villa. Chapter 275. Yi Chen will not have any pity for the enemy. This is his principle. If the Qin family doesn't die today, it's definitely a trouble to take revenge again in the future. Qin Fu and other Qin family masters saw Qin Jingyang killed, and their faces were ferocious to the extreme. The boy killed his favorite son. Does he know what he's doing? If you dare to kill my son, you want to die? Knowing that Yi Chen's strength had not been fully recovered, Qin Fu grabbed a long sword and stepped on it as if it were flying in the air. The cold light flickers. The cold sword unmercilessly stabs to Yi Chen. Do you need any help? Said the little girl. No need. Yi Chen responded with a sentence and took several Juki pills again. The corner of his mouth outlined a cold smile. It's as easy to deal with the old man as to crush an ant. He turned into a shadow and rushed out like a tiger down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he hit Qin Fu in front of him. Qin's father swept the sword, with the radiant of death and anger directly to Yi Chen. Die for me, little beast. He will cut off Yi Chen's head today to avenge Jingyang. Qin Fu's strength is much higher than Qin Jingyang. Otherwise, he would not be the leader of Qin family. But compared with Yi Chen's strength, it is still worse. In Yi Chen's hand, there's a dragon sword, and the sword sweeps away directly. You're not qualified to compete with me. The dragon sword condenses a long sword shadow. The shadow of the sword covers the sky and the earth, as if to destroy the whole Nanqing villa. Its momentum is like a rainbow. Feeling the terrible momentum, Qin Fu's face was only frightened. His eyes shrink to the extreme. How can this boy be so strong? Isn't he hurt? Why is there such fighting power? He is not willing to a sword to resist and go. But who can resist the power of dragon sword? The long sword in his hand broke without any sign, and the withering and decaying spear of the sword directly overturned him. Master of the house. The rest of the Qin family masters feel something wrong and come to Yi Chen one after another. Yi Chen is not afraid at all. The strength of these people in the martial arts circle of Jiangnan province may be quite good, but they are not enough to see in front of Yi Chen. At the moment, Yi Chen is like a killing machine directly rushed in. In the twinkling of an eye, many masters of Qin family have no life to return. Every time a person is killed, the third tombstone in the Samsara cemetery becomes more and more bloody. What's more, a virtual shadow of blood sword is formed on the tombstone. The blood sword is hanging on the tombstone. It seems that it will fall down at any time. The bloody scene of Nanqing Villa shocked all the guests present. Some people just heard the horror of the hunter, but they didn't expect that the hunter's method was so cruel. I'm not going to keep alive at all. Although this is normal in the martial arts world, it is too much to make such a move in front of so many people. Everyone's heart is shaking. Nature includes Ling Feng and Lu Han Shuang. Lu Han Shuang's beautiful eyes are full of surprise and fright. She felt the mystery of this man when she rushed into Yi Chen's villa, when she was injured. But at the moment, she found that this man can no longer use mystery. He is like a black hole, cannot see what is hidden in the secret. That day, Yi Chen said that if Xu Mei Hall dared defend him again, he would kill the Blood Plum Hall. This sentence, Lu Han Shuang always thought it was a big story. Now it seems that Yi Chen's threat is true. He has the qualification. Ling Feng's eyes are also extremely heavy. As the helmsman of the Jiangnan branch of Xu Mei Hall, he is extremely sensitive to killing and death. Now Yi-Chen is simply born for killing and is extremely suitable for Xuemei Hall, but he dare not ask Yi-Chen to join Xuemei Hall again. Some people are destined to be at the top, and the temple of Xuemei Hall is too small to hold the Buddha, even the Blood Plum Hall in the capital city. After a moment, Nanqing Villa is quiet. Only the injured Qin's father was left. His eyes were staring at the step-by-step Yi-Chen. He didn't care about anything. He quickly took out a jade card. Yi-Chen, do you recognize this jade card? Yi-Chen glanced at the jade pendant, which was written with 2 characters of martial arts and carved with golden dragon. It was lifelike. I don't know. Qin's father was stunned and even said, I have been implicated in a big case of the General Administration of Martial Arts in China. I am in a protected state. This jade plate is equivalent to that I have obtained the order of exemption from death from the General Administration of Martial Arts in China. No one can move in China. Qin Fu's eyes are full of pride. When he came back from Kunlun Mountain, a strong man of Chinese Martial Arts Bureau handed it to him in person. The other side only left a sentence. If the hunter wants to kill you, show this card. Although I don't know why Huaxia Wudao Bureau did this. He didn't dare to offend him at all. The key now is that the jade card is the only possibility for him to live. Yi-Chen glanced at his father indifferently. He seemed to have noticed something. The jade card came out at this time. It is very likely that the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau did it on purpose. It's just another reason to kill him. Will he let Qin's father go? Of course not. Let the tiger return to the mountain, and there will be no end to trouble. Even if the future Chinese Martial Arts Bureau all unite to deal with him, he is not afraid. Yi-Chen cuts the dragon sword, and the jade plate breaks into pieces and turns into powder. At the same time, Ling Lai's sword idea rushed away and fell directly on Qin's father's body. The sword idea cut to the body, but also into Qin father's internal organs. Blood burst. Qin Fu's ferocious pupil enlarged and fell into a pool of blood. Top Wudao family in Jiangnan province. Qin family destroy. Just then, a voice of exclamation rang out. Yi-Chen, I have nothing to say to kill the Qin family, but you dare to kill the protectors of our Wudao Bureau under the condition of showing the Wudao card. What should you do? Voice down, dozens of strong breath quickly toward him. The cold killing machine is released, pressing Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen is not surprised at all. He is very interesting and stares at the people around him. Sure enough, Huaxia Wudao Bureau had already guessed that he would come to destroy the Qin family. The death of the Qin family was just an excuse for the Bureau to deal with itself. Yi-Chen, even if you work in dragon spirit, this is not your reason to kill innocent people. What's more, Huaxia Wudao Bureau and the people above have made rules many years ago. No matter who the Wudao card is, no one is qualified to be killed. A transgressor is a crime of treason. This time, even the dragon soul can't keep you. The voice of the old man resounds through Nanqing Villa. Extremely dignified, the old man is called Fong Dongqing. He has a good position in the Wudao Bureau of Huaxia, and he is even one of the responsible persons in southeast China. Jiangnan province is an important place in the southeast of China, which shocked Fong Dongqing. We can see the seriousness of the matter. Yi-Chen put away the dragon sword and sat directly on a chair. Chapter 276. His body is more or less injured. Standing for a long time makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Later, he lit a cigarette and looked at Fong Dongqing faintly and said, Is the efficiency of Huaxia Wudao Bureau so high? As soon as I started, I showed up. Or are you waiting for this moment to deal with me so painstakingly? Fong Dongqing's expression was stiff, and he said in a cold voice, If we didn't dare to come in time, you'd kill people. No one will survive here at that time. You can imagine the seriousness of the matter. Yi-Chen laughed and put out the smoke in his hand and said, I don't like killing people, and I never kill innocent people. As soon as you say this, don't mention the people of Wudao Bureau. Even those guests are very ugly. You don't like killing people yet? You are the best one just killed. Don't kill innocent people? You don't leave one of the strong members of the Qin family. Fong Dongqing's mouth slightly twitched, then impatiently said, Give you two choices first. Come with us. You need to give an explanation to the General Administration of Chinese Martial Arts in the capital city. Second, death. Those dozens of people are approaching Yi Chen a little bit more. The exposure of the killing machine makes people palpitating. Yi Chen laughed, took a pill, and stood up. If I don't choose either of them, then I'll make you choose the second one. Do it. Fong Dongqing orders that dozens of breath will go toward Yi Chen. In their view, Yi Chen has no possibility of fighting. It's easy for them to kill. Fong Dongqing's only worry is the little girl. He took a look at the little girl and found that the other side had no intention of doing anything. But soon, everyone stopped because they feel countless breath coming. Before they could react, there was a long sword with cold air on their necks. Cold sword with evil intention, people palpitation. Even Fong Dongqing has a weapon behind his back. Seconds later, they were surrounded, a strong, evil spirit surging. Fong Dongqing took a look around him and found that the people who suddenly appeared were wearing masks and their breath was not weak. The number of key people is more than double that of them. Were so many masters in Jiangnan province. Although his strength crushed this group of people, but full 100 people, this quantitative change has formed a qualitative change. Fong Dongqing said coldly, "Who are you? You dare to block the work of Huasha Wudao Bureau secretly. You can't find death." Wearing a mask, Yi Lingtian responded mercilessly, "Who are we? You don't need to know, but this person you are not qualified to take away." Fong Dongqing's eyes shrink. "Just want to talk." Yi Chen has gone toward the outside, his hand behind him, like a normal person. Stroll in idle court. No one dares to block the key. Fong Dongqing felt a little angry. He turned around and grabbed the sword behind him. Click. A sound. Yi Lingtian's sword is broken. Yi Lingtian didn't expect that the other party was going to resist. Just as he wanted to fight, Yi Chen's voice rang out. "These dogs, you don't need to pay attention to them." This time, although the people in the dark hall were taken by surprise, they could only lose both sides in the fight. Yi Chen doesn't want this power to go wrong. It's not worth to replace the life of the dark hall with the life of the strong in the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. Fong Dongqing heard such insulting words and directly slapped Yi Chen. The power of this palm is coming out in bursts. Once shot, the consequences are unimaginable. But Yi Chen didn't intend to make a move at all and ignored it directly. In the corner of Fong Dongqing's mouth showed a trace of successful smile. He appeared in front of a gas wall. Bang! Not only did not encounter Yi Chen, on the contrary, a strong anti-shock force hit. Fong Dongqing, the whole person flies out. Hit on that group of powerful Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. This scene scared everyone. The guests, the strong men of the Martial Arts Bureau, and even the people of the Dark Hall fell into a dead silence. They just stare at Yi Chen, just like hell. The air was silent to the extreme. It's like a graveyard in the middle of the night. Yi Chen to the beginning, and the end did not hand. Fong Dongqing is inexplicably blown out. What the hell is going on here? All of us fear with shock and fear. This secret may only be known by Yi Chen. Although he doesn't have much genuine qi, there are still some methods to frighten him. The biggest difference between practitioners and ancient warriors is not strength. It's the technique. The technique can activate the spirit. Yi Chen went straight to Luo Cha's face. At the moment, he was pale and dying. If you delay for a while, I'm afraid the immortal Dar will not be able to save him. He quickly took out a pill and said to Luo Cha, "Take this. As for your broken arm, I will try to make him reborn." After all, it is impossible for Luo Yi to save him. Luo Cha nodded, took the pills, and reluctantly stood up. "Adult, I'm okay." "Don't try your best. I still need you to do things for me. Now your blood can be stopped. Pills can only make you calm down. Remember that you can't use strength anymore. This is an order." "Yes, my lord." Then Yi Chen looked at the group of people in the dark hall and said, "There are 2 Xia family members in the Qin family. Send them back to the Xia family safely. If some people don't know their faces and want to stop you, kill them." The cold voice spreads. Obviously, it's for the people of Huashu Wudao Bureau. Fong Dongqing's eyes are gloomy to the extreme. The General Bureau of Chinese Martial Arts originally planned to let him take Yichun with the help of the Qin family or solve Yichun. Now it seems impossible. Too many variables are merging today. Even a strong man in Kunlun Mountain can't kill Yichun. The boy's fate is against the sky. With a mysterious and powerful girl and mysterious forces wearing masks, it is impossible to kill Yichun in Jiangnan province. Who could have thought that the boy had done so many things under their eyes? What to do next? Yichun came to Xia Ruoshua's side, directly took her hand and whispered, "It's over. Let's go home." How tired Xia! You can feel when she comes home. At this moment, she had unprecedented peace of mind. From small to large, she had been bound by the outside world, unable to choose. And this layer of bondage, the man in front of him tore open. It's very domineering. Good. They walked directly out of Nanqing Villa. After a long time, the little girl reacted and ran after him. "Yichun, you wait for me. I haven't told you that yet." Mingcue Villa. Yichun, Xian, and Xia Ruoshua explained a few words, and then directly came to the room. The door was closed and began to practice. This war he is too tired. Chapter 277. At the same time, he also found his own problems. The existence of Lin and Mo Shan is definitely not the last one. At least the existence of the top 20 masters in China cannot be underestimated. Yi Lingtian and Lei Shuwei have told him that although the list of Chinese masters is a consideration of the strength of warriors, there are still many strong ones who are not on the list. The water of Chinese martial arts and Taoism is much deeper than imagined. In addition to these, there are 3 top Chinese families related to Yunhu Villa. At present, he only knows one person from these 3 families, Jiang Jianfang. Jiang Jianfang was the most important existence of that event. It is very likely that the other party will know the whereabouts of his parents. But if he is on a 9th place in the list of Chinese masters, how many % will he win? Leaving aside the Samsara cemetery, there must be less than 1 Qingdu. He finally understood why the reincarnation cemetery should set a time limit on these strong men. It's just that he is not allowed to rely on the Samsara cemetery. Once a practitioner always relies on others. It is extremely harmful to the heart of martial arts. Greed and reaping for nothing are the most terrible mentality in the world. Behind these 3 top families, there must be stronger existence than Lin Mo Mountain. Now he must strengthen himself. When Yichun entered the cultivation state, the black stone floated out. Countless auras pour into Yichun's body. Not only that, if Yichun opens his eyes, he will surely find that the black stone is actually absorbing the blood evil spirit on his body. There are so many people killed in Nanqing Villa. His blood evil spirit is extremely strong. But at the moment, the blood evil spirit is like a big tonic of black stone. Absorb it to your heart's content. The black stone absorbed almost all the blood evil spirits into 3 tombstones that can be moved. The tombstone is cracking. A pair of hands stretched out. A deep voice sounded. It's the smell of killing. Ha ha! It seems that it's my turn at last. Your way is not suitable for reincarnation tomb owners. If we go on like this, how can we turn over? Only I can make him stronger. The way to kill is the strongest way in the world. How many years? Those guys are in charge of everything. Think that killing us can cover up the secrets of ancient times. However, they can't imagine that 100 of us would like to stay in the Samsara cemetery, regardless of the loss of cultivation and the extinction of spirits and spirits. Who will preside over the ups and downs of the vast land? Only the reincarnation tomb master. Language down. The remaining tombstone vibrated violently. It seems to have reached a certain resonance. The tomb of Samsara changes color in an instant. The fury of the wind, killing the sky. However, all this lasted for a short time. After a few seconds, it was completely silent. Yichun seemed to feel something moving, suddenly opened his eyes, and even looked at the 3rd tombstone of the Samsara cemetery. He did not find anything different and closed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to use the power of the 3rd tombstone in Nanqing Mountain Villa, but a girl appeared and just omitted. At the thought of that girl, Yichun had a headache. This girl is called Jilin. She has a good reputation In Kunlun, it's like a demon. Even the old man has to be afraid. She could not have been so obedient if she hadn't got her handle on her own. This time, Jilin suddenly came out of Kunlun. Is there something big going on inside? Even if something big happens, what can he do with his strength? Forget it. I don't want to. I'll find out later. Yichen closed his eyes and ran 9 days Xianyangju. A strong breath rushed out of the body. Bursts of dragons came. Jiangnan Huajing 5-star hotel. Top floor presidential suite. The door was knocked. Come in. Jiang Jianfeng stood in front of the French window and turned around. He thought that his subordinates would bring the evil seed, but he did not expect that only his subordinates would come back. He frowned. Is something wrong? Who died in Nanqing Villa? What about the villain? The man knelt down directly in front of Jiang Jianfeng, but his eyes still had a trace of fear. Mr. Jiang, his subordinates are incompetent. They can't bring that kind of evil. He died in Nanqing Villa. Jiang Jianfeng rode. At first, he had hoped for that kind of evil. Now it seems that it is normal for some arrogant people to die under the strong. The man shook his head and said in a trembling voice, My lord, the evil is not dead. The Qin family in Jiangnan province and the strong people down the Kunlun mountain are all dead. No one survived. As soon as he said this, Jiang Jianfeng's face changed completely. He stepped out, grabbed the man's collar, and picked it up directly. The strong breath erupts behind the sofa and tea table directly split in two. What are you talking about? Everyone's dead, but the devil is alive? Impossible. That son of a bitch has no such strength. Jiang Jianfeng is very positive. If Yichen really has this kind of strength, that is to hell. Even the top 10 masters of China will have his shadow. The man looks pale and wants to talk, but he can't say it at all. He can only say something hoarse. Jiang Jianfeng directly threw man out and ordered, Tell me everything that happened in Nanqing Villa. Some of the men were afraid of swallowing, and then all said it. From Yi Chen's fight against Lin and Mo Shan, to the appearance of the mysterious girl, to the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau, and finally to the mysterious forces. Jiang Jianfeng was more and more frightened when he heard it. His rock-like heart was hit by a heavy hammer. Be split. He found that he had always underestimated that evil. In just a few months, that evil kind has grown to this extent. The first person in Jiangnan province? If this boy set foot on the capital, would he even take the first name on the list of Chinese masters? He forced to suppress the shock in his heart and said, The little girl was invited by that evil kind? The man shook his head. Not really. From the beginning to the end, the boy has never dealt with the little girl. The only word he said is to roll. I also investigated the darknet data. There is no information about this little girl. What do you think of the little girl's strength? Compared to me? Jiang Jianfeng frowned. The man pondered for a few seconds and hesitated. Mr. Jiang, you are not her opponent. That's why I didn't bring the boy back. With her there, I didn't dare to do it. Jiang Jianfeng's eyes are more dignified than ever before. 10 seconds later, he said, Go to Mingsui Villa to find the villain and tell him that I will meet him in Huxi Park in Jiangnan province tomorrow. This son should know that I exist, and I must be looking for me. So I will meet naturally. Now, I'm a little curious about the kind of evil my good sister gave birth to. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Jianfeng has a funny smile on his mouth. Chapter 278. 2 hours later, Mingsui Villa. Yichen slowly vomited out a mouthful of turbid qi. His body recovered almost, and even his cultivation increased a few points. And he stood up downstairs. In the past 2 hours, however, he heard a lot of news below. Just arrived at the living room. He saw Xia Ruoshu and son eat just like this, staring at Ji Lin sitting on the sofa in the living room. Yichen followed his eyes and left. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. See Ji Lin in front of a lot of snacks and food. Almost the entire villa pressure box bottom existence. At this moment, all these things were swept by Ji Lin. It's like I haven't had a meal for more than 10 days. Sunny swallowed her throat and said to Yichen, Zaya Kenzie, how did you know this girl? I heard Xia Ruoshu say that she came to you. This girl is so good at eating. I also ordered 300 KFC takeout for her, How can she hold so much in her little belly? Jilin also found Yichen. He licked his finger and said with satisfaction, Yichen, I heard you say that the food outside is delicious a few years ago. Now it seems that it is really. Haha. If I didn't want to go back to the ancestral gate in a few days, I would have to hang on. Yichen took a look at Jilin and said, I dare not take you in. If I eat again, I will be poor by you. Jilin opened another bag of potato chips and said with a smile, If I hadn't killed that old guy just now, you would have been dead. Yichen shakes his head. If you don't show up, I can also kill everyone. Just blow it. I don't know your strength yet. Jilin despised Tao. Yichen doesn't want to talk to her more. She tells Xia Ruoshu and Sun a few words. The second daughter goes upstairs, leaving enough space for Yichun and Jilin. Yichen sat on one side of the sofa, opened the door to see the mountain, and said, Say it. You suddenly came out of Kunlun to look for me. What happened? Jilin stopped eating, took a sip of drink, and said seriously, I almost forgot that important thing. She wiped her greasy hands on her clothes and took out a jade ring from her bag. Ancient Sanskrit is written on the jade order. Seeing this jade order, Yichen felt that his breath was short. This jade order is equal to a quota. In Kunlun, it's valuable. Even if you have strength and power, you may not get it. How could you have it? Jilin then threw the jade order to Yichun. This is my sister to fight for you. Don't think it's crooked. It's just to repay the favor that I owe you back then. She knows you need this thing to prove yourself. If it wasn't for this thing, I wouldn't have come out. But I really can't figure out why my sister and the old man like you, as far as your garbage strength is concerned, it is estimated that the first round will be wiped out. It is a waste to give you such a valuable quota. Yichen clenched a jade order and flashed a beautiful image in his mind. The other side is very high, just like the 9-day Xuannu, which is respected by thousands of people. It controls the world and threatens all sides. He is one of the 10 great talents in Kunlun. Did she really do it for the little favor she had at that time? Yichen no longer thought about it and asked, How is her strength now? Jilin gave Yichen a white look. Don't think about it. You can't look forward to it all your life. It's a waste of time to tell you. Didn't someone order something delicious for me just now? Why haven't you arrived yet? Just then, the doorbell rang. Jilin Mao's son is she, slender arm of support. The whole person almost flew up directly and steadily fell in position at the gate. The gate opens directly. A thin man appears in front of Jilin. Jilin swept a few eyes and found that there was no food in the other party's hands. The cold killing machine released. Where are my things? You won't steal it. The thin man was stunned. His whole body was chilly and his back was wet. Who could have thought that it was the evil spirit who opened the door? If this guy wants to kill him, it's easy. The key is that the murderous spirit is inexplicable. He remembers that he didn't offend the younger generation. I'll ask again. Where's my stuff? Jilin release of the killing machine let people palpitation. Thin man subconsciously back a few steps. A buttock sat on the ground. Powerful pressure even let his mouth spill a trace of blood unconsciously. The 5 viscera and 6 viscera have been greatly shocked. Too strong. How could China suddenly be born such a monster? In addition to those 2 Chinese masters list of the strongest 3, who can resist the pressure of this little girl? I don't know. Just then, a man in a security uniform came trotting with a generation of things. General vehicles cannot be sent into the villa, so the last few hundred meters of takeout are almost done by the security guards in the villa area that I ending to a villa. Almost all of them are rich or expensive, who will order takeout. Each villa has its own chef and Filipino maid. These security guards can send them at most once a week. Hello, is this your takeaway? Bowen Road. Before the other party finished speaking, Jilin's body turned into a shadow and took delivery directly. She did not care about the men on the ground, but went directly to the house. Only the security guards who look at their empty palms. At this time, Yichen came out and wanted to close the door, but when he saw the man on the ground, his eyes suddenly shrank. Last time in Yunu Villa, it was this man who monitored himself. His eyes were cold, and the opportunity to kill was released. He said from a commanding position, Who are you? Why keep watching me? The thin man quickly got up, suppressed a fear in his heart, and said, Evil Yi Chun, at 8 o'clock tomorrow in Hushi Park, Jiangnan Province. Someone wants to see you. Yi Chun frowned and said, You want to see me? Let the people behind you come by yourself. The thin man knew that Yi Chun would answer this question, and he said, Yi Chun, what if it was Jiang Jianfeng? You should want to know where your parents are. This word's a Leaf Chin facial expression changes greatly. A pair of hands is buckled the neck of the thin man. Say it again. Yi Chen's voice is like rolling thunder falling down. It's frightening. The cold killing machine seems to form a blood dragon, biting at the man's soul. If it is normal, the thin man will resist, but he has been hurt by Ji Lin's pressure just now. Now, it is impossible to fight against Yi Chen's murder. Yi Chun, whether you believe it or not, is Jiang Jianfeng. Tomorrow at 8, you all know when I go. Yi Chen will lean man fell out, the eyes sun indifferent to the extreme. Good. If you dare to cheat me, I will find you and then kill you. Bang. The gate closed. The mist of Yunhu, Villa, seems to be gradually spreading. Chapter 279. Yi Chen returned to the living room, lost in thought. Jiang Jianfeng came to find himself, just to see his own strength. As expected, in this society, strength is the king. Leader One told him that his parents were still alive. Jiang Jianfeng must know where his parents are. It's tomorrow. Ji Lin's mouth is full of oil. She glances at Yi Chun, who is worried. She says, Yi Chun, you came out of Kunlun Mountain to find the enemy who killed your parents. Have you found it? Yi Chun shook his head and ignored. He was thinking, is the capital dragon lord evaporated? There is no news at all. Ji Lin gave a belch, quite satisfied, and said, Tell me about it. You know my strength, and I should be able to help you. At present, I can only stay outside for a few days. In a few days, I will go back to Kunlun. If I have nothing to do these days, it will be too boring. Yi Chen takes a look at Ji Lin, and the girl's talent and strength are almost against the sky. Although she is young, she begins to practice at the age of 3. In addition, the clan and family resources tilt, almost far surpass many strong. But in just a few days, what can this guy do for him? It's better to do it yourself. He said casually, I only know that in the capital, the rest of the news is still under investigation. Ji Lin nodded and began to clean up the garbage on the table. At the same time, he said, It's okay. This information is enough. I'm going to Beijing these days. Yi Chen didn't take it seriously. At the same time, the capital, Huaxia Wudao General Administration. Zheng Ren turned his back to Fang Dongqing and listened to everything. Fang Dongqing swallows and salivas. Cold sweat straight out, afraid of the man in front of him to be angry. There was once someone who did not do well, but was killed by Zheng Renjue. Zheng Renjue was called the Iron-Faced Judge by many strong men in the Chinese martial arts circle. His power and strength can decide everything. The air was as heavy as it could be. Suddenly, Zheng Renjue opened his mouth. That is to say, that Yi Chen is not dead, right? Yes. Fang Dongqing's voice almost trembled. He felt that a storm was coming. With so many people, you can't kill a little trash? In the past few days, more than 10 people have died in Wudao Bureau. Almost all about that kid. If I go on like this, will I be killed by this boy too? Zheng Renjue's deep voice seemed to be filled with chills. How can you compare that boy's strength with that of an adult? Adults are the stars in the sky. Before Fang Dongqing finished speaking, Zheng Renjue kicked him in the chest. Don't give me any shit. A bad boy can't solve it. I can't wait to kill you. Now, all over the southeast area are saying that China Martial Arts Bureau is incompetent. If that boy comes back to the capital, will the whole world know that Zheng Renjue, the General Administration of Chinese Martial Arts, is incompetent? Fang Dongqing knelt directly on the ground and said, My lord, it's the incompetence of my subordinates. I'm willing to accept punishment. Zheng Renjue snorted. Punishment? I'll punish you. As the person in charge of the southeast region, you must help me solve this matter. Yi Chen has a special identity. After the last assassination failure, the Dragon Spirit and the #1 capital city have already given me a blow. If you can't take Yi Chen on the surface, you must find a way to solve this person secretly. But we must not use the power of the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. Fong Dongqing's brain quickly flipped. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "My lord, you don't need our hands to kill Yi Chen. I have something to do with the person in the headquarters of Xuemei Hall in the capital city. It is just as easy to kill Yi Chen if those strong men in Xuemei Hall headquarters want to kill Yi Chen. It's really impossible. I'll ask the number one top killer of Xuemei Hall to start. How can Yi Chen survive?" Zheng Renjua's eyes showed a trace of interest. "But I heard that the killer's strength is terrible, but the price is not low. The key is not that money can solve it." Fong Dongqing seriously said, "If someone else, maybe you really don't move, but according to friendship between me and the Blood Plum Hall, you should be able to move." "My lord, just wait for my good news here." Zheng Renjua patted Fong Dongqing on the shoulder with a big hand. "Okay, if things are done, we'll transfer the general administration to come." Fong Dongqing's face was very happy when he heard this. He even said, "My lord, I will handle this matter well. In a week, give the boy's head to the Lord." The next day, Yi Chen wakes up from practice and goes to see the guest room for the first time. Last night, he arranged Jilin to this room. He didn't know his habit of sleeping. Although the girl has a strange temper and a venomous mouth, her heart is not too bad. As soon as he got to the door, he found that the door was open and there was no one in it. Gone. At this time, Yi Chen noticed a line of words carved on the wall. "Yi Chen, I'll go to the capital city for a few days. If it's too late, I'll go back to Kunlun. I hope that when you come to Kunlun with the Jade Order, your strength will be strong enough. Don't let my sister down. You have no idea how much pressure my sister is under to win that place for you." Yi Chen Mao's son twinkles a trace of doubt. The past comes to mind. 5 years ago, he had just stepped into Kunlun Su, and he did not know how much pressure he was under. Kunlun Su, far more dangerous than China, just stepped into him. No strength. Can only be trampled under the feet. Bone rubbish, humble root. Any one of them is better than him. He missed the best training time. Low realm. The breakthrough was extremely slow. Countless people laugh. Only let him feel warm. Only 3 people. The first one was the old man who brought him to Kunlun Su and taught him how to practice Dharma. The second one is Ji Lin, an ancient spirit. The last one is to help Ji Siqing, who did not know how many times, regardless of all obstacles. Give him no pills. When he was in a desperate situation, he was desperate, even at the expense of a force. Although he worked hard and practiced hard, he might have died in Kunlun without Ji Siqing. He really don't know why Ji Siqing, the beautiful girl of heaven, should do this to him. Even if one's helper a favor, also can't return so. What can he do? He's asked the answer countless times. The other side always has only one sentence. Yi Chen, you can't die. Even if all the people in the world are dead, you can't die. Yi Chen wakes up from a memory, holding the reincarnation graveyard in his left hand and the jade ring in his right hand, and says softly, "When I come back, the name Yi Chen should ring through the void of Kunlun." Chapter 280. Yi Chen looked at the time, and there was still half an hour before Jiang Jianfeng agreed. He went to the villa next door. Yi Lingtian has emptied the villa completely. Wu Xiangming, Luo Cha, and several Dark Hall strongmen who protect Xia Ruoshu and Sun Yi all live in it. On call 24 hours a day. The broken arm has been wrapped up to prevent infection. "My lord," Luo Cha originally wanted to salute Yi Chen, but was directly rejected. "You can just lie down. Your wound is too big, and the broken arm has been destroyed. It's troublesome to have a new life. Now you have 2 choices. First, there is a mechanical arm on the side of the dragon soul that can be combined with the human body. You can have an operation. Second, I will regenerate your broken arm with surgical methods and medical skills, but you may have to bear very strong pain." Yi Chen words have not finished. Luo Cha did not hesitate to say, "I choose the second." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Get Luo Cha's reply. Yi Chen nods and takes out some things from the Samsara cemetery. Luo Cha sees Yi Chen unexpectedly take out things out of thin air, Mao's son stares big, incomparably astonished. What means is this? Yichen directly pulled the bandage of the broken arm of Luo Cha and ordered, "Hold on!" The next second, the silver needle in Yi Chen's hand shot out, and the silver needle fell directly on the acupoints of Luo Cha. Keep shaking. After that, Yi Chen throws 6 kinds of precious medicinal materials up. The true qi condenses. The medicinal materials collide directly. The medicine fragrance overflows. It turns into powder in an instant. He grabs fiercely. The real gas congeals fire. The powder burns directly. Go! The flame, which condensed 6 kinds of medicinal materials, burned directly at the broken arm of Luo Cha. Strong pain almost makes Luo Cha faint. Cold sweat. Can you bear it? Yes. Luo Cha is biting his teeth. Yichen no longer hesitated. Pinched his fingers, forced out a drop of blood essence, and drew an ancient rune directly in front of him. But when he is disgraced and humiliated, he wanders about life and death. He often sinks into the sea of bitterness and never loses the truth. The true and constant way is self-satisfied, and the one who gets it is always quiet. He is speaking faster and faster, as if spit out a golden text, directly toward the broken arm of Luo Cha. Luo Cha gnashing teeth. The whole body of blue veins burst up. Even inserted in the body of the silver needle are unable to hold. His whole body is wet through. Even the pupil is gradually lax. Yichen has no distractions. Since Luo Cha has chosen this road, he must. Moreover, Luo Cha's strength is very strong, which can be regarded as the strongest existence around him at present. If it is lost, it will be really short of a major general. Bang! With a loud noise, the whole bed collapsed. Chun, still not out of breath. The whole room is gorgeous. The art of bone breaking and rebirth beginning. As Yi Chen's last words fall, everything returns to peace. Yi Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, and Luo Cha almost fainted. He took out a pill and fed it directly to the other party. Then he took a look at the position of the broken arm of Luo Cha. There was a faint luster flowing there, which was extremely strange. After 3 days, your broken arm should be changed. This is my first time perform this technique. If I fail, I can only take the first plan. These 3 days, remember to touch water. I'll let him take care of you. Luo Cha sobered up a little bit. Thank you, Lord. Don't be so polite. Your broken arm is broken because of me. I will help you recover naturally. Well, I have something else to do. I'll go out first. Yichen took a look at the time. It's already 7:45, and it's time to start. Hushi Park, Jiangnan Province, 8:03 a.m. A business car slowly stopped. Yichen got out of the car, glanced around, and noticed a middle-aged man sitting on a bench by the lake. The middle-aged man is wearing a black windbreaker. His eyes are staring at the water of the Blue Wave Lake. Although there is no movement, Yichen can feel the strong breath on each other. It even makes people feel extremely dangerous. Number 9 in the list of Chinese masters, Jiang Jianfeng. Yichen directly came to Jiang Jianfeng's side. Before he spoke, Jiang said, "You're 3 minutes late. If it's someone else, he may have become a corpse." Yichen sneered and said directly, "Where are my parents?" Jiang Jianfeng Mao, "Your temper is like your mother, like to go straight. Don't give me any nonsense. It was you who took my parents' bodies. Naturally, you know where they are. If you don't, I don't mind turning you into a corpse." Yi Chen is ready to trigger the 3rd tombstone at any time. A strong person comes out. Change the whereabouts of parents. Worth it. Jiang Jianfeng raised his head, took a look at Yi Chen and said, "I'm really curious sometimes. Where does your arrogance come from? 5 years ago, you were so cowardly. What made you so strong? And where do you come from? I can't find out by any means. It's really strange. Now, my parents don't want to be released. I'll tell you what, they're in the capital." Jiang Jianfeng said, "I hate your tone very much. No matter how I say it, I am your uncle and your elder. Maybe I'm wrong. Your family, the Jiang family, have never admitted it. You are not qualified to be my nephew. Do you know what the Jiangs call you? Son of a bitch. Humble bastard. When your mother gave birth to you, The Jiang family detected the root of your garbage and almost threw you on the ground, turning into a blood mist. If your mother didn't kneel on the ground and beg hard, maybe you would not be qualified to stand in front of me. Hear these words. Yi Chen Mao's son is full of blood silk. Anger is all over the body. The terrible, evil spirit of him broke out. He didn't guess at the beginning. It's true that the blood of the Jiang family flowed through his body, but as a villain in the mouth of Jiang family, in his mind, even the picture of his mother kneeling on the ground and begging the man to let go of himself. Shocking. Why? Should not own existence. You're kidding. He is not qualified to touch his fate. He was born against the heaven. He is the reincarnation tomb owner. His birth will only be the treasure of all mankind. Jiang family again. What qualifications do they have to deny themselves and their parents? At this moment, the reincarnation cemetery vibrates. Endless blood, evil spirit entangles Yi Chen's whole body. A blood dragon seems to come out of Yi Chen's body and rush to the sky. It is in the 9 days above looking up at countless mole ants, mortals. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jianfeng's sneer suddenly solidified. He could feel the blood dragon on the sky staring at himself. This moment, let him be frightened, even let him feel small. He looked at Yi Chen and set off 1,000 waves in his heart. The boy actually provoked this terrible vision. How could it be? Chapter 281. In Jiang Jianfeng's eyes, although Yi Chen is full of uncertainty, he is a mole ant in the end. In this way, he can easily crush or kill mole ants. But he didn't. The first time he knew that Yi Chen had killed Yuan Jingfu, he took Yi Chen as a toy. He wants to see how long this toy will last. He once gambled with his subordinates. Gambling Yi Chen could not last 3 days. But unexpectedly, the boy hit him in the face. Again and again. Now I have become the first person in Jiangnan province unconsciously. Yi Chen became the first person in Jiangnan province, which is nothing to him. It's just a moment of surprise. But at the moment, the top of the blood dragon empty shadow, as if to despise the common people, as if swept the world. How many people can understand and feel the shock caused by this kind of vision? For a moment, he even felt that Yi Chen's threatening words might come true. He is the 9th in the list of Chinese masters. Looking at the whole China, how many people can he feel afraid of? Although there are, but definitely not in front of this evil. But is this boy really a villain? There is a legend in the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. Before today, he has been sniffing at it. The blood dragon rushes to the sky and kills the world. This sentence said the situation in this scene. He thought there was no such vision at all. But this moment really appeared. He witnessed with his own eyes a virtual shadow of a blood dragon burst out of a young man's body. There is even a faint dragon chant in my ears. Is this evil kind the existence that kills and cuts the world? How could it be? Isn't this a fan root? Isn't there no cultivation talent? What is the situation now? Is not the original test wrong? Countless doubts entangle in Jiang Jianfeng's mind, and his eyes are extremely complicated. At this time, Yi Chen continued to speak. Jiang Jianfeng, I want to know what happened in those years. Tell me. His tone was not a question, but an order. The attitude is extremely tough. If it were normal, Jiang Jianfeng would have killed him long ago. But at the moment, the blood dragon on the sky is staring at him, and the cold pressure covers him. It's hard. Jiang Jianfeng is afraid. I'm really scared. I don't know why I feel this way all of a sudden. He took a look at Yi Chen, swallowing and salivating, and said, This thing should start from decades ago. Your mother even awakened to the rare spiritual roots after her adulthood. The spiritual roots mean a person's talent and strength. For a time, your mother becomes the beautiful girl of China, and the scenery of Jiangjia is unlimited. Unfortunately, problems arise. Even though your mother has a strong talent, she doesn't have a heart to cultivate ancient martial arts, and even extremely repels it. In order to avoid cultivation, she thinks of ways to leave the Jiang family every day. Because she is the treasure of the Jiang family, the Jiang family has no choice but to fight against her. Maybe it's because of this, even though your mother was unscrupulous, she met Yi Tianzheng, your father, who was traveling to Beijing at a dance party. Two people fall in love, regardless of obstacles, until the Jiang family found out. It is too late. Your mother is pregnant, even secretly married your father in Jiangqing. After knowing this, the head of the Jiang family was furious. At the beginning, the Jiang family realized that your mother had no intention to practice and had prepared a marriage contract for your mother. She was also a genius with spiritual pulse. Once they get married, their children must be top talents. It's a pity that your mother chose your father, a humble, ordinary man. Your father was going to die, but your mother, in order to save your father, chose to leave the Jiang family, and she would not enter the Jiang family forever. Originally, the Jiang family still had expectations for you. When you detect your spiritual roots and fall to the bottom of the valley, the blood of the Jiang family will not be able to produce a common root or a waste. You are a villain to the Jiang family, the biggest failure. You don't have to stare at me. I'm just saying a fact. Yichen took back his cold eyes and continued to ask, what happened in the Cloud Lake Villa, and what is the origin of that dragon lord? Tell me that you should know his whereabouts. This time, Jiang Jianfeng did not answer, but said, the things of Yunhu Villa were not as simple as you thought. The water was very deep. You should not know it. Although I looked down on you, and even wanted to kill you, I changed my mind after seeing you. You should not die now, because I want to see you go to the capital and disturb this uncontrollable bureau. What if I had to know? Yi Chen's indifferent voice falls, and the virtual shadow of the blood dragon on the sky seems to be roaring. In anger, Jiang Jianfeng still shook his head. It's useless for you to threaten me. Although the blood dragon virtual shadow is dangerous, it's not so easy to kill me. What's more, the matter of Yunhu Villa is full of doubts. Even if I am still investigating now, I can't think of one thing. Why did that person suddenly deal with your family? I once asked your parents, but they didn't pay any attention to me. Yichen takes a look at Jiang Jianfeng. The other party doesn't mean to try. It seems that Jiang family doesn't know the existence of Blackstone. At the beginning, Yao Jinggu only said that the Dragon Lord was looking for something. It was not necessarily the stone bearing the reincarnation cemetery. Maybe there was something else in his mother's hand. Take me to meet my parents wherever they are in the capital. Yichen opened his mouth. He's been looking forward to this moment too long. Jiang Jianfeng refused. You may be disappointed. Not only can you not see them, but also I can't see them now. Why? Because they're in the ghost prison of China. Words fell. Jiang Jianfeng's mobile phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the text message. His face changed dramatically. He stood up fiercely, dropped a word, and said, originally I asked you to come today. I had the impulse to kill you, but now I have changed my mind. Next, you can do it yourself. I will tell you again when I have a chance. At present, there is an accident in the martial arts circle of the capital. The Jiang family is in trouble. I must go to the capital immediately. When the wind blows up, Jiang Jianfeng disappears in sight of Yichen. Yichen sat on a chair and lit a cigarette. He was very satisfied with the news today. Although I don't know where the ghost prison is, it will be much easier to find a name. With the smoke around, Yichen looked at the calm lake and murmured, Jiang family, I will remember this account first. At that time, my mother pleaded bitterly. At that time, you regarded me as a kind of evil. At that time, you looked down on our family. But before long, I will let you understand what is really unattainable. I, Yichen, doesn't need the light of your Jiang family, and the three of my Yi family can become the top family in China. At that time, you can only look up to it. Chapter 282. Yichen smoked a few cigarettes on the park bench, straightened out some thoughts, and then took out his mobile phone to call Yi Lingtian. What do you know about Ghost Prison? The other end of the phone, Yi Lingtian, a face at a loss, shaking his head. Oh, Lord, I have never heard of this name. Investigate the capital in the future, and help me watch the Ghost Prison. Yes, Lord. Later, Yichen called Lei Shuwei. The information system of dragon spirits should be relatively sound, but the answer is the same. It's like there's no ghost prison in the world. Hang up the phone. Yichen fell into meditation. Dragon soul, do not know the existence of this world really what ghost prison? Although Jiang Jianfeng is hostile to him, he should not cheat himself. No longer think about it. Yichin gets up directly, ready to leave the park. He raised his head and looked at the empty shadow of the blood dragon on the sky for a few seconds. The shadow of the blood dragon swooped down from the sky. The roaring wind and the chant of the dragon keep ringing. Bang! Finally, it went straight into his body. This blood dragon virtual shadow was discovered recently by him. He thought that only he could see it. Now it seems that a strong man like Jiang Jianfeng can detect it. Although I don't know how the blood dragon shadow is formed, it should not do harm to yourself. When a virtual shadow of the blood dragon rushes into his body, the reincarnation cemetery vibrates. The third tombstone cracked a few minutes, and an empty shadow gradually showed up. Condensation forming. He is an old man in a black robe. His eyes are full of cold light, which makes people feel palpitating. The old man in black looked at nearly 100 tombstones behind him, and his eyes were extremely dignified and responsible. Is it really worthwhile for us to press our fate on a hairy boy? Language down, reincarnation cemetery suddenly wind. When the wind comes, the figure of the old man in black disappears completely. The tomb is silent again. Generally speaking, only when Yichin leads can the great energy in the tombstone come out, but this time he comes out by himself. Weird to the extreme. However, Yichin outside did not pay attention. He went directly to the parking place of Xiaodang, preparing to return to Mingzue Villa. Suddenly, Yichin stopped. What did he notice in his afterglow, staring at a figure in the distance? The figure was limping along with a huge snakeskin bag on his shoulder. When the snake comes to a good place to put down the bag, it will start. Although it was still in the morning, there were many people running stalls nearby. At the gate of the park, the flow of people is very good. Because the sale is some of the things used in life, there have been several ants in the inquiry. The reason why Yichin stops is because he knows the lame man. The other party's name is Zhong Shuiyong. He comes from Songshan County under Jiangqing City. He sets up a stall to ask for a living. He is straightforward. When Yichin Chu came to Jiangqing in order to make money, he bought a pile of things to set up a stall in Chunbei Park. It was also at that time that Shen Mingjia invited him to the Shen family and met Shen Haihua. He was kind to the uncle who set up the stall. He helped him a lot. He was simple and kind. Why did he come to Jiangnan province? And layman to such, he remembered a few months ago still good, ah? No longer thinking about it, Yichin walked over. When he came to the stall, Zhong Shuiyong chuckled and said, "Take a look. I sold my old clock's things according to my conscience, little brother." The sound stopped suddenly. Zhong Shuiyong was stunned for a long time and then said, "Xiao Yi, how are you?" "Uncle Zhong, what a coincidence. I happen to come here for morning exercise. How did you come to Jiangnan province?" Yichin said with a smile. Zhong Shuiyong explained, "My daughter's school has changed to Jiangnan province. In order to facilitate the care, I put the stall nearby. By the way, Xiaoya, I still have a thing you set up last time. I have been waiting for you in Jiangqing for more than 10 days, but I didn't see you appear." After a brief chat, Yichen's eyes fell on Zhong Shuiyong's leg. "Uncle Zhong, what's wrong with your leg?" As soon as Zhong Shuiyong's face changed, he immediately laughed and said, "I dropped it carelessly. Nothing happened." Yichin frowned tightly. He only glanced at it and found that his leg was not so simple as to fall off. It was obviously the result of a heavy blow. But since the other party didn't say it, he didn't need to ask again. Just then, I don't know who called out, "They are coming again!" Zhong Shuiyong's eyes took a look at several people coming from the distance. He was full of panic. He quickly put up the stall and directly resisted it on his shoulder. Maybe it was because it was too heavy. He had a trace of pain on his face, but he still insisted. "Xiao Yi, don't talk about it for a while. The group of guys are here." With that, Zhong Shuiyong limped out. His foot was injured, coupled with such gravity pressure. Running violently, he could feel a trace of hardship in Zhong Shuiyong's life. This is the backbone of a man. All of a sudden, Zhong Shuiyong's injured right foot obviously couldn't bear the weight on his shoulder, and the whole person fell directly to the ground. It's bleeding on the forehead. Yichin sees this. Just want to help. Zhong Shuiyong has already supported the body to stand up, panicked to pick up things put in the snakeskin bag. At this time, several men in uniform and with black plastic sticks in their hands came to Zhong Shuiyong. Damn it, the lame is still running. The head of man is a kick in Zhong Shuiyong's chest above. Zhong Shuiyong instantly hit the ground. The things on his body are scattered on the ground. I've seen you 12 times. It's not enough to limp the other leg. Do you want to limp the second leg? Last time I asked you to pay, but if you didn't, I still want to set up a stall here. Bah! Look for death. The head of the man just want to hit a stick. A strong wind rolled up. Yi-chun is blocked in front of Zhong Shuiyong. 5 fingers is mercilessly holding the black stick. Go away! Yi-chun arm a throw. The man was directly shot to fly out. Fell on the ground in a mess. His mouth is spit out a mouthful of blood, and the stick was twisted out of shape. Yi-chun helped Zhong Shuiyong up. Uncle Zhong, are you okay? Zhong Shuiyong shook his head fiercely. Xiaoye, did you hit them? Oh, that's troublesome. Yi-chun just wanted to speak, and a voice of indignation rang out from behind. Grass. Damn it. The lame man found a trainer to help him. I saw that man had stood up, eyes full of bloodshot. It seems that day to break your leg is not enough. Grass. Today, both of them break their legs. At the command, several other men in uniform gathered around. Yi-chun Mao's son shrinks. Mao flickers a trace of anger. To Zhong Shuiyong Wei. Uncle Zhong, your leg is a break? Chapter 283. Zhong Shuiyong nodded and shook his head fiercely. He advised Yi-chun, Xiao Yi, go quickly. This matter has nothing to do with you. Uncle can carry it by himself. The big deal is to confiscate something and close it for a few days. Before Zhong Shuiyong finished his words, the leading man sneered. You think it's so easy. You must be dreaming. I'm in charge of all of you who run stalls in this area. I want you to die, or live if you want to. Zhong Shuiyong paled to the extreme. Yi-chun Mao's sunpan cold. Wei, you do so right. Get to wear clothes? What the hell's wrong with this dress? You're in charge. Do it. The first man wave his hand and rush to Yi-chun and Zhong Shuiyong. For this kind of garbage, Yi-chun has no intention to start. It's just dirty your hands. But at present, this group of people are looking for death, and he is not going to let go. As soon as he wanted to make a move, a dark shadow swarmed into the crowd. In just 3 seconds, everyone fell to the ground. It was Xiao Deng who made the move. Deng coldly glanced at all the people on the ground. Some people, you can't afford to offend them. The head of the people feel the whole body bones are like broken. He subconsciously took out the mobile phone, ready to ask for help. Xiao Deng has come to him, took his mobile phone, and dialed the phone. Wang Jianqi, give you 5 minutes. No matter what meeting you have in hand, you should immediately rush to Huxi Park in Jiangnan Province. There are a group of people who should be under your jurisdiction. If you come 1 minute later, your position will not be guaranteed. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned and subconsciously said, Who are you? Southeast Military Region, Deng Yuan Kuan. Hearing this, the man on the other end of the phone changed his face completely. Xiao Deng pinched the phone in his hand, then looked at the man with fear in his eyes and said, Next, you'll understand who you have offended. The first man was completely flustered. Breathe, even dare not breathe, because there's only one Wang Jianqi in Jiangnan Province. He is the boss of his boss. Sleeping trough. Call a big man on such a small matter? He thought that the other side was posturing, but inadvertently, he swept in front of the man with a cold weapon in his waist. It's a gun. Xiao Deng stood up and came to Yi-chun and said, Mr. Yi, the matter has been dealt with. It is estimated that the group of people are temporary workers. You don't need to do it yourself. Yi-chun nodded and glanced indifferently at the group of people on the ground, and then looked at Zhong Shuiyong. Uncle Zhong, show me your legs. Zhong Shuiyong is in a state of complete ignorance at the moment. He stares at Yi-chun dead, incomparably frightened. Who is Xiaoye? How can there be such a strong thug around him who respects him so much? He wanted to refuse, but subconsciously nodded. Yi-chun helped Zhong Shuiyong to the side and pressed his hands on his legs. Uncle Zhong, you can bear the pain. Xiaoye, I know my leg myself. It's okay. Uncle Zhong said. Yi-chun smiled. Uncle Zhong, you forget what I used to set up a stall before? I'm a miracle doctor. Language down, Yi Chen's manual only heard click, a sound, and then a genuine spirit poured in. Uncle Zhong's injury is nothing compared with Luo Cha. Even if he goes to the hospital, he can be cured after half a month. Yi Chen only accelerates the process. Besides, he felt that Uncle Zhong would not be willing to go to the hospital to spend the money. Zhong Xueong bit his teeth and felt intense pain, but something strange happened. After a few seconds, the pain was gone. Instead, there's a heat flow. Uncle Zhong, you can stand up and feel it. There should be no big problem. Yi Chen Dao. So fast. Zhong Xueong is more and more suspicious. Even the miracle doctor is not so exaggerated. Yes. Looking at Xiaoya so vowed, Zhong Xueong stood up and took a step. He was not lame, not even a trace of pain. His eyes were wide and his face was full of excitement. Really good. Zhong Xueong looks at Yi Chen, excited to the extreme. Although he has never seen the world, it doesn't mean he is stupid. He knew that Xiaoya was not the same kind of person as he was. He was a real big man. He thought of something and quickly knelt down. Mr. Yi Chen step. A real chi condenses out, no matter how hard Zhong Xueong tries. He can't kneel down. As soon as he was about to speak, he realized that there was a trace of vibration from the tomb of Samsara. He did not hesitate anymore and said to Zhong Xueong, Uncle Zhong, you'd better call me Xiaoya. I have something else to do today. I'll have a chance to invite you to dinner some other day. If you encounter anything again, you can contact the people around me. After that, he told Xiao Deng, Xiao Deng, leave your phone number to Uncle Zhong. If there is anything, please take care of it. Yes, Mr. Yi. Zhong Yong and Xiao Yi leave with a card. There's only one name and a list of numbers on the card, but there are 4 big characters engraved on the back of the Southeast Military Region. At the same time, there was a big earthquake in Wudiaji, capital city. Born in the sky, a girl with a mask actually beat all the strong men of more than 10 families seriously. There was even an old man of Wudao family who was directly angry to death. The Wudaeguan, Wudotai, and even some places with martial spirit are all swept by a gust of wind. And behind the wind is a girl wearing a mask. The girl is not tall, but in the eyes of those ancient warriors in the capital, it is just a mountain that can't be read. The key to each other's words do not agree to start. Those families have no idea why they were beaten. In a villa on the 4th ring road of Beijing, a middle-aged man is spitting blood in his mouth and staring at the masked girl with 2 legs on the sofa in horror. His knees were kneeling and his body was shaking. He's really scared. He is Bao Xinhe, the 10th largest master in China. How could he have been humiliated? Even if you're injured, you can't even carry 10 moves. Where on earth is the devil out of the sofa? You are the strongest one that I can find at present. I thought I could play more, but I didn't expect a fight like this. Is there any stronger one in Beijing? Wearing a mask of Jilin Lightway, Bao Xinhe did not speak. He could feel an invisible pressure hanging over him. Master, you and I have no injustice or hatred. Why do you want to deal with me? Jilin stretched out a stretch. I didn't kill you. It's just a contest with you. Who thought you were so rubbish? Chapter 284. Bao Xin River mouth slightly twitch. He is the first time known as garbage. He now even has no right to refute. I ask again, are there any more powerful people in Beijing now? Gillen Road. Bao Xinhe shook his head. As far as I know, the rest of the top Chinese masters are not in the capital. Some have gone abroad. Some are seeking opportunities in the mountains. Jilin felt a little boring. That is to say, you are the strongest in Beijing and China now? Bao Xinhe was stunned and said with a wry smile, This elder, if I were the strongest in China, I would not be so embarrassed. If I put aside the list of Chinese masters, there are still some top strong people in the dark. These strong people concentrate on cultivation and don't care about the rank at all. Do you know where these people are? Bao Xinhe's eyes shrunk, but he said, Master, I really don't know. When the ancient martial artists come to the back, besides their own family affairs, who will care about other people's trends. Even if I am now the 10th strongest person in China, I am not qualified to touch those forces. Jilin felt that this guy could not lie under his own pressure. Just as he wanted to say something, a jade pendant on her waist flickered. She took the jade pendant, a little unhappy, because her sister Ji Siqing has explained that the jade pendant is flashing. She should return to Kunlun Su, or she will bear the consequences. Don't you mean I can stay out for 10 days and a half months? It's only a few days. I'm going to go back. I haven't got enough to play with. She stood up, and her breath was terrible because of some anger. Bao Xinhe looks at Jilin coming, pale to the extreme. Can't the other party kill people? Master, please disturb my life. Baixin doesn't care about everything. In the face of face and life, he did not hesitate to choose the latter. If he dies, all his accomplishments will be wasted. The key point is that he has just entered the 10th place in the list of Chinese masters. It's just the beginning. Jilin glanced at Baoxin River and sneered. Are you sure you want to live? Yes, of course, Baoxin River Channel. Would you like to be my servant? Gillen rowed. Baoxina's face is stiff. He is a master of his generation. He wants to be a servant of others. He was extremely angry in his heart. If it was someone else's wild talk, he would have killed him. But in front of this mysterious girl, he really dare not start. I'm not qualified to do it. I will. Bao Xinhe said this sentence. The whole person seems to be more than 10 years old. Jilin nodded with satisfaction, and then forced out a drop of blood essence, pointing at Bao Xinhe's eyebrow. Can't resist. Or die. After a few seconds, Jilin took back his hand and said, I'll tell you 2 things, which must be carried out unconditionally. First, prepare some snacks for me and pack them in 2 suitcases. After that, I will take 2 boxes of snacks to Kunlun Mountain on the 3rd of every month, and I will contact you then. Hearing this sentence, Baixin almost burst out of old blood. Just for this little thing, directly controlled him. The second thing is, during this period of time, you should pay attention to a man named Yichun. If he comes to the capital and encounters any trouble, you must help him at all costs. Even if you die, he can't get hurt. Do you understand? Yes. Jilin took out a photo and threw it to Bao Xinhe. If these 2 things are not done well, I will not only erase your accomplishments. Let's make you a real waste man. Yes, yes, yes. Don't go get ready for snacks. Jilin cheered. Regardless of his injury, Bao Xinhe went directly to the door. Mingsue Villa, Jiangnan Province. Yichun returns to the room and closes the door. Directly took out the black stone. The idea touched, and instantly came to the reincarnation cemetery. The powerful aura is refreshing. Yi Chen's sight falls on those tombstones. I saw that nearly 100 tombstones were constantly shaking, as if something was about to rush out. What is the situation? Yi Chen approached a few steps. Suddenly felt the body blood evil spirit coagulate. That blood dragon empty shadow rushed out again. At the moment, it is winding over a tombstone. It's like the 3rd tombstone. A strong sense of killing overflowed, and a series of swords were condensed to guard the tombstone. Is there any difference in the characters in the 3rd tombstone? Yi Chen's tone is a little strange. He even felt that the sword seemed to be affected and was shaking violently. He moved forward a few steps, as if there was a force pulling him. Soon, he came to the 3rd tombstone. Click. The tombstone directly split. The killing words also disappeared. A black mist gushed out from it. Yi Chen is just sober up. This can't be the 3rd tombstone. He is going to keep it as a card. Now there's no danger. What do you want this guy to do? At this time, the black fog had condensed into shape, and a rickety old man in black robe appeared in front of him. The old man had a short and hard gray beard, a pair of brown eyes deep in the eye socket, and a head of messy gray hair under the black robe. The old man in black raised his head, and his cold eyes were staring at Yi Chun. Reincarnation tomb owner, we finally meet. I don't know how many years I have been waiting for this day. Yi Chun looked a little ugly way. How long can you support? He thought the old man would answer for several hours, but he didn't expect the old man to say 10 days or a month or even longer. So long. Without any expression, the old man said, I will not give you some things directly like the previous 2. Your current cultivation is too low to bear. It will only waste. I want to teach you the way that suits you best. The most suitable way for me? The old man nodded. Cold eyes twinkled with cold light. Kill way. Although you have experienced killing these years, in my eyes, these killing is not worth mentioning. I want to take you into the real killing way. For example, Yi Chen Dao. Like this. The black-robed old man suddenly disappeared. The next second, he appeared directly behind Yi Chen, and a long sword came directly to his neck. Yi Chen sighed, but the sword still slipped through his skin. A hole split, blood burst out. Dan is to close the wound with blood. After breathing adjustment, he stares at the old man in black in front of him. Isn't the strong man in the reincarnation cemetery going to help him? How did it become killing him? The sword is coming. Today, I will teach you a sword called Bloodthirsty Chop. All the killing is a magnificent performance. Chapter 285. Whoosh! The endless sword shadow surrounds Yi Chen's sword body. Although he avoids the vital parts, his body has hundreds of swords in this moment, although it is a very subtle wound. The old man in black obviously took up his strength. Once you use all your strength, blood will spill out and your breath will collapse. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape. Is this bloodthirsty? Yi Chen Mao sunned some panic. Even if he had seen the old man's sword in Kunlun Su, it was not so weird and crazy. The sword turned 91 times on him, the most overbearing. Every sword can kill him, but every sword is wrong. This feeling is crazy. For 5 hours, Yi Chen stayed in the room. He could feel the killing thoughts in his mind as if they were all over his body. It's a great feeling. Although Luo Yuntian and Qin Qing Song can give themselves much, because of their short time, they can absorb too little. The black-robed old man of the Samsara cemetery seems to give nothing, but his body seems to remember the sore meaning from time to time between life and death. It was as if the bloodthirsty chopper had been integrated into his body and became a part of him. He looked at the old man in black and said, "How do you address me, elder?" The old man in black shook his head and said in a desolate voice, "What if I know my name? I have long disappeared in the long history. How many people can remember my name? Boy, you've got the reincarnation cemetery. It seems that you control the qualification to fight with heaven, but this is not a kind of bondage. Your destiny has already been bound up with our 100 people. When you rise up, we 100 people have some hope. If you fall down, we 100 people will really dissipate between heaven and earth. You can do it yourself. Well, someone's looking for you outside. Go out first." When Yi Chen comes out from the Samsara cemetery, his body, which was full of scars, has recovered strangely. Is an illusion? Holding the black stone, he glanced at the Samsara cemetery and found that the old man in black had disappeared. But this time, the tombstone was not broken. The old man in black should still exist. Yi Chen opens the door and finds Sun Yi and Xia Ruoshu are standing outside the door. Her eyes are suspicious. Sun Yi forked her waist and said, "Zaya Kenzie, we have called you dozens of times. How can we not react at all? It's just about picking the door." Xia Ruoshu takes a look at the house. No one. They thought Yi Chen had hidden a woman in the house, but now it seems that they think more. Yi Chen scratched his head and explained, "I'm really tired these days. I've been sleeping heavily in bed. I really can't hear anything." Xia Ruoshu laughed and said, "I wanted to wait for you to have lunch, but it's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The food is hot for you. Please wash it and eat it." Good. After lunch, Yi Chen then went out the door, want to go next door to see how Luo Cha broke an arm. As soon as he stepped out of the villa, he noticed something and said, "Lu Han Zhuang, now the Blood Plum Hall has let you watch me? You know what I hate most is watching." Lu looked heavy. "I come here to tell you an important thing." "What's the matter?" "Xuemei Hall headquarters intends to move you." Lu has a trace of fear in her tone. The place where she is, after all, is the Jiangnan branch of Xuemei Hall. The killers here may not be up to standard for Yi Chen now, but if someone comes from the headquarters, it's really troublesome. Didn't Ling Feng, who was in the Xuemei Hall last time, withdraw his pursuit of me? Yi Chen Dao. Yi Chen, it's not as easy as you think. This time, it's the Taoist who calls names to deal with you. If I'm not wrong, the killer has come to Jiangnan province. Yichen ignored Lu Hanzhuang and went to the villa next door. Lu Hanzhuang chased up and said seriously, "The killer of Shumei Hall headquarters is not as simple as you think. Moreover, this time, it is very likely that the killer of Shumei Hall headquarters in Beijing is the first killer. All he has on his hands is blood, not failure." Yichen, can you stop looking like you don't care all day long? It's absolutely extraordinary to ask him to exist. This person is extremely dangerous. You'd better stay with the little girl from Nanqing Villa these days. Only she can save you. This is a result of discussion between Lu Hanzhuang and his father. Yichen stopped and said, "Maybe you will be disappointed. She has already left." Hearing this, Lu Hanzhuang's face changed greatly. If there is no master, Yichen takes what to fight with that person. In accordance with that style of work, within 3 days, we must find Yichen, more likely to cut off Yichen's head directly. Lu Hanzhuang's palms are full of sweat. She subconsciously grabs Yichen's arm and says, "Yichen, take advantage of the other party's reaction. You can leave and go to Hainan or other country for a tour for more than 10 days. It's not good to take Miss Sun and Miss Xiao with you." Yichen took a look at Lu Hanzhuang's hand, then his eyes tightly fixed on his beautiful eyes and said, "Lu Hanzhuang, I understand your kindness, but why should I go? Since he wants to come, I'm waiting for him here. I have given them the opportunity of Blood Plum Hall. This time they don't cherish it. No matter who comes, the result is the same. He will only become the ghost under my sword." Hearing this, Lu Hanzhuang thinks Yichen is crazy. What is Yichen's fight against this top killer in China? Return the dead under the sword? When that guy started killing people, Yichen didn't know if he was alive. Even though Yichen is now the first person in Jiangnan province, he can't mention it in front of those powerful people in the capital. There are people outside. There are days out of the sky. Don't Yichen know how to converge? Without that little elder, he can't even stand a move. Damn it, Lu Hanzhuang knows Yichen's character. Once he decides, no one can persuade him to change it. What she can do now is just a reminder. Now that the reminder is over, her task is finished. Lu Hanzhuang looked at Yichen's faraway back and shook her head helplessly. "You think you are standing on the top of Jiangnan province, but you don't know how vast the sky is outside. This is your biggest sorrow. Yichen, I wanted to return you a favor. It seems that I have no chance in my life." Lu Hanzhuang's figure disappeared in Mingsui Villa, leaving only the sentence to sigh. Yichen is naturally not afraid of the first killer of the headquarters of Shumei Hall. He might have been a bit afraid of it, but now the third tombstone is open, and behind him stands a top-notch killer who takes killing as the road. What is he afraid of? He is looking for someone to try the power of bloodthirsty chop. Come on, it's just death. Chapter 286. Jiangxin Buen Community, 7 rooftops. 400 meters away from Minkyubi, a man in black gloves lowered his high-power telescope. There was a hint of playfulness in the corners of his mouth. "That boy is Yichen, the recently flourishing hunter?" The man said, "It's not so good." A middle-aged man beside him nodded. "Yes, he is Yichen." The middle-aged man who spoke was Fong Dongqing, the person in charge of the southeast area of Huaxia Wudao Bureau. Fong Dongqing personally connects with the top killer of Shumei Hall. Only because this matter is related to his life and official career, only success is allowed, not failure. He took a look at the killer beside him, a little afraid. He can feel the cold and killing on the other side. If they want to kill him, it's extremely simple. This is a threat from strength. It's like killing for each other. This kind of person is really terrible. The key person doesn't even have a name. Don't look down upon Yichen. I don't know how many experts have been planted in his hands in Jiangnan province. The key is that he kills people without blinking an eye, and his strength is uncertain. When he is strong or weak, I can't understand the origin of each other. The man sneered. "That's your Chinese martial arts bureau garbage. That boy's breath is very weak to me. He may not even be able to support 3 moves on me." Fong Dongqing's face changed, and the other party dared to insult the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. He was so angry in his heart that he would have been angry if he hadn't invited him on his behalf. No matter how strong you are, you will be bound by the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. Fang Dongqing suppressed his anger. He didn't want a guy in front of him to be so confident. When the time comes, despise Yi Chen and die. Yi Chen is not as simple as you think. You must be careful when dealing with him. The radiant in a man's mouth is evil spirit. It's just a garbage. What should be careful? He can't see the sun tomorrow. Language down, the man actually stepped out of the step directly, jumped down from the 18th floor. This scene deeply stimulated Fang Dongqing. Although the ancient warriors are strong, they can't fly. He quickly poked out his head and took a look. At the moment when the man fell, a device on his arm actually shot out a steel wire, which was inserted into another building. Man, with the aid of the arm device, directly flying eaves and walls, wandering in a dozen buildings, finally disappeared. Fang Dongqing set off a storm in his heart. Xuemei Hall is the first killer organization in China. This killer is too terrible. It is estimated that Yi Chen will surely die this time. If he doesn't die again, he will be a devil in the world if he sets foot on the capital city. Yi Chen comes out from the villa next door. Luosha's recovery ability is not bad. He is playing Weiqi with Wu Xiangming. Not to mention, the level of Weiqi of Luosha is very strong, far higher than that of Wu Dao. In 10 minutes, Wu Xiangming will lose. Then Yi Chen returned to his villa and found that Xia Ruoshu and Sun Yi had changed their clothes. A beautiful personality, a temperament Yen ran. It's just visual enjoyment. Yi Chen smiles. What are you two doing? Ready to go out? Sunny nodded, blinked her big eyes, and said, Zaya Kenzie, there's a new store in the Olympic sports area of Jiangnan province. It is said that the business is good, so we are not going to cook at home today. How about going out and eating out? You don't have the right to refuse. We've both voted for it. Yi Chen shrugged. I go to change clothes or wear this body. Do not deserve you. Xia Ruoshu had covered his mouth with a smile and said, You are all the influential figures in the martial arts circle of Jiangnan province. Are you afraid that you can't match us? Low key, low profile. Soon, Yi Chen changed into a casual suit made in France. There is no label and pattern, but wearing it on his body will show his tall and straight figure incisively and vividly. Standing in the center of Xia Ruoshu and Sun, he is no less than a star. Not to mention, Zaya Kenzie, you are not only suitable for martial arts circle, but also for entertainment circle. Sunny exclaimed. At 6 p.m., the dining area on the 4th floor of the Olympic Sports Square in Jiangnan province. When the three appeared, almost countless eyes shot over. Those boys look at Yi Chen's eyes, incomparably envious and envious. Sun Yi and Xia Ruoshu are one of them, is enough to amaze a whole Olympic sports square. Not to mention two people. Xia Ruoshu came to the reception area and whispered to the waiter, I made an appointment for a box today. My name is Xia. The waiter looked at it and said, Miss Xia, the box is at A7. Go straight and turn right. Thank you. Xia Ruoshu came to Yi Chen and Sun Yi. Let's go, A7. When the three were ready to enter the store, a man in a suit came out. The waiter who received Xia Ruoshu quickly bent down and said, Boss. The man nodded and his eyes fell on Xia Ruoshu and Sun Yi. His eyes were slightly startled. Then he quickly stepped forward. Two beauties, I am Yu Haisheng, the owner of this store. Box A7 is a small box. You may not feel comfortable sitting here. Otherwise, I will upgrade you to a large box for free, and you can eat free of charge. Xia Ruoshu had directly refused. No, I ordered a small box, and I don't need to be free. The attitude is extremely cold. Then he took Yi Chen and Sun Yi to the inside. It seemed that Yu Haisheng could not even compare with the air in front of her. It's also true. Now the Three People's Worth, which is a restaurant shop owner, can compare. Do you need a free bill? Ridiculous. Yu Haisheng's expression is a little embarrassed. Even his eyes fall on Yi Chen for a few seconds. He has never failed in this move. But he has problems today? Now girls don't take advantage of it. What's more, how can he have two beauties around him? When the three disappeared in sight, he swore, Damn it, it's estimated that it's a little white face. After they were full of food and drink, the three didn't eat too much. They thought the store tasted good according to other people's evaluation, but in fact, it was quite different from what Sonny made. Three people simply ate some, then check out and leave. Unexpectedly, Yu Haixing came up with a smile and handed out his business cards to Sun Yi and Xiaoruoxue. Two beauties. Does the taste of the shop match the taste? This is my business card with my WeChat on it. I have a dozen stores in Jiangnan province, and part of the Olympic Sports Square is my family's property. Yu Haixing deliberately shows his strength. He opened a shop almost for fun, because the dining area is a gathering place for beautiful women, and he can get to know some high-quality beauties almost every time. After a month, the number of beauties who can play with these shops can hardly be counted. Sun Yi and Xiaoruoxue are almost the highest quality existence he has ever seen in his life, and of course they will not give up easily. Chapter 287. Sun Yi and Xiaoruoxue didn't plan to take the business card at all. Instead, Yiqing gave a cold To tell you the truth, the taste of your shop is really rubbish. We won't do it again. And you really look like a fly. Let's go. Finish saying. Yi Chun then embraces two female to walk toward outside. This scene directly makes Yu Haixing's anger burn in his heart. Even if he said his shop rubbish, he even compared himself to a fly. You can't die. Just as he was about to rush up, one hand clasped directly on his shoulder. Yu Haixing was even more angry. Who the hell touched my shoulder? Pa! He said, a slap on his face. Yu Haixing saw clearly the middle-aged man in front of him. Qingyi, why did you hit me? He did not dare to offend the man in front of him, because even his father had to be humble when he saw this man. Most of the equity in front of the square is in the hands of men. The point is, how is this man here? You didn't offend those three people. His tone was extremely serious. Now the whole Jiangnan province is treacherous and changeable and is led by a man. Almost all the people behind the scenes of the big forces know the existence of Yi Chun, and Yi Chun to any place will be reported to the above, just to avoid offending. The Wu family offended Yi Chun and killed the family. Tang Ao offended Yi Chun and killed his family. The Qin family, which was the first family, offended Yi Chun and disappeared. The Wu Dao family, the business family, and the giants with a core position in the circle all know Yi Chen's name. Even nightmares are Yi Chen's face. Everyone is like walking a tightrope every day. They are afraid that Yi Chen will appear in his own territory. If he is not careful to offend him, his foundation will collapse in an instant. At the moment when Yi Chen first appeared in the Olympic Sports Square, Qingye pushed off all activities and went straight to the Olympic Sports Square. His eyes were fixed on Yu Haixing, and his hand was clasped around Yu Haixing's neck. He asked, "Did you offend that man?" "Which man?" Yu Haixing is flustered. He doesn't know what Qingye did when he was suddenly angry. Bang! Qingye kicked Yu Haixing's chest directly and said, "You're going to die by yourself. Don't harm me." I asked again, "Did you offend those two women and a man?" "Especially the man." Yu Haixing is stunned, and the sea waves set off in his heart. Can he three people be big people? Pa! Qingyi slapped him and said excitedly, "What did that man say to you just now? Tell me a word. Come on. They say my food is bad and said I had to fly." Yu Haixing said, "Green, you realize what? Mouth son of cold. Damn. Come on, drag this thing down. If Lao Tzu is killed by you, your family will not want to live." Yu Haixing is flustered. Before he says anything, he is dragged down by the two people behind him. It's impossible for him to struggle. Three people just out of the Olympic Sports Square. An old voice suddenly exploded in Yi Chen's ear. "Boy, you're being followed." "What sound?" Yi Chen stops and suddenly reacts. This voice comes from the Samsara cemetery. It's the old man in black. Yi Chen looked around in a circle and found nothing. If you can't find it, this person is extremely good at hiding. The key is always keeping sufficient distance from you, let alone you. Even people who are 2 levels higher than you may not be able to detect it. This man has a very strong evil spirit. He has a strong killing spirit. If I guess correctly, he is here to kill you. There's only one person on the other side. He starts to observe you in the daytime, and his strength is much stronger than you. If I were you, I would go to him. He is the best choice to extract bloodthirsty chopper. Yi Chen nodded. He said to Xiao Ruoshu and son, I think of a matter to deal with temporarily. Let Xiao Deng send you back first. Two people looked at Yi Chen in surprise, or nodded. Good. Yi Chen put two people on the car. At the same time, let Yi Lingdian send people to stare at secretly. This just falls in a corner in the direction of 10 o'clock. He outlined a smile at the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand, and silently compared a middle finger. Now, a man 100 meters away put down the telescope. Eyes have a deep panic. He was found. How is that possible? He has hunted down countless strong men who are far stronger than the target in front of him. No one found him. But what happened to the middle finger? A sense of uneasy danger came to mind. The professional sense of smell told him that the boy was more dangerous than he thought. Is what Fang Dongqing said true? He picked up the telescope again to look at Yi Chen, but found that the other side has disappeared. All of a sudden, an icy chill came directly. The man's face changed greatly, subconsciously throughout the telescope in his hand. Pah! The telescope is directly powdered. Still cold. Puff! A black dart streaked directly against his clothes. There's a shallow bloodstain on his right arm. Ding! The dart went straight to the wall, shaking. The man swept his wound, and then the eyes fell dead on that bloody dart. His expression is extremely strange, because that dart is the blood dart of Xiumei Hall. There are only 10 in Xiumei Hall. How can the key appear here? Is it the people of Xiumei Hall dealing with themselves? No way. Just then, a cold voice sounded. Let me guess who you are, Huashi Wudao Bureau, Jiangjia in Beijing, or the Blood Plum Hall. The man looked at the source of the voice and saw a cold and proud youth, Yi Chen. At this moment, the man's eyes shrank to the extreme. He had no idea that the boy was so fast. It took only 7 seconds to find yourself in front of yourself. How can a key opponent have such a keen intuition? China's top killers are no more than that. From the target to the killer, anti-hunting. How could you have a blood dart? The voice of the man's indifference rang out. Yi Chen appeared in the hands of the dragon sword, Lightway. It seems that you are the Blood Plum Hall sent the first killer. Originally, I have some expectations for you. Now it seems, but so. The man stretched out his hand and wiped the wound on his arm. Then he licked his bloody finger. For a long time, no one let me bleed. You were the first and the last one. Language down, the figure of the man disappeared instantly. Turn. Suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen. A palm directly shot out. Yi Chen did not hesitate. The real gas burst out. Step out. A punch directly hit out. Two forces touch in an instant. The air is rolling. The toughened glass on both sides is broken directly. Chapter 288. Bang! Because of the collision between them, a tiny crack appeared on the ground. How terrible the blow was. And Yi Chen and men are retreating one after another. In contrast, no one. Interesting, really interesting. But next, I will make you feel the joy of killing. The man's gloomy voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a steel wire shot out of the man's palm. The end of the wire is extremely sharp. Speed to the limit. Hiss! Yi Chen body side, directly avoided the hidden weapon. What you think is too simple. The man sneered. The killing intention surged in his eyes, and the strength broke out in his arms. His arm seemed to be a whole circle thick. Then there was a big shock in the arm. The neck of the sword is like a long sword. Yi Chen's face changed slightly. Body pressure. A palm on the ground. The whole person jump up. 5 fingers hard toward the wire to grasp. Tear. The whole man was pulled back by Yi Chen. Die! The dragon sword in Yi Chen's hand is full of real qi. Cut it with one sword. This sword is like the flood of the dam suddenly released, roaring. The man sneered. The strength gap between you and me is too big. It's not so easy to kill me with this sword alone. Language falls. The steel wire in his hand actually agglomerates into a soft sword, towards Yi Chen's sword to cut. His wire is no ordinary wire. It can also condense into a sword. What's more, the Spirit Stone and high-tech are jointly created. The shape is changeable, and the key general weapons can't be destroyed at all. Broken. 2 cold lights flash by. Mars. Stab. A strange thing happened. His soft sword broke. Countless wires are scattered. The man's eye sun stares big to the extreme, start away. How possible? Before he reacts, Yi Chen's dragon sword has been chopped. It's just like the sword of the gods. The man quickly retreated one after another. Even so, his clothes were torn by the fierce sword. The man looked at his clothes and laughed. This is the first time someone has made me so embarrassed. But it's time for the game to end. Do you know where I am on the list of Chinese masters? You don't have the right to know, but I just killed the top 30 of the day before yesterday. What are you going to fight me with? The next second, the man was surrounded by countless black gas. His body suddenly huge a few minutes. Black gas is drilled into his eyes, a cold kill intention to cover open. Yi Chen and Zhang just want to start reincarnation cemetery voice. That's the real face of that guy. His martial arts are also killing ways. Now it's not easy for you to deal with him. And the stronger you are, the more murderous he is, the more terrible his strength will be. I didn't expect that the secret method still exists in small Huaxia. It's interesting. Yi Chen strides forward a step, and the hand cuts the dragon's sword to release the killing machine, with the black light of death sweeping toward the man. The sword moves are light and flighty, seemingly casual, but they contain infinite killing opportunities and power. Broken. Seeing the sword, he will touch the man and roar. A black knife appeared in my hand. With a touch of the knife, the air of the knife is surging. Ding. A clear voice came, as if through the eternal years, but also as if from the outside of the sky, giving people a kind of illusory and heavy feeling. When swords and swords intersect, the ultimate light bursts out from the intersection, like a dazzling sun, dazzling. A layer of invisible airwaves rushed to the surrounding areas, where they were raging and all the objects were smashed. Yi Chen stepped back 3 steps. The strength of the other side has increased more than 5 times. The man's gloomy smile rang out. If I want you to die, you must die. Remember, you died in the scarlet hands of Xuemei Hall. I'm Scarlet, the Scarlet of Blood. Obviously, Scarlet is the other party's code name. The next second, the man has appeared in front of Yi Chen. The dagger in the hand has drawn a death arc in the air. The momentum exploded. Mercilessly toward the leaf chin split and down. Once this knife falls, there's only one possibility. Die! At this critical juncture, a voice sounded in his mind. The way to kill is to use fists as weapons. The heart of killing is not afraid of everything. You control the blood dragon shadow. You can use it as a weapon. To kill this man, 5 fingers, plus the bloodthirsty chop. That's enough. At this moment, Yi Chen seems to be on top. He has a little more understanding of the way to kill. His whole body instantly gushed out a very strong blood evil spirit. Blood evil spirit seems to form a blood dragon, entangled in Yi Chen's arm. The hand of Panlong, there is no life but death. Next second, Yi Chen suddenly moved. A fierce grasp on the blade of the murderous sword. In the man's eyes, Yi Chen is almost the act of looking for death. He tried to resist his sword with his hands. It's hard for this guy to die. Don't talk about the hand. Even if it is a huge stone in front of him, it must be chopped. Die! The speed of the dagger is faster and faster. The cold light seems to twist the whole space. Cold death spread. Boom. Then the explosion of thunder, continuous. Dust filled the sky. The earth began to shake. Yi Chen's hand and that terrible knife collide together. Bursts out the hot spark. Brings a burst of sharp and piercing friction sound. Next second, the picture seems to freeze frame. The man's eyes are full of panic because his knife was held by a hand. No break. No blood. It's just being held. Not only that, he seemed to hear a dragon roar in his ear. Vaguely, Yi Chen's hand seems to have turned into a blood dragon. The blood dragon's ferocious mouth opened and bit the short knife. Dao Qi disappears. All the blood of the dragon has been absorbed. How could it be? You are not the only one who can kill. And, obviously, your way of killing is no different from garbage in my eyes. Click. 1. The blood dragon virtual shadow roars. His knife, it just broke. The man's face pale, endless panic, shivering, subconsciously stepped back. His eyes are staring at Yi Chun in front of him. He found that Yi Chun was not alone. There's a ferocious blood dragon behind him. The blood dragon exudes a terrible smell. It's cold, suffocation, slaughter, as if only a look can devour him. Who are you? Fear spread, so that men continue to retreat the place, printed a deep ravine, a footprints deep into it. This is the blood dragon. This is the meaning of killing. Who am I? Yi Chun Mao Suna congealing. Tightly grasps the hand to cut the dragon sword. The dragon roars the sky. I am the master killing Yi Chun. Chapter 289. The man was stunned when he heard the words, slaying master. He realized that he couldn't go on like this. The strength of the other side is not his opponent at all, but it is suppressed everywhere in the sense of killing. And the shadow of the blood dragon. He felt a deep crisis. The next second, the eyes twinkle a trace of determination. He bit the finger, a drop of blood essence forced out. Point directly on the brow. There is a blood lotus in the center of his eyebrow. Blood lotus seems to be surging with a ray of light. The light is more and more dazzling, and the prestige on a man completely disappears. He no longer hesitated. Quickly toward Yi Chun rushed out. If this son does not die, there will be endless troubles. Even if I burn my blood essence in cultivation, you will die. A low roar. Yi Chun suddenly sounded a voice in his mind. Take advantage of the power the other side's blood essence has not condensed the extreme. Blood moon chop. Come on. Yi Chun's murder breaks out, and his true chi condenses on his right hand. The voice in his mind will not deceive him. Suddenly the wind blows around, and the blood dragon virtual shadow behind him seems to be struggling. In the next second, the sword will be transformed into Dao sword shadow. Endless sword shadow rushed out, rippling in the whole space. An air beam formed by sword chi was swung to the man. At the moment when the air beam rushed away, the blood dragon's virtual shadow broke out, and the red light was great. The bloodthirsty sword spirit is like the raindrop general crackling to the man. For men, there are nearly 1,000 blood swords gathered around. What kind of sword technique is this? Why do I feel so miserable that I'm so obsessed with death? He can only resist the sword, a lot of sparks and blood splashes. The air vibrated, the wind roared, and there were sword marks on the man's feet. After a few seconds, the shadow of the sword disappeared, and everything returned to silence. There was no wound or blood on the man. He glanced at Yi Chun and sneered, Your swordsmanship is frightening, but it can't hurt me at all. Huh? Is it? Yi Chun has already taken back the dragon sword. His hands are behind him, and his smile is extremely cold. Suddenly, the man's smile solidified. He suddenly bowed his head, but found that there were countless sword marks on his body. His clothes are completely broken. A stream of blood, like a fountain. His pupil enlarges. The ice sun frightens to the extreme. It turned out that the boy's sword idea just broke out at this moment. How could it be? He died in the hands of a most scornful target. You are Dash. Before he finished his words, his body exploded. Split. No life. Yi Chun exhaled a puff of turbid air, and his back was wet through. Bloodthirsty chopping is too exhausting. His elixir field almost has no real spirit. Now my martial arts skills are so advanced that I can't keep up with them. I must improve my cultivation as soon as possible. The 3 families in the ghost prison in Beijing are certainly not so simple. Strength is the king. When Yi Chun was feeling, the black stone flew out and suspended in front of Yi Chun. Rolling black fog. An old man in black stood in front of Yi Chun. At this moment, everything around seems to be a field of its own. The cold killing machine is like falling to hell. The old man in black took a look at Yi Chun and said, It's not only bloodthirsty chopping, but also burning sky palm. In fact, they are not high-level martial arts skills, but they are more than enough to deal with China. Do you have some insights into this war? Yi Chun nodded. He could feel that his body and cultivation had improved a lot in this war. The black-robed old man closed his eyes, and countless auras and dead air around him shrouded away. His 5 fingers grasp directly formed a black and red staggered light ball. The next second, mercilessly toward the blood dragon virtual shadow on the top of Yi Chen's head. Bang! Red light, dragon chanting. Yi Chen is shocked to find that the blood dragon virtual shadow is huge a few minutes. The black-robed old man nodded his head with satisfaction and said, "I ask you not how your cultivation is, but the shadow of the blood dragon. It may be because of your cultivation of skills that the shadow of blood dragon becomes the carrier of your killing way. The more people you kill, or the more angry you are, the more terrifying a virtual shadow of the blood dragon. Its growth is your growth. It is strong, you are strong. If one day it becomes a blood dragon, sweeping the world, that's when you achieve the ultimate goal. When the time comes, you will block and kill Buddha, and God will block and kill God. Today, it is impossible to kill each other with your strength. It is the blood dragon's virtual shadow that saved you. Remember, if you encounter a strong enemy in the future, this blood dragon is more useful than your sword." When the old man in black finished speaking, he turned into a black fog and dissipated between heaven and earth. Yi Chen takes a look at the empty shadow of the blood dragon on the top of his head. The difference between this figure and Wanzhong is too far. Now, it's just the length of a truck. He regained his breath, and the blood dragon came down from the sky and penetrated into his body. The blood evil spirit hides. Then Yi Chen takes a few pills, and he can feel the exhaustion all over his body. There was no need for him to stay any longer. He went downstairs and headed for the Olympic Sports Square. At the door, he received a WeChat from Xia Ruoshuan's Sunny Home, so he planned to let Xiao Deng come to meet him. Before the phone was broadcast, a hot sports car stopped in front of him. The window slowly falls. A girl wearing sunglasses in the driver's seat waves to Yi Chen. The girl's big wavy black hair is just right, and her slender thighs wear a white and blue skirt, showing her perfect figure. The body is slightly tilted, and a pair of peaks and hills are half hidden and half hidden. The scale is not too large, but the shape is beautiful. It is just able to be mastered by adult men. Under the skirt, a white and slender leg is exposed. "Mr. Yi?" The girl took off her sunglasses and said with a smile. Yi Chen had doubts. When he saw the woman's true face, he suddenly came over. Zhu of Zhu family in Jiangnan province. After the last repair of the dragon's sword, they did not see each other again. "Mr. Yi, if you don't dislike it, get on the bus." Yi Chen nodded, put the mobile phone into his pocket, opened the door, and sat down slightly. "Why are you here?" Yi Chen has a wonderful way. Judah slowly stepped on the gas pedal, although it was very light, but the roar still sounded. She said with a smile, "Now, almost all the forces in Jiangnan province are paying attention to Mr. Ye's movement. So is my Zhu family. What's going on with me?" Yi Chen frowned. While controlling the steering wheel, Zhu Ye said, "Mr. Ye has no idea that the situation in Jiangnan province has undergone a thorough reshuffle. Now, Mr. Ye has become the first person in Jiangnan province. As long as those people who are dormant in the depths of Jiangnan province do not move, Mr. Ye's movement will be concerned. Those big families and forces don't want their younger generation to offend Mr. Yi." Chapter 290. Yi Chen didn't expect that his movement would be paid attention to by so many people. What did he think of? He said curiously, "What do you mean by the person who is dormant in the deep of your mouth?" Julia took a look at Yi Chen and explained, "I don't know how many years my Zhu family has been casting swords to the strong. Naturally, there are more things we know than ordinary people. In fact, there are still some forces dormant in the depths of Jiangnan province. They just don't like fighting. But once they touch their interests, they must be awakened lions, and they can kill a huge force with one bite." Yi Chen stares at Zhu Ye's side face, and suddenly thinks that Zhu Ye has such a wide range of news channels and contacts that she knows about the ghost prison. Although Yi Lingtian has touched some things, they are blocked by a layer of power. Wei knows that Lei Shuxia has the highest level of access to the ghost, but he does not have the authority to inspect the ghost. At the moment, Jia may know something. Yichen no longer hesitated, directly said, Miss Zhu, do you know there's a place called Ghost Prison in China? Hiss. Suddenly, Juya stepped on the brake and stopped. Her beautiful eyes curiously stare at Yi-chun. The snow-white chest is constantly fluctuating. Mr. Yi, how did you want to ask this question? Jie-Wei's voice was a little quick and trembling. Yi-chen's heart of joy. The other side really knows. Miss Zhu, Ghost Prison is very important to me. If you know, please let me know. Yi-chen grabbed Zhuya's wrist directly after one. Zhuya was able to feel the excitement of Yi-chen's tone, thought for a moment, and then said, Ghost Prison is the highest, most strict, and most mysterious prison in China. There are countless powerful Chinese prisoners in it. These people either commit felony or they can't control it, or they do extreme things to the society. You have to know that some martial arts masters in China do something to ordinary people, it will be very serious. The disappearance of Pingyang Town in 1999, which once made a stir, was the work of a powerful martial arts master. Thousands of people were killed overnight, and Pingyang Town was razed to the ground. The Chinese authorities spent a lot of energy and countless strong men to seize a man and put him in the ghost prison. In recent years, some unsolved mysteries or massacres in China have been completely blocked from the news. Ordinary people have no way to understand them. Even if someone witnessed them, their memories will be erased. Almost all of them are in ghost prison. This has also caused a lot of people to be extremely violent. It is not too much to kill people without blinking an eye. Yi-chen Mao's son extremely serious, arms blue muscle burst. At that time, although Yinu Villa involved 3 top families, and the plot was extremely serious, why did it lock its parents into it? His parents don't have any strength. They are just ordinary people. The capital Dragon Lord is at large outside, but his parents are not in the ghost prison. What the hell is this? Yi-chun is a little angry, evil spirit surging. Miss Zhu, do you know what a ghost prison is? Zhuya was very clever. Naturally, she guessed something and asked, Is this because of the Cloud Lake Villa incident? Yi-chen did not need to hide. Nodded. Mr. Yi, the reason why the ghost prison is called Ghost is that no one knows where it is. I even suspect that the prison is mobile, but according to some information, it should be under the capital. Zhuya Dao. Under the capital? This concept is too broad. I want to know the specific location. If Miss Zhu knows anything, please let me know. Yi-chen calmed down and said seriously. Zhuya pondered for several seconds and said to Yi-chen, I only know about the ghost prison, but I know a man who has been to the ghost prison. If you can convince him, there may be a play. Who? Zhuya took out an invitation card from her bag with a traditional Chinese character medicine. Xiang Qingdong, the Chinese Medicine Alliance. Yi-chen took the invitation and glanced at it and found that his name was written on it. It was obvious that someone had invited him. Zhuya explained, Mr. Yi, I come to you today for this invitation. The day after tomorrow, Xiang Qingdong, chairman of the Chinese Medicine Alliance, held a banquet in Yawang Valley in Jiangnan Province. He recruited all the heroes in the south of the Yangtze River to witness the birth of a pill. They not only invited me, but also invited Mr. Yi. Chinese Medicine Alliance? Yes, I said just now that there are some terrible forces hidden in China, and the Drug Alliance is one of them. Mr. Danjia's alchemy is very rare. The only way they can develop a set of traditional Chinese medicine is to produce a set of high-quality herbs. The method can refine 3 kinds of pills. This event almost shakes the whole Jiangnan province, and even the martial arts and Taoism circles in China. We should know that no one in the whole Jiangnan province can refine 3-grade pills. Once the pill is completed, the Chinese Medicine Alliance will inevitably become the object of contention by numerous forces. Xiang Qingdong's identity will also rise, so this time, it is the best opportunity for Xiang Qingdong to show his strength in front of numerous powerful people. Yi-chen has a strange expression. At the beginning of the auction in Jiangqing, he realized that there were few Chinese pills, otherwise those people would not rush for them. He thought that Jiangqing was too small. Looking at the whole China, there should be some senior Dan pharmacists. Now it seems that there are few Chinese who can refine pills. Just 3-grade pills are going to be so inspiring? How can we catch all the heroes in the south of the Yangtze River? He can refine 4 kinds of pills now. Isn't that all hanging and beating? What's the relationship between Chinese Medicine Alliance and Ghost Prison? Feeling Yi Chen's doubts, Zhuya added, Mr. Yi doesn't know that Xiang Qingdong is not only the Director General of the Drug Alliance, but also a master of medical ethics. There were 3 people in the Ghost Prison who were on the verge of death. Xiang Qingdong rescued all of them. If he didn't know the Ghost Prison, no one in China was qualified to know. Yi Chen accepted the invitation and promised, Okay, I'll go with you that day. Anyway, this Qingdong is the only clue to the Ghost Prison. Since the other side likes pills, he can refine a 4-grade pill in advance and give it to him. He doesn't believe that the other party has not explained the Ghost Prison. Zhuya's mouth is full of a smile. She is still struggling with how to persuade Mr. Yi along the way. Now it seems that it is completely effortless. If Mr. Yi went with her, her Zhu family would not lose her identity as she had done several times before. The key is that Yi Chen's military hegemony can be tied up with such a top-level strong person, and it is absolutely invincible. Chapter 291. Zhuya started the engine, and the car continued to move forward. Mr. Yi, today I will send you back to Mingsui Villa. At 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow, I will drive to pick up Mr. Yi. Yaowang Valley is deep in Langya Mountain in Jiangnan Province, which is not far away. Good. Yi Chen Mao's son falls into deep thought. How should he inquire news that day? A courtyard in Beijing. An old man is playing chess with a middle-aged man. The appearance of the 2 people is similar. Naturally, the relationship between father and son. Zhang Jianfeng dropped the son, took a look at the old man in front of him, and then swallowed the words to his mouth. The old man also left behind a son and took the lead in saying, The storm in the capital is over. The strong man who had an accident in the sky almost crushed dozens of top strong people. Except for those who are not in Beijing, almost all of them have been searched by that person. The dead are dead, and the injured are injured. This time, the capital has suffered heavy losses. Originally, my Jiang family was ready to deal with it. The Demon King suddenly disappeared. I don't know what it means, warning or hatred, but the situation of Chinese martial arts and Taoism has changed completely. Swordsman, your strength needs to be mentioned. You have stayed at the 9th position in the list of Chinese masters for too long. Your goal is to be the first. Do you understand? My Jiang family must have someone to take the first place, and you are the only hope of our Jiang family. Zhang Jianfeng felt the pressure and said, Wasn't Big Brother the first in those years? Everyone knows that a strong man in our Jiang family entered Kunlun Void. Is this not enough deterrent? The old man shook his head. Kunlun, Su, and Huaxia are almost isolated. After entering, it will be very difficult to come out again. I estimate that I will not necessarily see him in my lifetime. He should be pursuing the highest level of martial arts at this moment, and the gap with us will only be growing. Now, the top one in the list of Chinese masters has been in the position for too long. If you don't move him, the Jiang family will be kept under the pressure of that family all the time. That's no good, so this burden is on you. You are the only hope of our Jiang family now. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhang Jianfeng still said, Dad, during this period of time, I have some changes in the sense of that Yi Chen. I'm thinking about Perong's family. Don't mention Perong, not to mention that evil seed. This is a disgrace to the Jiang family. The old man said coldly, his voice incomparably resolute and angry. Zhang Jianfeng gave a wry smile. Dad, that villain has become the first person in Jiangnan province. Maybe he will continue to grow up and may challenge the top 10 masters of China. His potential is terrible. Pah! The old man clapped his hand on the chessboard, stood up, and said in an angry voice, What is the first person in Jiangnan province in the eyes of my Jiang family? Compared with the capital, Jiangnan province is not in the flow. The real masters of martial arts are all in Beijing. If he wants to sit on his native emperor, let him sit. The ancients only said that the evil species was neither chicken head nor phoenix tail, but chicken tail. I don't care what kind of achievements that evil kind has made. He can't change the fact that he is mortal. I didn't admit Perron's family before, and I won't admit it now, unless that boy kills the first person on the list of Chinese masters. Replace. Hit me in the face with this. Otherwise, I won't take back my decision. Those 3 guys don't want to step into the Jiang family. They are not qualified enough. The old man is obviously very angry. His neck is full of blue veins. His face is very red. Momentum is towering. Let people palpitation. Jiang Jianfeng shook his head helplessly. He wanted to persuade the old man in front of him, but now it seems impossible. Although Yi Chen is very strong, it is almost impossible to kill the master of China. That's a legend of Chinese martial arts. Yi Chen naturally did not know about the capital. Jia sent him back to the villa and left. He went to see the villa Luocha. His arm has a trace of reaction, even gradually new trend. It seems that Roche's recovery ability is faster than he thought. If he recovered the day after tomorrow, he took Luosha to Yawang Valley. According to Zhuya, this time the alliance is very powerful and many strong people are invited. If Huaxia Wudao Bureau and Shumei Hall send strong men to assassinate him, it will be troublesome. Although he is not afraid, he does not want to expose his strength. It would be great if it could be solved by other people's hands. Then Yi Chen returned to the villa. Xia, Ruoshu, and Sun Yi are sitting on the sofa route, interesting, looking at Yi Chen. What's the matter with you? Sunny blinked. Who was the girl in that sports car just now? Yi Chen smiled. Yang pocket invitation led away. A friend just to send things. It just happened to them. Sunny thought of something and then said, Yi Chen, I had a long discussion with Ruoshu just now. We both want to learn something to protect ourselves. Didn't you say you wanted to help me find some skills suitable for girls' cultivation last time? Do you have any news now? Yi Chen claps the forehead. This just remembered what? Wait for me. Then he came to a bedroom on the 2nd floor, closed the door, and entered the Samsara cemetery. He came to the 3rd tombstone. Just wanted to speak. The old man in black appeared out of thin air. Please, the senior. Yi Chen respectfully said. Say it. Master, do you have any skills suitable for girls of practice? It's better to improve the speed of practitioners. Black-robed old man suddenly, eyes a congealed, light way. You want to give the next 2 girls training. Yes. The old man in black thinks for a few seconds and points to Yi Chen's eyebrows. Although I am immersed in the way of killing, I once married a woman. A skill she practiced met your requirements. I will pass it on to you. This method is very simple. It's good to practice it for the 2 girls. If they are qualified to save their lives, it will be less stressful for you. After a while, Yi Chen's eyebrows gushed out 2 streams of information, Phoenix Heart Resolution and Qingfeng Ju. One is the mind method. The other is the lightness skill method. If we work together and cultivate a little success, no one in China can hurt them. What's more, I'll give you the skill at a price. Within a month, you must break through the separation and separation state. Yes. Yi Chen copied down the 2 skills, and then went downstairs and handed them to the 2nd daughter. Under some guidance, Xia Ruoshu was the first to find Qi. This speed was several days faster than that of himself, who had just entered Kunlun Su. As for Sun Yi, a few hours later, she even found a trace of Qi. Looking at the 2nd daughter into the state of cultivation, Yi Chen can't help but feel helpless. If these 2 guys have been practicing since childhood, their strength will be good. Later, Yi Chen also returned to his room and the bloody Plum Hall killer battle. He has a sense of breakthrough. It is time to break through to the 6th floor of the pneumatic environment. Chapter 292. At the same time, Kunlun Su, a grand hall, stands on the top of the mountain. It's like a fairyland. A girl in white stood on the top of the mountain. She was dressed in a white skirt and a light blue-green water-thin smoke yarn. Her shoulders were cut into a waist like a vegetable. Her muscles were like blood clotting, and her air was like a delicate orchid. Eyes like water, but with the cold talk, seems to be able to see through everything, and even let people take pictures of it. Ashamed, dare not blaspheme. That cold and arrogant, smart, and quite attractive state, but also let people can't help but soul around. 10 fingers are slender, Skin like coagulated fat, white with pink. Like a fairy. The girl is Ji Siqing, who is regarded as one of the 10 great talents by Kunlun. Tanzijianu, strength crushed countless strong. And beside her stood Ji Lin, an ancient spirit. Ji Lin's eyes are vivid, and there is also a moving charm. Suddenly, Ji Siqing opened his mouth. This time you go out, see Yi-chun? Ji Lin nodded, chewing bubblegum in his mouth, blowing out a big bubble. Elder sister, I really don't understand you. What's good about Yi-chun? His strength is rubbish, and his veins are useless. Why do you pay so much attention to this boy? Don't you like him? It's impossible. Kunlun Su's talent is enough to crush Yi-chun. Ji Siqing ignored and continued to ask, How is he there? Have you found the enemy who killed his parents? Ji Lin shook his head. No. Elder sister, don't mention. What happened to that boy was not so simple. I killed several mole ants before I asked something. It is estimated that the person who killed his parents had something to do with the top families in China. I wanted to kill those top families, but you called me back in a hurry. I haven't played enough. Ji Siqing's eyes are flat. Oh. Ji Lin was helpless. Just as he wanted to speak, Ji Siqing said again, How is that boy's cultivation? Is it still in Kaiyuan? Ji Lin scratched his head and felt strange. Elder sister, don't mention. This boy left Kunlun Su, but his cultivation has improved rapidly. How long has it been that he has broken through to the pneumatic state? If I am not wrong, he is now at the top of the 5th level of the Qi dynamic state, only 1 step away from the 6th level. Well, Ji Si's beautiful eyes were a little surprised. China's aura is thin. The cultivation speed should be slowed down. But this boy is going against current? How can it be? Ji Lin said, Elder sister, this is not the most terrible place. There is a big gap between Yi-chun and me, but I feel a strong confidence and danger from him. Even if I break out with all my strength, I may not be able to kill Yi-chun. At this moment, Ji Siqing's heart without waves seemed to set off a storm. His beautiful eyes were rippling. He murmured, Is that what the man said is true? This Yi-chun has the potential to connect with the sky. Sister, what do you say? Ji Siqing shakes his head and doesn't continue to speak. His indifferent eyes look at a huge peak in the clouds and don't know what he is thinking. 2 days pass quickly. Yi-chun has made a breakthrough, and his cultivation is firmly in the 6th layer of the aerodynamic environment, which is still some distance away from the 7th layer. As for Sun Yi and Xiao Ruoxue, their progress is just as strange as speed. They soon went beyond the quenching state and went to the 1st level of Kaiyuan state. Yi-chun is a little confused. He doesn't feel how terrible the talent of the 2nd daughter is. The talent of blood is also common root. Compared with ordinary practitioners, it should be much worse. But how can they practice so fast now? It's on? To understand this process, the average person may have to go through 100 days. But the 2 girls actually finished in 2 days at the same time. It's kind of weird. At this time, the black-robed old man of the Samsara cemetery gave the answer. What's strange about this? Boy, don't you notice that your training speed is also accelerating? Your talent has been suppressed before you do anything about men and women. Do you really think you're a root? Ridiculous. If you are a fan root, there is no spiritual root in this world. What's more, you don't want to think about how the reincarnation cemetery can choose a fan-gen boy. Are you kidding me? Yi-chun was stunned. He felt that he had caught something, and then asked, What does the elder mean? You had a relationship with those 2 girls. They broke through so fast that they all relied on you. Boy, are you really stupid or fake fool? Even the way of heaven can't survey your destiny. What's the qualification of those garbage detection tools in Huaxia and Kunlun-su to detect your talent? Yi-chun is surprised. Everything is clear. Since his first relationship with Sun Yi, his breakthrough speed has become faster and faster, and it seems it has become more and more pure in absorbing the aura of the outside world. He thought it was due to the reincarnation cemetery, but now it seems that he is completely gifted, cheated everyone's talent, and his mother is a rare spiritual root, even if he is no longer garbage. Cannot be humble root. Master, what is my talent? Yi-Chin just wanted to ask questions. The black-robed old man disappeared completely. It seems that he did not intend to say more. Morning. Yi-Chin gets up and takes a look at the second daughter, who is practicing on the sofa. She is helpless. I knew I wouldn't let them practice. Now I don't even have a delicious breakfast. Helpless. Yi-Chin simply made an egg fried rice and left some for the second daughter. He had just finished eating when he heard the door of the villa knocked. When I opened the door, I saw Juya, who was well-dressed. "Mr. Yi, it's almost time. Now, we should be able to catch up with the start of your Wango activity." Yi-Chin nodded and explained to her that the second daughter was just light for a while, and there was no more afterward. Yi-Chin is completely speechless. Are these two people experiencing the pleasure of cultivation even ignore themselves? This is also normal. When he first set foot on the path of cultivation, he was extremely excited. Not only has the body had the huge transformation, that kind of power violent feeling is almost even more exciting than the love between men and women. However, after 3 days, the excitement was gone. Instead, it was boring. It was estimated that when he came back, they had no plan to practice. Yi-Chin went to the villa next door to have a look at Luo-cha. His arm was not completely healed, so he gave up taking his plan and went directly to Juya's Bentley. The car rode away in the direction of Yaowang Valley. By the way, Mr. Yi, Yao Meng and Huashi Wudao Bureau have a cooperative relationship. There will certainly be leaders from Huashi Wudao Bureau. This should be okay? Juya looks at Yi-Chin from the rearview mirror and is worried. Yi-Chin shakes his head. "As long as they don't provoke me, I will not move them naturally, but if they don't know the appearance, then I can't be blamed." Chapter 293. On the way, Yi-Chin sat behind the Bentley and closed his eyes. A faint air current curled around him. Juya didn't want to know what he was looking at in the rearview mirror several times. She has a special identity and has never been a driver since childhood. Today, I gave it to Yi-Chin for the first time. But Yi-Chin sits in the back. She can feel a kind of peace of mind. This may be the aura of the strong. "Mr. Yi, it's about 10 minutes away," said Julia. "Good." Julia drives extremely steady, almost does not force a brake. Lets Yi-Chin pours enjoys extremely. All of a sudden, there were 2 very strong roars behind me. Julia glanced from the rearview mirror and instantly found 2 Beijing sports cars coming quickly. One red and one white is undoubtedly racing. When she noticed the number on the license plate, she turned pale. One of them turned out to be the home car of Wudao family in Beijing. As for the other one, although I don't know the origin, but from the number, the background is absolutely not weak. At this time, the 2 vehicles appeared on the road at the same time, which must also be invited by the Pharmaceutical Alliance. The key is that the speed is not fatal. The speed limit here is 70 yards, but their speed is obviously approaching 180 yards. Madman, a complete madman, under helpless. Julia can only twist the steering wheel and lean the Bentley to one side. But the 2 cars didn't have any plan to avoid Julia. They came crashing into each other. Originally can only pass through a car road, hard to parallel. Behind him is a crazy trumpet. Julia Pretty Face Frost can only speed up. She has no choice. Otherwise, something will happen. But who knows that the 2 sports cars are faster? One of them is directly rubbing the Bentley car out. The side of Bentley flashed violent spark instantly. Jue was completely frightened. It's not over yet. The white sports car behind him saw that he was behind. Obviously, he thought that the culprit was a Bentley. He didn't hesitate anymore and hit the Bentley directly. Bang! Body vibration. The steering wheel in Juya's hand slips, and the car body rushes directly to one side of the cliff. The cliff is 100 feet high. If you fall down, you'll be killed. Juya's palms are full of sweat. She and Mr. Ye's lives are in her hands. But the car is completely out of control. She even saw the window of the sports car slowly rolling down, and a middle finger sticking out, and a face of great disdain. The eyes were cold. It's like the life in the car has nothing to do with him. Is this arrogance from the capital? Juya can only watch Jinga's sports car leave. She tried to control the steering wheel and try to adjust the direction. Brake on. At this moment, she did not dare to force. Once forced, the whole car will fall over. But it's no use at all. The Bentley is about to fall into a cliff. Suddenly, strangely, the rear window glass breaks directly. A strong airflow wrapped the body. The ground Mars flash, people palpitation. The speed of the car body suddenly drops, as if it is controlled by a force. Julia realized what, turned her head, and found Yi Chen's eyes extremely calm and cold. His hand seemed to hold a mass of air, control everything. The shadow flashed by and a faint voice fell. "Give me the steering wheel." Step on the gas. Catch up. It is Yi Chen who speaks. He naturally felt the car out of control. I thought it was because the road was difficult to drive, but I didn't expect that the direction of the car was completely out of control. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the middle finger and cold smile. Those two sports cars are undoubtedly murder. At most, there are only two vehicles passing on the road. You have to go parallel and overtake. Die. Yi Chen feels angry in his heart. I was in a good mood. The key to the last action of the other side. Let him rage. Julia responded. The direction has been completely controlled. She directly stepped on the accelerator. Boom, the car rushed out, and Yi Chen's hand is passed through Julia's hair, controlling everything. At the moment, as long as he bowed his head, he could see Julia's full capacity. Because the driver's seat is narrow, his arm accidentally touched Wanna's elastic chest many times, and her pretty face turned red. But Yi Chen didn't react. Speed up again. Good. Julia almost stepped on the gas pedal to the extreme. The action at the moment is ambiguous and dangerous, but in her eyes is incomparable peace of mind. Soon, the two saw the shadow of one of the sports cars, and Yi Chen's eyes were suffused with a trace of killing intention. Julia, now climb to the co-pilot and fasten your seatbelt. Good. Julia has some ancient martial arts background. On one side of her body, she comes to the co-pilot. Because wearing a skirt, the action range is a little big. The skirt is lifted up. The sexy underwear of pink shows undoubtedly. Yi Chen naturally noticed that he didn't say anything more and sat steadily in the driver's seat in the blink of an eye. Even the seatbelt is too lazy to fasten. A step on the accelerator suddenly rushed out. Because it's almost a Yawang Valley, the speed of two sports cars slows down. But the Bentley is getting faster and faster. The powerful roar is like an explosion. The man in the white sports car also heard the movement and said, "Which is the best way to speed up at this time?" He glanced at the rearview mirror, and his expression was a little wrong. The Bentley didn't fall? How can it be? Under that speed and impact, the other party is obviously out of control. How can there be no accident? Just as he was wondering, the roar was getting closer and closer. In just a second, Bentley went hand in hand with him. Yi Chen opens a window, the same tree of middle finger. The next second, the steering wheel turned and hit the white sports car directly. This scene, suddenly to the extreme. The man had no idea that the other side would do this. Madman, a complete madman. This time, it was his turn to lose control of the car. Fortunately, he was used to racing, and through his own good treatment, he directly stabilized the car just as he was about to take a long breath. The Bentley came up again. Bang! A loud noise. Bentley car directly hit the white sports car out. The body of the white sports car is directly rubbing against the wall of the mountain, and the spark explodes. See this scene. Man's eyes are full of panic. This is a fucking attempt to kill? He can't help reacting. Bang! Another big bang. The white sports car hit the mountain wall directly. The front of the car is almost twisted. The man in the car reacted very quickly. At the moment of collision, he broke the glass and jumped out. After 10 full laps on the ground, I stopped completely. A few seconds later, the sound and explosion sounded. The white sports car directly into a startling fire. Chapter 294. Seeing this scene, the man who came down from the white sports car with some bruises on his face was completely wet through his back. Who can think of life and death in a thought? He was staring at the Bentley that was slowly stopping on the side of the road, eyes with cold killing. Since he was born, no one dares to make a fluke. He is very angry at the moment. The consequences are extremely serious. His eyes fell on the Jiangnan license plate of Bentley. If it is a capital license plate, he may be afraid of a few points. As for the license plate of Jiangnan province, he really despises him. He's so murderous that he's heading for the Bentley step by step. The other red sports car in front also noticed the accident here and quickly stopped the car to one side. The door opened, and a man with an inch head got out of the car. Man's body is suffused with good martial arts breath. He took a look at the blustering fluke, and then at the flaming sports car, frowning. Had an accident? In the distance, Bentley's door opened. Zhuya and Yichin came down one after another. Falling Sun fluke to see the car out of such a beautiful woman, slightly surprised in the heart. But this is also a moment. His cold eyes fell on Yichen's body. Extremely bloodthirsty and fierce. How the hell do you drive? Do you know that you almost killed Lousy just now? Do you know who I am? You can't make a fool of yourself. Let's get away with it and yell. Yichin did not speak. Quietly lit a cigarette, so looking at each other scolding. Look cool. But Zhuya could feel what a cold killing opportunity it was. Zhuya's sight fell on the fluke again. She knows. It's really home. Although Luozi Fluke is the least successful young master in his family, what stands behind him is a giant. Beijing home is a famous protector. If the accident happens, the consequences will be extremely serious. Although Zhuya was extremely angry about the fluke, she weighed the pros and cons and knew that he could never be provoked. Yichin can't be provoked. His foundation and power have not been stable. Even the first person in Jiangnan province has not yet settled down, once touching those families in the capital. It must be dangerous. Zhuya chuckled and said to Luo Zifluke, Luo Xiao, there is a misunderstanding in this. He didn't buy it at all. He scolded directly. Misunderstood your horse currency. Dame, I'll kill you when I'm done with this boy. Grass. His swearing is continuous, and his violent spirit is constantly sending out. Soon, he came to Yichin in front of him. He pointed out his finger at Yichun and said angrily, You're the mother. Words have not finished. Yichin took down the mouth, is still smoking half of the smoke Mars, directly into the mouth of the fluke son. His 5 fingers were even more buckled on the neck of the fluke. The terrible killing machine rapped each other mercilessly. Your words make me uncomfortable, and your behavior makes me even more uncomfortable. So, you're a die miserably. The faint voice fell like this, like the judgment of death. You can feel the heat of your tongue. That cigarette end with light spark is humiliation to him. His whole body is rolling. Want to struggle with Yichen's bondage, but found it impossible. Gollum. The cigarette end was swallowed directly by him. His eyes widened. Hoarse voice called out, You dare to move me. You're looking for death. I'm home. Words have not finished. Yichin backhand is a slap in the other side's face. This slap, although did not use a true spirit, but directly hit a few teeth fluke. How could you? Luos, you want to talk? Pa! The strong wind fell, and another slap came down. Pa 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 pa. Yichen's eyes from beginning to the end without a trace of fluctuation. Each slap in the heart of anger. If he was not in the car, Zhuya would have died under the cliff. He couldn't even imagine how many innocent people this guy had killed in this way before. False Sun fluke, by Yichin pumping muddle directly. The arrogance in his eyes completely disappeared, replaced by fear. Fear. The boy in front of me is a real madman. Although his strength is not strong, but ordinary people can definitely deal with it. But at the moment, an extremely terrible pressure enveloped him, making him unable to move. He knew very well that the young man must be a martial arts master. Since you are a martial arts expert, don't you know that the capital is home? Still moving him like that? Bang! Yichin backhand a button. Directly will fall Sun fluke it on the ground. I didn't want to kill people today, but now I've changed my mind. Yichin has a killing heart. If you don't kill this son, you will surely get mad revenge. It's better to kill directly, to avoid a long night's dream. What? I'm completely scared by the fluke. Is this guy going to kill people? Sleeping trough. This is too much. All of a sudden, he saw something, as if he had grasped the last straw, and said, "Zhang Xiao, help me! Help me! This lunatic is going to kill me." The man with inch head in the distance stepped forward and came to the front of Yi Chun. He said faintly, "It's not good to move my friend like this. Do you know what the man under your feet is? He is the existence you can't afford. No matter what you are, if you offend the capital, you will die. Release your feet and kneel down. I'll give you a complete body." The voice of the man with an inch head fell slowly and was filled with supreme majesty. He thought Yi Chen would do it, but he didn't expect that Yi Chen didn't pay attention to it at all. He stepped on Luo Zifluke's body directly. Click. The bone is broken. False Sun Fluke, big mouth spit out blood, although not dead, but has been seriously injured. Inchhead man's eyes cold to the extreme, rolling to kill the opportunity toward Yi Chun, palm wind such as a knife, mercilessly toward Yi Chen chop, looking for death. Yi Chun is motionless. The Mao sun is suffused with a trace of ponder. On the other hand to fall in the moment, he said, "The speed is too slow." Language down, Yi Chen 5 fingers open, as if tearing the air, toward the front to grab out. The extremely firm and violent claw print is the strike of thunder. The man can't react at all. Click. The sound of bone cracking was like the sound of firecrackers, rippling in the air. The palm of an inch head man breaks directly. White bone is exposed a little bit. Blood gradually died. At this moment, the half-dead Fluke and the injured kind of man were confused. Just like hell. How could it be? This kid's speed and strength are crushing himself. And the two people are in endless shock. Yi Chen's 5 fingers again penetrating go, directly buckle on the shoulder of the inch-head man. 5 fingers like steel bar through the shoulder, and then suddenly force. Bang! Inch-head man's body directly hit the side of a parked car. The hood is so sunken. It's a big bang. Chapter 295. The inch-head man felt as if his bones were falling apart. It's so hard. His father was Zheng Rinjue of the General Bureau of Martial Arts in China. No one dared to hurt him. In addition to him, there are also several leaders of the General Administration of Martial Arts and Taoism in China. However, because he is so free and used to it, it is impossible for him to follow this group of old men. It happened that the two of them agreed to come to Jiangnan province for a few days. As for those who take care of them, he doesn't need them at all. Only his identity, who dares to move him in the Chinese martial arts circle. And his martial arts strength is pretty good. The general master simply does not even have the power of close quarters. But that's what happened. Someone really moved him, even hurt him recklessly. He could feel his own blood surging up, and he was suffering to the extreme. You can't get rid of it. Yi Chen's cold voice rings out. Looking at Yi Chen's bloodthirsty eyes, the Kunda man said word by word, "I can feel that your martial arts strength is not weak. Since you are from a martial arts field, you should know what the words Huaxia Wudao Bureau means. If you move me, you will undoubtedly offend the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. I want to kill you, easy. No matter who you are, the wound on my hand and the pain on my shoulder, I want you to pay back 1,000 times." Hearing the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau, Yi Chen's expression is a little strange. Do you really want to fight the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau? Have you met this group of people before you enter Yawang Valley? He sneered. I Yi Chen offended Huaxia Wudao Bureau once or twice. Do you believe that I dare to kill you now? Inch-head man, when hear Yi Chen these 2 words moment, the pupil suddenly enlarges. The heart is more fluttering. The name, he's so familiar. His father didn't know how angry he was at the name. What's more, I don't know how many tables have been broken. Just yesterday, his father sent someone to give him the information of Yi Chun. Let him be careful of him in Jiangnan province. What's more, he is a real madman. These days, he is immersed in playing and has not opened information at all. Who knows Yi Chen appeared like this? Directly hit him half dead, even hurt him. If Yi Chen would kill him, he really believed it. An invisible fear enveloped him, and the martial arts breath of his cultivation was totally useless. Not even the right to struggle, although his strength is strong, but it is only aimed at ordinary martial arts strong. In the face of the first man in Jiangnan province, even a boy whose father is helpless, he has no enemy power. Zhu Ye's identity is clearly recognized. She doesn't want Yi Chun to make trouble before he enters the Yaowang Valley. He just wanted to talk. A dark shadow rushed out from the Valley of Medicine King. In the blink of an eye, it appears in Yi Chen's side. An old man arched his hand and said to Yi Chen, "Master Yi, today is the day of congratulation for the Drug Alliance. Can you let them go? If blood stains the gate of Yaowang Valley, old Xiang may not like it, and outsiders will see the jokes of our Chinese Medicine Alliance." Jia also reached out and held Yi Chen's hand. Her eyes indicated, "Yi Chen, this is the Valley of Medicine King, and you have to ask for Xiang Lao." Yi Chen swept a look at the two people with many scars and took back his hand. Xiang Qingdong is the only one who knows the existence of Ghost Prison. Naturally, this face is to give. The key is that these two cheap lives are not as good as Xiang Qingdong's answer. Two things. First, our car is damaged. It's all up to you. Second, if you let me know that you too do something that makes me unhappy, even if Xiang Qingdong stand in front of me, he can't save you. Yi Chen's voice falls like the thunder of 9 days. No doubt about it, with a trace of supreme majesty. At this moment, no one dares to refute. The old man's mouth slightly twitched and looked at the expression of Yi Chen. If you come to Yaowang Valley and dare to call Xiang Lao Ming taboo, it is estimated that there is only one boy in front of him, although the other party is arrogant. He also knows some things Yi Chen has done recently in Jiangnan province, and he doesn't say much. He says directly, "Master Yi, Miss Zhu, please come inside. I can handle the affairs here." Yi Chen and Zhu nodded and walked toward the Valley of Medicine King. Only the old man and the injured two looked at each other. After Yi Chen left, the Kunda man got up and spat. "Damn! What the hell is this, Yi Chen?" Grass, he felt his bones were not his own. The old man looked at the Kunda man and said, "Master Zheng, they're the best doctors in China, in Yaowang Valley. Don't worry, your wounds will heal as soon as possible." "I see." Inch head man of face displeased reply way is to take out the telephone in the hand. Scold away. "Where have you been?" "I'm in Yaowang Valley now. Come here quickly. If you don't come back, you're going to collect my corpse." When the phone hung up, the eyes of the man with inch head were shining with cold light. When the old man noticed something, he quickly reminded him, "Mr. Zheng, please don't do it in Yaowang Valley because of the contradiction between Huaxia Wudao Bureau and Yi Chen." This time, many big people came, and even some foreign strong men. Many of them were Xiang Lao's friends. If he did, Xiang Lao would be displeased and the consequences would be very troublesome. The man with an inch head didn't have the desire to answer at all. He waved, "Get out of the way. Do I need your dog to point out my affairs?" Remember, Laozi came to Yaowang Valley to give you the face of the Medicine Alliance. The old man shook his head and went to the Valley of Medicine King. This person and Yi Chen really do not have any comparability. Regardless of the family, Yi Chen almost dumped this person hundreds of streets. This may be the contrast between desert giant trees and greenhouse flowers. Yaowang Valley. Yi Chen just stepped into it, then felt a dozen dangerous breaths. If only on realm and strength, absolutely above him. It seems that the Chinese Medicine Alliance is really, as Yuya said, extremely unusual. At the moment, there are hundreds of people gathered in Yaowang Valley, and the overall environment is open air. There is a stage, a square, a self-help area, and a rest area. The environment is elegant and can be called a paradise for the rich. Mr. Yi, when you get inside, try to control your temper. There are not only Wudao families in Jiangnan province, but also people from all over China, capital, and abroad. The influence of the Medicine Alliance in China is not bad, and it is also one of the top 10 forces in the martial arts circle. Many ancient Chinese martial arts people are very polite to the people of the Medicine Alliance. After all, the Medicine Alliance is the biggest way to get pills. Moreover, if the ancient martial arts people are injured or between life and death, the Medicine Alliance is also the only choice. Chapter 296. Zhuya took a look at Yi Chen's reaction and went on. "There are doctors who are able to communicate with God, and there are also pills that transcend the realm of strength. In short, many strong people have to look at the face of the Drug Alliance. Even the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau is not qualified to start here. Xiang Qingdong, who is behind the Drug Alliance, is not comparable to ordinary people in terms of status, strength, and contacts. Try to get in touch with this person later. Of course, he doesn't have to meet you. He has to try. This is the only way you know the ghost prison. Yi Chen listened to Zhu Ye's voice and nodded, but his eyes fell on a Dan Ding in the middle of the square. The grade of his Dan Ding is much better than that of Bai Chao Ding. The key has also been improved by science and technology. There is a special console that can be controlled, and countless precision instruments are running. There was something strange about his expression. The alchemy can only be replaced by the alchemist's strength, but it's not the alchemist's ability to replace the alchemy. The road of Chinese Medicine Alliance is going further and further. Yi Chen shakes his head and sighs, which is in sharp contrast to people around him. Almost everyone was praising the alchemy stove in the middle of the square, but he was shaking his head and sighing at this time. In an instant, there were several bad eyes. Zhu Ye also noticed and said curiously, "Mr. Yi, do you think there is something wrong with the alchemy furnace? I think it's very good. Keeping pace with the times, especially controlling the fire, is beyond the control of the ancients." Yi Chen said with a smile, "The Chinese Medicine Alliance is just learning the skin of alchemy. These precision instruments are too redundant even if the pills become pills. The efficacy of pills is not good. In other words, the pills refined are soulless." This is the truth of Yi Chen. At this time, a cold hum came. "According to your words, the treasure that China Pharmaceutical Alliance has developed for 10 years is a scrap of iron? Those developers are waste?" Hearing this, Yi Chen and Zhu Ye are slightly stunned and turn their heads to find an old man in a white coat and glasses at his side. When she saw the old man, she opened her red lips and covered her subconsciously with her hands. The old man in front of him is the key person in the Yaowang Valley activity, Zhao Lintao, the most successful alchemist in Jiangnan province. No one, because Dan pharmacists are extremely scarce. Most of them are occupied by top Chinese families or clans. Few people can really come to Pharmacy Alliance to do scientific research. Zhao Lintao is undoubtedly one of the core alchemists of the Drug Alliance. He was also the first alchemist in China who advocated the combination of technology and alchemy. Although the level of alchemy is not top-notch, it is also a master that everyone respects. Just now, her and Yi Chen's words obviously determined everything of Master Zhao and touched each other's luck. Zhu Ye quickly owes himself and apologizes. "Master Zhao, I'm really sorry." Zhu Ye apologizes to you. Master Zhao glanced at Zhu Ye and said, "I know you. The sword made by your Zhu family was unique in the world. 10 years ago, you and your father came to Yaowang Valley. At that time, you were still very young. How was your father?" Zhu Ye Mao sunned some surprise. Excited way. "Can be Zhao Master remember is really my honor. My father's health is very good. These years has been closed." Master Zhao nodded, and then his eyes fell on expressionless Yi Chen. "Boy, what you just said seems to understand alchemy." Yi Chen shakes his head. "General, since you don't understand, what qualifications do you have to point out my painstaking efforts? If Dan Chang today, I will be able to go down into Chinese history. There are some things that you young people can't understand. This time, for the sake of the girl Zhu, I'll spare you once. If you let me hear this kind of words next time, don't blame me for being rude." Master Zhao said coldly. Then he turned and went in a direction. Can he not be angry if his painstaking efforts are insulted? Just before the other party had taken a few steps, a faint voice came out behind him. "Unfortunately, Dan can't do it today." Master Zhao stopped, and invisible anger rushed over his head. The reason why Yi Chen said this is to remind the other party. He continued, "You must have been successful in refining indoors before, but this time outside, there are too many factors affected. Of course, your own influence is even greater. I can feel your heart beating very fast, and your palms are also sweat. If you can't calm down, Even if there's a machine to control the fire, Dan may not be successful. I'll give you a reminder that if something goes wrong with the refining of pills, you should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. The machine can be precise, but it's ruthless and cold. Maybe at this time to say these are not good, but Yi-chun can feel the other side's body is not right, and the forehead is suffused with a trace of blood red. The blood is red. This is a typical bloody disaster. All he can do is listen, or not. Master Zhao wanted to have some theory with Yi-chun, but several acquaintances came to him. He could only snort coldly and wave his sleeve away. Julia looked at Yi-chun helplessly and said, "Mr. Yi, you just said that a little too much. Master Zhao is a popular man around Xiang Qingdong. You are undoubtedly beating him in the face. If Xiang Qingdong knows about this, the consequences will be very serious." Yi-chun Mao's son stares at that strange alchemy stove in the center of the square, hands bare behind him, light way. I am saving him. Listen or not to see his choice. Julia was stunned and didn't know what to say. From the birthplace of the Chinese Medicine Alliance, it was all they who saved others. Now Yi-chun is in a good position. He actually wants to save the people of Huaxia Medicine Alliance. They sat in the rest area for about half an hour, and few people came to disturb them. Almost all of these activities form a small circle of their own. Originally, with Julia's beauty, there must be a lot of people to talk about. But I don't know if it's because of Yi-chun. This time almost no one comes to disturb me. But there are more than 10 bad eyes have been staring at Yi-chun. Among them, there are a few of them are the strong men of Zhengongzi and Huaxia Wudao Bureau. Although Yi-chun knows it, he doesn't intend to pay attention to it. He only wanted to see Xiang Qingdong when he came to Yaowang Valley. The rest was not important. When Yi-chun was lying on the sofa to sleep, a hearty laugh came. More people come to Yaowang Valley to join us. If you have any bad hospitality, please hi Han. Julia quickly pushed Yi-chun to wake up and said softly, "Mr. Yi, Xiang Qingdong has come out." Yi-chun gets up and glances at the source of the voice, and then finds a man with a Chinese face appearing in the sight. The man's hair is gray, about 60 years old, with a trace of dignity on his body. Although his face was flushed, his momentum was still frightening. Chapter 297. Yi-chun found that the martial spirit on the other side is very strong. It's a natural gift to have such achievements in medicine and martial arts. The crowd separated automatically. Xiang Qingdong went directly to the stage, glanced at the crowd, and said with a smile, "As the chairman of the Chinese Medicine Alliance, I have always wanted to do something for the martial arts and Taoism circles in China. However, over the years, I have not made any pioneering work except to save some people. Although I can't, there are many talented people in the Chinese Medicine Alliance. This time, I would like to introduce a Chinese top alchemist, Zhao Lintao, Master Zhao. He has been a member of the Drug Alliance for decades. He has been refining alchemy with science and technology. He is a pioneer in China. Today, if Sampin pills are successfully refined, China Huaxia Pharmaceutical Alliance will surely become one of the top forces in China. This day, which is recorded in the annals of history, I, Xiang Qingdong, witnessed with all the heroes and heroes." Thunderous applause. Countless eyes looked at Master Zhao standing in front of the alchemy stove in the center of the square. Master Zhao was extremely helpful and even glanced at Yi-chun's direction. Disdain and coldness are obvious. Xiang Qingdong on the stage continued, "I don't like nonsense. Besides, alchemy pays attention to the time, so I won't say much. Next, I'll give it to Master Zhao." Master Zhao nodded. His eyes fell on the sound of alchemy furnace, a master demeanor from only this one hand, the crowd exclamation. A master is a master, and his momentum is extraordinary. The Chinese Medicine Alliance is expected to rise this time. Not to mention, Xiang Lao is extremely concerned about Master Zhao. Don't you care? Xiang Qingdong has invited so many people. Whether he can succeed or not depends on Master Zhao alone. If something goes wrong, he will be beaten in the face of Xiang Qingdong. The crowd was talking. At this time, someone stood up and said, "Mr. Xiang, before refining alchemy, I have a sentence that I don't know whether to say or not." It was an old man of the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau who stood up. Xiang Qingdong's brow wrinkled. He was upset when he was destroyed. He took a look at the man and said in a cold voice, "If you have anything, don't disturb Master Zhao's alchemy." The old man even busy way. The chairman of the item does not know. This matter is related to Master Zhao. Yeah. Xiang Qingdong looked puzzled and asked, "What's the matter?" The old man of Huaxi Wudao Bureau looked at Yi Chen's direction and said in a cold voice, "Just now I heard that a little boy criticized Master Zhao's painstaking efforts. He even said that the alchemy attainments of Huaxia Medicine Alliance were just superficial." This word a not only item Qingdong color change. Everyone in the room was angry. If the alchemy of Chinese Medicine League is Fur, who is qualified to make alchemy in China, this is not to make trouble. When she heard this, she turned pale to the extreme. She did not think that Yi Chen's words were heard by those people of the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. The key is to use this as an article. Obviously, is to let Yi Chen provoke public anger. So many people's anger, enough to make Yi Chen disgraced. It's mean, isn't it? She took a look at the direction of Chinese Martial Arts Bureau, and her chest was constantly fluctuating. Then look at Yi Chen, but found that the other side is completely like a normal person. "Mr. Yi, this matter?" Yi Chen indifferent smile. "Nothing." When Xiang Qingdong heard the man's words, his face turned iron green, and he yelled, "Who dares to insult Master Zhao? It's even the Chinese Medicine Alliance that never let go." The old man of the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau held out his hand, pointed to Yi Chen, and said, "Chairman Xiang, that boy in casual clothes. I stand up today, totally disgusted with each other's behavior. I hope that if Master Zhao's alchemy is successful this time, this son can kneel down to make amends to Master Zhao. Chinese Medicine Alliance should not be disgraced." The other side's angry words showed that all the people in the other party's attitude were extremely angry. It's a perfect way to kill people with a knife. Mr. Zheng looked at his bandaged hand. His eyes twinkled with cold light. It's frightening. He wants Yi Chen to die without a burial place. Xiang Qingdong was full of angry eyes at Yi Chen and asked, "Is this what you said?" Naturally, he would not listen to the opinions of a family. If Yi Chen refuted, he would also listen to the other party's explanation. Juya took Lai Yechen's hand and said, "Mr. Yi, you just have to kill and not admit it." Yi Chen looked directly at Xiang Qingdong without fear and nodded. Master Zhao's refining method does have problems. From my current observation, it can be said that Huaxia Pharmaceutical Alliance has only mastered a trace of alchemy. In fact, the alchemy this time is not the trend of harmony between heaven, earth, and man. I suggest that the alchemy be refined 3 hours later, so that the chance of success of the alchemy will be greater. Otherwise, in the 48th second after Master Zhao's alchemy, there will be a tendency to explode the furnace. When this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. I thought this kid would not admit it, but did not expect. The other side not only admitted, but also said his mother is right. It's the first time for them to see such a shameless existence. This is Medicine King Valley, the land of Chinese Medicine Alliance. Alchemy will indeed have the situation of blast furnace. It's even very common. But since ancient times, no one has been able to predict the explosion time so accurately. You can't be so accurate even if you don't know. Xiang Qingdong's eyes almost burst out sparks and said, "Good, good. If Master Zhao is successful in refining, you will kneel down in the Valley of Medicine King for 3 days and 3 nights. Master Zhao alchemy." The bell rings. Alchemy go. Master Zhao takes a look at Yi Chen's direction and hums coldly. He instantly adjusts his mind like water stop. The right hand claps the stove. The cover suddenly opens. Dan Shui directly into it. At the same time, his finger-fast operation directly activated the next precision instrument. The flames are surging. The temperature rises suddenly. The scene was flowing with clouds and water, and the crowd cheered. At the same time, there are several disdainful eyes. There's a blonde beside Yi Chen. The blonde glances at Yi Chen and says coldly, "You are a scum in the martial arts world of China. What about frying furnace? Do you know how to refine alchemy? If there is any problem with Master Zhao, You could be responsible. Despicable villain. Yi Chen ignored. Although no one believed Yi Chun, many of them silently press a timer with their mobile phones. He wants to see how the final result hits Yi Chen's face. Jia is around in a hurry. She knew that Yi Chen would make trouble, but she never thought that the other party could make such a fuss. The key is that Yi Chen didn't react all the time. Chapter 298. Juya doesn't know. All this is Yi Chen's intention. He didn't want to interfere in the alchemy of Chinese Medicine Alliance. However, since Huaxia Wudao Bureau has made it clear, he is willing to accept it. He is eager to make things big. Only in this way can Xiang Qingdong attach importance to him. He can pry out the secret of ghost prison from each other's mouth. In the center of the square, Master Zhao controlled the temperature to the extreme. The whole furnace turned red. Within 10 meters, the temperature is extremely high. Master Zhao's mouth outlined a smile. Looked at the time. Has been 20 seconds past. No longer hesitation. Well, those 3 grade pills of medicinal materials are all thrown in. Furnace surging. A strong breath to send out. This time, he wants to refine Zunhuangdan. It belongs to the strong pill. Once it is refined successfully, taking this pill can make your cultivation more advanced. Of course, because of the addition of Zunhuangxi in the medicinal materials, the reaction of traditional Chinese medicine in the furnace will be a bit violent, and the probability of frying the furnace is higher than that of ordinary pills. But he tried countless times, even if the explosion is 5 minutes later. It's impossible to explode in 48 seconds. Master Zhao's one hand continuously controls. The furnace's reaction is more and more intense. After a few seconds, the whole stove is flashing a red light, the strong fragrance of medicine throughout the square. Ha ha! 40 seconds have passed. Master Zhao's ability to control Dan is so strong that he is expected to become Dan soon. Except for those alchemists who are the top martial arts families in China, Master Zhao is a genius. I really want to see the picture of that boy kneeling in Yaowang Valley for 3 days and nights. Ha ha! It is estimated that the boy will also be recorded in history. But at this time, he touches the eyebrows of Qingdong. It's just looking for death. This is also good for the Drug Alliance. I heard that the boy is the first person in Jiangnan province. He has strong martial arts. If the son kneels in Yaowang Valley for 3 days and 3 nights, at least all the powerful people in Jiangnan province will know the horror of the Chinese Medicine Alliance. Xiang Qingdong stood on the stage and was satisfied with Master Zhao's momentum. Perhaps because of the boy's encouragement, Master Zhao is in excellent condition. Once Dan Cheng, very likely. There was a faint expectation in his heart. Then Xiang Qingdong's eyes fell on Yi Chen's body again. He snorted coldly and was very disdainful. To him, Yi Chen that kind of do not know the propriety of the younger generation is a joke. In recent years, the Chinese Medicine Alliance has been so low-key that everyone has forgotten the existence of Xiang Qingdong. Today's matter also should let the Chinese martial arts world have a look. Suddenly, a clear sound came from the center of the square. The voice is very light, but it is very clear in the quiet square. Countless eyes toward the furnace. Some sharp-eyed people even found the state of the furnace some wrong. The lid of the furnace is constantly surging, and even has to be overturned at any time. Not only that, the original strong fragrance of medicine has become a burning smell. Seeing this scene, Master Zhao's face changed greatly. As the party concerned, he could feel how strong this was. His palms are covered with sweat. It's crazy to press the button on the instrument, but it doesn't work. The instrument is dead. Not only that, but also warning signs appear on the screen. How can it be? How long does it take? This time something goes wrong so quickly. Have not waited for him to react come over. The red furnace unexpectedly appeared to trace a crack. Cracks continue to spread, a strong breath surging, raging, blazing. It's frightening. Master Zhao's eyes widened to the extreme. His whole body was soaked through. At this time, Xiang Qingdong on the stage lightly touched his feet and quickly went to Master Zhao. His 5 fingers, like eagle claws, directly clasped Master Zhao's clothes and threw them out. Next second, bang! A loud noise suddenly came, and the fire went straight into the sky. The sparks are flying in all directions, violent and dangerous. The earth trembles. The smoke and dust billows in all directions. It's a blast. It's really a blast. The square was like the last day. And the timer above the square also stops at this moment. 48 seconds. Not a second, not a second. The smoke and dust dispersed. The whole alchemy furnace was completely broken. The precision instruments were also destroyed, and even a flame was burning. The pungent smell spread throughout the square. Master Zhao has fallen to the ground, and the whole person is like being fished out of the water. Xiang Qingdong looks up and stares at the top timer, which is extremely complicated, at the same time. The square is as quiet as a graveyard in the middle of the night. The silence is terrible, not even breathing. One by one, staring at the big eyes, like sculpture, the sight of the place is a timer. It's just a 48-second timer. That number is cold and heartless, like a sharp knife, hard to scratch in their hearts. Split their hearts. The voice of the young people echoed in their ears, like thunder, harsh and sharp. I suggest that the alchemy should be delayed for 3 hours, so that the chance of success will be greater. Otherwise, in the 48 seconds after Master Zhao began to refine alchemy, the furnace would explode. Every word is like Sanskrit, no doubt about it. Especially the number is so weird. The next second, all eyes look at the not far away that arrogant young man. This guy doesn't know alchemy? If you don't understand, how can you say everything so accurately? If he doesn't understand Huaxia, who is qualified to understand, this is no longer an alchemist, but a god. Juyao's mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were full of confusion and amazement. She never dreamed of such a result. Was Mr. Yi really expecting success? Is Mr. Yi not only extremely terrible in martial arts, but also in pills? This is too evil. Yi Chun beside that chattering blonde face hot to the extreme, as if someone was severely slapped. Not only is she, those Chinese martial arts bureau's expression is like eating excrement general, incomparably ugly. At this moment, everyone's shock was not covered up at all. When I think of the picture just now, I even took a breath of cold air. Yi Chen's words are how overbearing. Xiang Qingdong went to Yi Chun after deep thought. This time, he did not have the slightest disdain, but the incomparable respect in his eyes. If Yi Chun is really an alchemist, it is extremely important for the Medicine Alliance and even China. This kind of person must fight for at all costs. He came to Yi Chun, arched his hand, and apologized. This gentleman, just now Xiang Mao Duo is offended. Please hie on. Xiang Mao is a little confused in his mind. Please advise me. How do you know that there will be a blast in 48 seconds? This word A, innumerable way looks forward to Yi Chun to shoot. Yi Chun's smile, light spit out 2 extremely irresponsible words. Guess. Chapter 299. Everyone heard Yi Chen's answer and almost fell to the ground. If there is such a good guess, it will be strange. Isn't everyone a master? Xiang Qingdong took a deep look at Yi Chun. Since you don't say it, I'm just asking more questions. It is estimated that Yi Chun does not want to let people know. Well, since you want to know, I will tell you that the skills I have practiced are inclined to the fire system and have a keen intuition about fire. The same is true of alchemy furnaces. As for why the numbers are so accurate, there should be a trace of luck in them. Yi Chun thought for a while, or added, he's not stupid. He won't say much. There were too many forces in China. Once he admitted to be an alchemist, the impact would be unimaginable. The alchemy is still not to be publicized. He still wants to keep a low profile in his heart. As for why he has always been contrary to his wishes, it is completely because others do not allow him to. Although this can be regarded as an explanation, only some people suddenly realize that the rest of them still doubt it. Xiang Qingdong nodded, reluctantly accepted, and said, I see. I've been taught. By the way, sir, the skill of Xiang Mao's cultivation is similar to that of Mr. Xiang. Can we study it with you later? Xiang Qingdong sent out the invitation. Yi Chun and others are saying this. He suppressed a shock in his heart and said, I admire Xiang Lao very much. It's my great honor. Good. By the way, I don't know what to call Mr. Yi-chun. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi will be invited by Mr. Xiang. This concludes the conversation. After all, there are too many people with mixed eyes, so we can't say too much. After that, Xiang Qingdong went back to the stage and said a few polite words, so that everyone would go to rest first, waiting for Master Zhao's second refining. One refining failure is normal, but with the first experience, the success rate of the second refining should be higher. After a while, the old man who met outside the Yawang Valley came to Yi-chun and Zhuye and said, "Two, Xiang Lao, please." Good. Yi-chun and Zhuye were taken to a garden by the old man. Step into courtyard. Yi-chun then Mao's sun blazing hot. The yard is full of rare herbs. There are too few rare medicinal materials that he can buy from a market. There are many virtual medicinal materials in Kunlun, which are not available in Huaxia. Without those herbs, he cannot make other pills. But now he saw a glimmer of hope. Seeing Yi-chun stop, Zhuye said curiously, "Mr. Yi, do you like this kind of flowers and plants?" Yi-chun shook his head. "These are all treasures. If you sell these flowers and plants in your mouth, it is estimated that they can be comparable to the wealth of all families in Jiangnan province." Zhu Yajing is too exaggerating. The yard is not big. Even if the flowers and plants here are of great value, they cannot be worth $1 trillion. At this time, a burst of bright voice spread from the ear. Mr. Yi has good eyesight. It seems that Xiang has not guessed wrong. Mr. Yi really understands alchemy. Zhuye quickly bowed over. Zhuye has met Mr. Xiang. Xiang nodded, and his eyes fell on Yi-chun's body. "I'll go over there and have a look," she said. With that, he went to a place in the corner. She's a smart person and knows when and what to do. Soon, only Xiang Qingdong and Yi-chun were left here. Xiang Qingdong, following Yi-chun's line of sight, noticed a white grass and said, "This grass is called Baihun grass. It took 20 years for our Yawang Valley to cultivate 3. If you like, take one." At the moment, although his flesh aches, but he is very clear. Can't give up the child. Can't catch the wolf. If Yi-chun is a top alchemist, the pattern of the drug alliance will be completely changed. Chinese Medicine Alliance needs Yi-chun very much. Good. Yi-chun did not hesitate. He needs this thing too much. There are not many Baihunko in Kunlun. This is the baby of the baby. Xiang Qingdong was stunned. He didn't expect Yi-chun to answer so quickly. He didn't even say he was polite. Is this the white soul grass? "Mr. Yi," Xiang is a little curious. "I don't know if I can ask. If it's inconvenient for Mr. Yi, he can refuse to answer." Xiang Qingdong couldn't resist his curiosity. Yi-chun's 5 fingers a grasp. A burst of true qi, a white soul grass has appeared in his hand. "Say it." Xiang Qingdong saw this scene and took a puff from the corner of his mouth. Is Yi-chun too overbearing? Does this mean that he does not trust the Chinese Medicine Alliance? He swallowed and salivated, but he said, "Mr. Yi, since you're a Dan pharmacist, I don't know how to refine several kinds of pills with several lines. The pills are divided into 9 grades, each of which is subdivided into 9 lines. So this is a crucial issue. The most powerful alchemist in the Chinese Medicine League is now in the middle of Guangzhou. He can refine pills with 4 grades and 5 patterns. This is also the top level of Chinese alchemists. If Yi-chun can refine more than 3 grades and 5 patterns, it is worth fighting for." He stares at Yi-chun, his heart beating violently, unable to calm down. At this time, Yi-chun opened his mouth. "I can tell you, but I have conditions." "What conditions?" "First, I want some herbal medicine, which is very valuable. Second, I want to know something from you. Anyway, you have to tell me." Yi-chun's sun-matchless affirmation. "This." Xiang Qingdong thought for a few seconds and decided to agree first. Anyway, Yi-chun's conditions are ambiguous, and there is still room for maneuver. "Okay, I promise, but the specific needs to be approved by the Huaxia Pharmaceutical Alliance." When the words fell, Yi-chun began to say, "I can refine the pills with 4 grades and 8 lines. If the heaven, earth, and people are in harmony and the resources are sufficient, the 5-grade pills can also be tried." "What?" Xiang Qingdong is surprised. I'm absolutely shocked. His heart seemed to set off waves. Yichen can even refine 5-grade pills? You're kidding. No way. How old is Yichen? He is only in his 20s. Even if you started refining alchemy from your mother's birth, you can't achieve this kind of achievement. I think this is the answer. Now he just threw a bomb. He can't stand it. Sleeping trough. Mr. Yi, don't be kidding. Xiang Qingdong trembled in his voice. I'm not kidding. If I don't believe it, as long as you give me a Dan Ding, I can refine it on site. What Yichen wants is this effect. Only by deterring Xiang Qingdong can the other party tell the secret of the ghost prison. Xiang Qingdong's forehead was covered with sweat. He glanced at Yi Chun, thought for a moment, and then said, Mr. Yi, please follow me. As long as Mr. Yi can refine pills with more than 4 grades and 5 lines, I can take any medicine from the Medicine King's Valley. At the same time, if Mr. Yi wants to ask me anything, I will give a serious reply. Good. Chapter 300. 5 minutes later, the two came to a Dan room. The Dan room is open, and there is a Dan Ding in the middle. The order of Dan Ding is not low, and there are some herbs around it. Mr. Yi, can this be? The project is the host road. Yi Chen nodded. Next second, directly hand, body cheek congealed, a palm on top of the Dan Ding. Fire! A roar. The whole room temperature suddenly rises. Dan Ding unexpectedly produced a bright flame. The fire was rolling, and it was palpitating. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chengding, the director of the drug union, cannot calm down really. His breath is very fast, and his face is red. There's a little master's temperament. He was shaking more and more, and he was excited to the extreme. Air coagulates the fire. I saw the fire of air condensation again. This is the alchemy of the ancient times. This Mr. Yi unexpectedly can make alchemy in the ancient times. Zhang Chengding's voice is a little sharp and extremely out of shape. Shut up, Yi Chen said. Zhang Chengding heard this sentence, pale, and quickly closed his mouth. It's like a kid who makes mistakes. If you're seen by others, you will absolutely surprise your chin. Zhang Chengding is who? The real power of Huaxia Drug Union. Although the status of Huaxia Drug Alliance and Huaxia Martial Arts and Taoism Bureau cannot be compared, but the lean camel is bigger than the horse. On the position, he is the same as Zheng Renjun of the General Administration of Martial Arts and Taoism of Huaxia. Who dares Zhang Chengding shut up in this right ear? Only Leaf Chun. The flame is surging, the Dan Ding is red, and the Leaf Chin is clapping on top of the tripod. The tripod opens, and the 5 fingers of the Leaf Chin grasp, as if there's a force in hand, directly pouring all the herbs on the table into the tripod. The Leaf Chin condenses the true qi and wraps the whole Dan Ding. 5 minutes. A strong fragrance of medicine came. Ding. A crisp voice, Dan Ching. Well, you'll see it yourself. The light voice of the Leaf Chin fell. Grunt. Zhang Chengding swallowed saliva, and his feet were like lead pouring, and came the front of Dan Ding. Then the pills appeared in his hand. 10 pills are complete, no one discard pill. With this hand alone, no one can compare Huaxia. Later, Zhang Chengding took one of them, but saw the tattoo on the pills. He stared at it, like a sculpture, silly and stupid in place. 4 products and 8 patterns. It was actually 4 pieces, and 8 patterns is more terrible than the one of Huaxia Medicine League. All of this is the key. He is seeing it as a reality. If there's a person in the Chinese Medicine Alliance, it will become the first force in the Chinese martial arts and Taoism circles. Do you need my proof? Yi Chun hands are behind. A breath is coming out, although Zhang Chengding is stronger than him. But in Huaxia Pharmaceutical League, it is not martial arts strength. It's the medicine and the alchemy. And Yi Chen has already been rolled in this respect. No need, Mr. Yi. It is a small item with no eyes. Unconsciously, the words at Xiang Qingdong even called himself changed. This is the so-called strength for respect. Even if it is the 21st century, it has not changed. Yi Chen does not want to waste any more words, and says directly, I come to you for only one purpose. I want to know where the ghost prison is. It's important to me, Zhang Chengding is very strange when he hears ghost prison, because this is a taboo of China, although he has been to many times. If he reveals it, the consequences are extremely serious. Mr. Yi, I can tell you everything but ghost prison. Zhang Chengding is in a dilemma. Huh? Yi Chun, I'm a cold. A palm clapped on the Danding behind. A strong shock hit. Danding split directly. Zhang Chengding, this is what you promised me. I hate those who come out of the house. Yi Chun roared. Zhang Chengding looked at Yi Chun, who was very angry and forced, and explained, Mr. Yi has no idea. The controller behind the ghost prison is far from what we can resist. When I entered the ghost prison, I was given a law. Once I disclose the address of the ghost prison, I will die without doubt. Yi Chun eyes a contraction, a point on Zhang Chengding's arm. The real gas gushes when running to the eyebrow. A strong force will back out. Indeed, Zhang Chengding has a skill in his body. And this technique is not Chinese. It comes from Kunlun Virtual. It seems that China and Kunlun Su are not completely unrelated. He closed his eyes and directly communicated with the black-robed old man of the third stone tablet in Kunlun. He said, Master, can you decipher the skills of this man? Rolling black fog surging, black-robed elderly directly appear in the Samsara cemetery. The black-robed old man glanced at Xiang Qingdong outside and sneered. I can naturally crack this rubbish technique, but will consume some strength. However, if this skill is cracked, the other party may realize it. At this moment, Yi Chun hesitated. No other way? Of course, I could deduce the skill from that guy thousands of miles away, and break the destiny of the person who uses the skill. When the time comes, all the skills on people will disappear. Even if those who use them want check, there is no place to check them out. Yi Chun Wan Shi connect busy way. Still ask Elder to move. The black-robed old man's eyes twinkle with a trace of solemnity. Display once, I will pay a part of the price, even faster disappear. I have only one request. I will help you this time, and you will do me a favor. What? Yi Chun did not finish. A force fell on his body. When you agree, I'll tell you later. Now let me borrow your body. The faint voice falls in Yi Chun's ear. Yi Chun's eyes completely changed, as if from the ancient stars. The momentum on the body is suddenly distributed. Xiang Qingdong naturally felt the momentum change around him. He just wanted to talk to Yi Chun. When he saw the eyes of the other party, his legs were trembling. This feeling is very uncomfortable, as if he is not facing Yi Chun, but a peerless strong man. Close your eyes, a stringent breath, and sink into the elixir field. Yi Chun's indifferent voice falls. Xiang Qingdong wanted to resist, but found that he was not qualified to resist. His heart seemed to break. This feeling seems to be in Nine Hell in general. Yi Chun pinched his fingers, and a golden rune suddenly overflowed from the palm of his hand. In Xiang Qingdong's startled and puzzled eyes, he calmly spat out 2 words. Thunder, break everything. Words fall, dark clouds over Yawang Valley. Blot out the sky and cover the sun. It's like the end of the day. At the same time, the thunder and lightning in the dark clouds are full of rage. It's like a vision. Boom! 10,000 thunder fell directly. Through the Dan room. Thunder explodes full day. At the moment, Yi Chun holds a thunder and lightning in his hand, just like Thunder Daojin Jun, in charge of the world.